The three of us will be engaging you all through the entire program of these 2 special days as a feast to all the senses. It is with immense joy and pride that we extend our warmest welcome to this 4th National Conference of Indian Confederation of Medical Laboratory Science, ICMLS 2023, hosted by ICMLS JIPMER branch in this enchanting little coastal town. Pondicherry or Puducherry is a picturesque town known for its French colonial architecture, serene beaches, spiritual ambience, and multicultural atmosphere.
We are thrilled to have you all here today, gathered from various corners of the country, to engage in insightful discussions, collaborations, and sharing of knowledge and experiences. Our gathering is a testament to the age-old saying, Aditi Devo Bhava, and we consider each one of you to be our valued guests. Over the next 2 days, we will embark on a journey of knowledge sharing and innovation. Our esteemed speakers and experts are ready to inspire, encourage, and to connect with the delegates. It is with great honor and privilege that we stand before you and welcome the distinguished guests onto the dais to kickstart the event. The theme for this year's event is NHACP Act 2021, Anticipated Roadmap for Medical Laboratory Science. We are happy to announce that our inaugural ceremony and plenary sessions are being live streamed on our YouTube channel, ICMLS 2023. The link and QR code are displayed near the registration desk.
I now request the Organizing Secretary, Mr. Sendil Kumar J, and the Organizing Chairman, Mr. R. Sundaramurthy, to kindly accompany the dignitaries to the dais. Our chief guest for today is Dr. Vikram Kate, the Dean Academic, JIPMER. Our guest of honor is Dr. Krishna Gopal Goyal, Deputy Director, Admin, JIPMER. Accompanying them are the President of ICMLS, Dr. Kaptan Singh Serawat, and the General Secretary of ICMLS, Dr. Pankaj Kaur. I kindly request our beloved President of ICMLS, Dr. Kaptan Singh Serawat, to honor the Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Vikram Kate, Dean Academic, JIPMER. Requesting our respected General Secretary, General Secretary, ICMLS, Dr. Pankaj Kaur, to honor our Requesting our respected General Secretary, ICMLS, Dr. Pankaj Kaur, to honor our guest of honor, Dr. Krishna Gopal Goyal, Deputy Director, Admin, JIPMER. I request our senior most patron of MLT JIPMER and the organizing chairman ICMLS 2023, Mr. R. Sundaramurthy, to honor our ICMLS President, Dr. Kaptan Singh Serawat. I now request our beloved man of actions and the organizing secretary, ICMLS 2023, Mr. Sendil Kumar J, to honor our ICMLS General Secretary, Dr. Pankaj Kaur. I humbly request the Organizing Secretary of ICMLS 2022, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Sharma, to honor our Organizing Chairman of ICMLS 2023, Mr. R. Sundaramurthy. Requesting Mr. Indresh Singh, the Organizing Secretary of the proposed 2024 ICMLS Conference, to honor our Organizing Secretary, ICMLS 2023, Mr. Sendil Kumar J.
Let's begin this special event by invoking the blessings of the Almighty through the power of music and prayer. Kindly rise for the Dhanvantri hymn. To render this melodious invocation, I call upon our student delegates, Ms. Sushmita, Ms. Amrita, and Ms. Vishnu Priya.
धन्वन्तरी सबगमानमृदत्वगादा यो वैद्यकस्य गुरुराधिरनाधिकाल यो हार्ददेहमन आत्मसुगावहस्य नैरोग्यतस्य निधरां च गुणां हृदयस्य तस्यारणास्पदमहर्षिवहस्य शिष्य येत्रै वयं प्रमुदिताननुभाग्यवन्तः देहप्रदीपिकचरं सुचिरां शुवायु वेदस्य दीपामिह तत्पुरदोतरामः येन प्रभावय विहस्य विदग्ध्यविक्षु ज्योत्स्नामृचादिशमनी प्रभवेमनादम् व्याधिव्यकाद हृदयायै मानवाय नेयं द्विदं भुवि गलाम्बिजल किलैषः नेयं द्विदं भुवि गलाम्बिजल किलैषः नेयं द्विदं भुवि गलाम्बिजल किलैषः.
Thank you. Kindly be seated. Deep within the heart of India's rich culture, the lighting of the lamp holds a special place. Light symbolizes wisdom. It dispels the darkness and signifies the arrival of knowledge, prosperity, and positivity. As we kindle this lamp, we not only illuminate the physical space around us, but also metaphorically illuminate our minds with knowledge, our hearts with inspiration, and our path with a purpose. May I request Chief Guest Dr. Vikram Kate, Dean Academic JIPMER, and our guest of honor, Dr. Krishna Gopal Goyal, DDA Admin, and the dignitaries to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate this enlightening event. Thank you.
May I invite Mr. Sendil Kumar, the Organizing Secretary of ICMLS 2023, to deliver the welcome address.
Warm greetings to all of you. I feel an immense sense of happiness and an honor to stand before this massive gathering here, consisting of professionals, academicians, researchers, delegates, students from medical laboratory science stream. It is really a privilege for me as an organizing secretary of this conference to stand before on behalf of the entire JIPMER laboratories professionals and our Puducherry team to render my welcome address. So, actually it was my role to give vote of thanks, but my senior colleague Mr. Sundaramurthy sir requested me to give welcome address. So we had a role reversal. So that's, I have been allotted 5 minutes. So I will stick to the time frame. And so first of all, regarding this ICMLS conference, I will just say a few words. This is our 4th national conference. Usually we have to have it biennially, but now we have started to have it annually, and also we are trying to cover all major institutions and cities across the country. Last year we had this in SMS Medical College and Hospital, Jaipur, and now it is being hosted in our prestigious institute, JIPMER Puducherry. And next year we are proposing to hold the same conference in ICMLS, New Delhi. So, taking this opportunity, I thank the central leadership of ICMLS for giving the JIPMER team for hosting this conference. So, starting with the welcome address, today's chief guest, Dr. Vikram Kate sir, Dean Academic, is a very well-known person. He is in the field of medicine. Sir is a renowned surgeon, not only in India and abroad also. So, Moreover, sir's academic credentials, it needs no introduction. So, sir is a PhD in gastroenterology. Sir is done in Mycobacterium pylori, and sir's actually academic credentials will be. It is a long list. So, sir has more than 150 research publications, both nationally and internationally. And sir is also author of various chapters in surgery and surgical gastroenterology. Almost 45 chapters is from sir. So, sir, it is my honor to welcome you, sir. Thank you. And our guest of honor, Dr. Krishna Gopal, sir, Goyal, sir, is our Deputy Director Administration. So when he actually is from administration, but sir, many people don't know, sir is an MBBS graduate, and he is also a postgraduate from nuclear medicine in AIMS, New Delhi. Because of his passion for civil service, sir has taken this, and he has served as income tax officer in various parts of our country before coming to our JIPMER as Deputy Director Administration. So, sir, it is our privilege to welcome you, sir. So, both our chief guest and guest of honor, actually we had a very little time. Our director JIPMER is not in station. He is so when we said that this conference is going to be hosted in JIPMER, so both will be the befitting person to represent us in the absence of our director. They immediately obliged, even though we went in a short duration of time, and also they have given their messages. So that you will shortly see in our messages. So even for that, we are really thankful, sir. And our coming to this main person behind this is Dr. our Kaptan Singh. We call him Captain. So he is the person who is steering this entire ship. He is always supportive, motivational. He is a leader who is saying how it is to be done. He is not a person do this, do that. He will show the way how it is to be done. So always an inspiration for all of us here in JIPMER and all other ICMLS branches in other institutes. So welcoming you, sir. Thank you. And as always, our Dr. Pankaj Kaul, sir, General Secretary of ICMLS, his contribution, his guidance, his seniority is always a boon for us. He has been a part of this organizing committee. I used to contact him. He used to give so many of us advices, and even it is our honor to have you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So this program would not have been a success if all you delegates and students have not turned in. Really, we are really overwhelmed, and this is the first time we have almost 450 student delegates attending from various parts of the country. You are all very eager to see our JIPMER. So really, we are very thankful. Without you, this conference would not be a success. They say anything well began is half done. So with that, this inauguration ceremony, I take once again, even I should thank our sponsors, our media persons, and moreover our invited speakers, delegates. Our Dr. Ramesh sir is there. Professor of Biochemistry is an incoming HOD. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Siddharaju sir is there. So thank you, sir. So with these few words, I once again welcome every one of you in this August forum, and I conclude my welcome address. Thank you. Once again, welcome you all. Thank you.
Requesting Dr. Kaptan Singh Sharawat, the President of ICMLS, to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, other distinguished guests, Head of the Departments, faculty members, delegates, my organizational colleagues and dear students. On behalf of the Indian Confederation of Medical Laboratory Sciences, that is ICMLS, I welcome you all in this very prestigious national conference of ICMLS at very reputed and prestigious institute of national importance, JIPMER. Sir, today on this very important occasion, I would like to take this opportunity to present a brief overview of our profession and about this national association as well. Historically, sir, it took several years, several decades, in fact, to reach at this level. Initially, it was just a job to assist a physician, a clinician. Now it's moving towards a establishment of a profession's established area of healthcare sciences. So we still, though we are pursuing hard to become a professional and profession, it's a journey. As you may be aware that there was no regulatory framework or a regulatory body for allied health professionals throughout country. There are regulatory bodies for the medical doctors, nurses, dentists, and other recognized system of medicine. But for the last remaining around more than 50% of health workforce was unregulated. Unfortunately, the bill has been passed now, and NCHP Act is there with us. So we are hoping that that will change, that will revamp the entire allied health sciences, including medical lab professional. So just because of the absence of a regulatory bindings or a legislative backing, so there were a lot of issues are there in profession, in our technical fraternity. If we talk about the basic issues of government sectors, no uniformity in the entry-level qualification, no uniformity in the designation and pay scales qualifications, no career pathway was defined because no entry point was there with the departments. So there were a lot of issues with the employer and employees as well. And beyond that, even the students who are pursuing these courses are also struggling for the job in various sectors. Few institutions has revamped and restructured the cadre, and the entry point was bachelor degree, which was set almost 30-40 years back in PGI Chandigarh. But at the same time, JIPMER is also the same kind of very reputed institute. But when we talk about the remaining part of the country, there was no uniformity. Still, we are facing a lot of these issues. When we talk about this professional area in private laboratory services, which is a very larger part of the services, so lot of challenges are there for student job seekers, even for the employers. They are not in a position to say which is the required qualifications. So these are the, but yes, of course, when problems are there, opportunities are also be there. So there is a important quote that coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, and working together is a success. So with these thoughts, and with the patience, perseverance, and of course this hard work, we could share a lot of developments are within a short span of time. This association was just established in 2016 itself, sir. Before that, around more than 50 national societies are in existence for this technical fraternity. But unfortunately, no national umbrella level organization was there which can unite all these professionals in a single forum, which can talk about the comprehensive issues of patient care, patient safety, risk management, and also about these students, faculty, members. So with these aims and objective and a clear vision, a dedicated teams which is highly committed to pursue these comprehensive goals started ICMLS in 2016. Just after the establishment of ICMLS, sir, we started holding National Medical Laboratory Professional throughout country, which is now recognized as a national festival, in fact, for the Indian medical lab technology professional. And I'm proud to share with you, sir, beyond our professional expectations, our members are now holding, throughout that week, more than 100 blood donations camp are organized. Thousands of trees are planted everywhere in countries. Organ donation, tree plantations, scientific development activities, social development activities, everything is there in complete package is there for a professional and scientific development, even for social and cultural developments. So a lot of things are included in already these multiple countries throughout the globe were celebrating this kind of week, but it was started just after the establishment of this forum, sir. Then we talk about the scientific development into just after the establishment of this forum, this ICMLS First conference was organized at Lady Hardinge Medical College, which is a prestigious institute of, we also belong to the same institute, sir. So after that, and every time in every conference, our ministry is continuously supporting our activities, our vision, mission behind this journey. So then next conference was organized in Nimes, Bangalore in 2019. And after COVID, the third conference was organized in SMS Medical College, Jaipur, and now it's our fourth conference, and fifth is also proposed at AIMS New Delhi, and sixth is proposed at Guwahati Medical College. So this is a 10 years plan which has already been scheduled. So regarding this national initiative for the betterment of overall allied health sciences, sir, we are proud to share that we are partner with our Ministry of Health, Government of India, and various national initiative for overall augmentation of our professions. The curricula, which was not uniform before that, so curriculum has been designed. That is a standard model curriculum which was prepared for the degree, diploma and postgraduate courses. Now we have standard model curriculum, and after this, now we are in process of, we have a law, government has passed the National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Profession Bill 2021 during COVID times. This is an act now, and we are pursuing hard for the speedy implementation of that act also, sir. So after the implementation, a lot of these issues for the private and government professional will be, we are really hopeful that this law will entirely revamp the cadre of allied health sciences, not only about this medical lab professionals, it's covering, sir, more than 56 countries of allied health sector, sir. So coming for the other social and scientific developments, we are trying hard, and now this is the first conference where we have given opportunity, although we normally allow 25% students to join our conferences. But this time, this is more than 450 students are participating throughout the country. And we are hopeful that they will be the leader of, who will take this profession at next level, sir. So with these words, I would like to request our authorities in the government and employers, sir, this law is very important. That will not important for this registration, licensing, so defining the scope of practices and education. Beyond that, sir, it's very important for the overall safety of the patient also, sir. When the professionals are registered and licensed, there is more accountable and evidence-based services are there, sir. So with these words, I once again would like to express my sincere gratitude to authorities of the JIPMER, DDS sir and Dean sir, and thank you once again, and congratulations to the entire team of JIPMER, this organizing committee, for wonderfully organizing this event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Inviting Dr. Pankaj Kaul, the General Secretary of ICMLS, to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskar to one and all. Distinguished guests sitting on the dais, very reputed faculty sitting on the front line, my colleagues, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. I, on behalf of Organizing Committee of Indian Confederation of Medical Lab Science and ICMLS branch JIPMER, Puducherry, it is a matter of proud privilege for us to welcome you all for ICMLS 2023, the fourth National Conference and Scientific Seminar to be held on September 30th, which is today, to October 1st, 2023 at JIPMER, Puducherry, which happens to be a pioneer institute of national acclaim. This was my most cherished dream, to visit this great institute, which has come true today. The present scientific conference is supposed to be a great event and gives professional opportunity to all delegates, including its faculty, researchers, students engaged in various streams of medical lab sciences of public and private healthcare establishments. It has now become an annual affair of Indian Council of Medical Lab Sciences to exchange the knowledge about their respective profession face to face with various experts of allied health sciences. It has now become an annual affair of ICMLS to exchange the knowledge about their respective professions face to face with various experts of allied health sciences to 2016, when ICMLS was conceptualized. Due to COVID-19 upheaval, their sequence got a bit disturbed, but now it has become a regular feature and getting serious with the advent of NCAHP 2021. It has started gaining administrative and professional pace. There is a huge workforce of medical lab professionals in India engaged in clinical lab practice, teaching, training, and research activities in healthcare system. To unite all MLS associations and professionals under one umbrella organization was a big challenge, yet very necessary step for the overall augmentation of medical lab profession. Hence, the Indian Confederation of Medical Lab Science was established as a national registered confederation of Medical Lab Science Association. Presently, it is a unifying voice of more than 50,000 Indian medical laboratory professionals through 25 medical lab science associations, working under central government, state government, autonomous and private healthcare establishments across the country. The mission of ICMLS, as has been already cleared by my President, Dr. Kaptan Singh Sehrawat, is to be a pioneer in advancement of the knowledge, study and practice of medical lab science profession and to make aware and produce well-qualified, confident and vibrant medical lab technology fraternity. Since its inception, the ICMLS has been striving hard for standardization, promotion, overall development and delivery of excellence in medical lab services and revamping curriculum, as has already been said. The head office of this ICMLS is in New Delhi. The dedicated team of ICMLS experts have been very instrumental in designing the handbook of core curriculum, career pathway and job roles in medical lab science in collaboration with Ministry of Health, Government of India. PGI-MER Chandigarh was the first to implement the 4-year course, followed by the great institute JIPMER. But JIPMER took a step ahead to select the students from NEET. This is a very important point, that the institute need not to work hard again. They have got a standard national entrance examination, and the students, I hope, who are studying in JIPMER will be the creamiest of the cream of India. A big salute to JIPMER administration and technical staff who took this all initiative. The leadership of ICMLS has played a key role in revamping cadre structure also. Central government medical lab profession, which has paved the way for setting uniformity in designation, qualification and promotion for medical lab professionals across the country. We celebrate this day as a National Medical Laboratory Professional Week every year, and as has been said by Dr. Kaptanji, we are holding so many social responsibility schemes on this day. The theme of the conference has already had been known to everyone. NCHP Act 2021 anticipated roadmap for medical lab professionals has a great significance in modern era of healthcare, where each and every healthcare service is accountable. Bringing reforms with the introduction of National Council of Allied Health Professions will help regulate laboratory investigations and in turn give professional certification to all AHP and the patients who we are treating. This will further help employers to choose the best talented staff having proper education and technical qualification to handle diagnostic and ultimately deliver satisfactory patient care. MCI was initially established for the development of medical education for entire healthcare profession, but was restricted to medicos only, followed by a separate council of nursing and then pharmacy. Allied health profession remained the most ignored profession, maybe due to dominance of pathologists and its multidisciplinary nature. More than 45 disciplines are right now in the allied health profession, but Ministry of Health has taken up only 10 to upgrade, followed by others. At present moment, 4-year syllabus reforms brought about by Ministry of Health, followed by support from University Grant Commission, is helping in upgrading not only the standard of laboratory education, but also in various other allied health science services. ICMLS has filed a PIL also in the Supreme Court to speed up the matter of execution of this act. So many students are being benefited. Earlier they were having 3 years course, now they are having 4 years course. And for students, I got a very clear message that you must all remember 3 Ds. One is desire, second is dedication, and last of all is dexterity. You had a desire to join this allied health profession, so you have joined it. Now it is your job to dedicate your time and devote on this pious and very sacred profession. And the last of all is dexterity. Once you become dexterous in your profession, that is next to yoga. Participation of more than 800 delegates in present scientific and professional conference in JIPMER will not only get insights of their knowledge, but will also get an opportunity to discuss renowned experts who, despite their busy schedule, have joined us about their professional challenges and opportunities available worldwide. Apart from wonderful scientific deliberation, we hope delegates will enjoy the cultural program and discover Puducherry at its helm. I must thank the JIPMER administration and the technical staff and Senthil and co team for making a wonderful arrangement here, which has made a sky heights of standard of this field. Thank you very much, each and everyone.
Thank you, sir. May I request our guest of honor for today's gathering, Dr. Krishna Gopal Goyal, Deputy Director of Administration, to kindly address the audience.
Professor Dr. Vikram Kate, Dean Academic JIPMER, and the chief guest for today's function, Dr. Kaptan Singh, President ICMLS, Dr. Pankaj Kaul, General Secretary ICMLS, Sri Sundarmurthy, Organizing President, Sri Senthil Kumar, Organizing Secretary. A very good morning to you all. Before I start my formal address, I should compliment the organizing team for such a beautifully and nicely organized event. So when I entered the auditorium, the first thing which I heard from Dr. Pankaj Kaul that these people have set the standards very high and it will be very difficult for others to replicate. So the team JIPMER deserve a big round of applause from your side. Ladies and gentlemen, and faculty members sitting here, distinguished guests, I am truly honored to be a part of this august gathering today. That is the 4th National Conference of Indian Confederation of Medical Laboratory Science. At the outset, on behalf of the Director JIPMER, who happens to be out of station today, he is in Geneva. That's why he is not here. I welcome all the delegates who have come from a different part of country to JIPMER and Puducherry. I congratulate once again to the organizing team of this conference for taking this initiative for organizing such a spectacular event. The events like this provides an occasion to acknowledge the tireless dedication, celebrate the innovation and expertise, and further sharpen the skills for the professionals. In the ever-developing ecosystem of healthcare, the role of medical laboratory technologists, scientists, has never been more important. The scientists, technologists are behind the scene unsung heroes. They are working diligently to provide the vital information and data that guides the clinical decisions and patient care. Your commitment to the meticulousness and accuracy ensures that the treating physician can diagnose with confidence and the patient receives the best treatment. Today, as you come together to share your knowledge and experiences, remember, friends, that your field is not just about test results, but it is about improving the quality and saving lives. It is also about, nowadays the times are changing so fast, being at the forefront of the technology, adopting automation, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and continuously enhancing your skills to meet the challenges of tomorrow. It is also a time to acknowledge the challenges you faced, especially in the recent COVID times during the pandemic. Most of you have gone above and beyond your call of duty to provide selfless service to the ailing humanity. Your dedication and commitment has nothing been short of a heroic. Before I conclude, I wish to express my deep appreciation for the incredible work each of you do in day in and day out. As I told you, you are the unsung heroes of the healthcare, and your expertise is invaluable. As this gathering, this house engages over the next 2 days in discussions, deliberations, and experience and knowledge sharing, I sincerely hope and believe that your collective efforts will make a profound difference in the world of medicine. Thank you, friends, for your commitment to the excellence, and wish that you have some of the most inspiring discussions and collaborations in this gathering. Once again, I wish you all the best in your all endeavors to make this world a happier and healthier place. From the admin side, I would just want to add that the medical laboratory cadre here has been immensely supportive of the admin, and from the admin side also, we are trying our best, and we always try our best to fulfill their whatever the legitimate demands are there, and we are continuously in touch with them, and we are continuously engaging them for whatever administrative help is required from their end, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you, Senthil ji. Thank you, Sundar Murthy ji, for inviting me here. Thank you. Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our esteemed chief guest for today, Dr. Vikram Kate, the Dean Academic of JIPMER, to speak a few words.
Good morning to you all, and the guest of honor for today, Dr. Krishna Gopal Goel, Deputy Director, Administration, JIPMER, the esteemed President of Indian Confederation of Medical Laboratory Sciences, ICMLS, Dr. Kaptan Singh Therawat, Dr. Pankaj Kaul, General Secretary, ICMLS, Mr. Sundaramurthy, Organizing Chairman of this wonderful conference at JIPMER, Mr. Senthil Kumar, the Organizing Secretary, faculty of JIPMER, faculty and participants and distinguished guests of this conference, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a warm welcome from our respected Director, Professor Rakesh Agrawal. As has been told, he is away right now, and the whole of admin and the JIPMER family to you all at the 4th National Conference of the Indian Confederation of Medical Laboratory Sciences, what we have heard earlier, abridged very well as ICMLS, which is being held at this prestigious institute, JIPMER Puducherry. This meeting has been organized by this wonderful organizing committee here, which has strung together a dazzling array of talks and seminars, which are lined up in the next 2 days, that address several of the conundrums, the difficulties that we face with the increasing complexity of laboratory procedures. We have seen in the last many decades how there is a change in the medical health care. Being a surgeon, I can give an example of surgical procedures we used to do open surgery, then we moved it over to laparoscopic surgery, and now we have moved over to robotic surgery. Similar analogy is there in medical science lab technology, and we can see there is a vast advance that has been made and the progress that has been done on this front. And that led to many of the tests which I learned as an MBBS student. I'm sure that they are defunct now because of these advances made. As medical laboratory technicians, you are one of the important pillars of the healthcare system, as has been stressed by my predecessors, and your work drives accurate and reliable diagnosis and contribute profoundly to patient well-being. As a clinician, I might have some diagnosis, but ultimately the final diagnosis will depend upon the support what I have from the biochemistry results as well as other supportive care results. So that is what is very important, that you have a very good harmony and liaison between a clinician's thought process and a laboratory support, which together will give you the proper diagnosis. As I tell my students that when people say that he is a very good physician or a surgeon or whatever it is in diagnosis, it is not that the person is good, the person is very reliable in making a good diagnosis. And today everything is based upon the support that a treating doctor gets from all the healthcare professionals around him. The current healthcare landscape is faced with the integration of ever-advancing technologies, where medical science and technology are in a constant flux. So you have to today, nowadays, learn, relearn and learn. That has become a tradition in all fields of science and medicine. In this scenario, your role has never been more vital, as you also have to adapt with the changes that come with advances in medicine and provide the clinicians with the data they need for making informed decisions towards the patients. Now coming to this conference, as I said, I too was stunned when I came inside, like this, what has been done on the stage is truly, truly phenomenal. And I would like to say that what has been told by your captain, he's really the captain of the ship, Dr. Kaptan Singh, that with the number of people here, I've seen many conferences here, and I can see that people are standing here, they have put some additional chairs upstairs in the balcony, and really this is what actually it speaks volumes about when we have a scientific meeting. There's no point telling on a mic or in print or telling that everything was a big success. That can be told. But this is what actually tells that it is a success when there is no place actually to sit in a hall when some event is going on. That is what actually speaks volumes about it. It is a chance to learn from each other in the next 2 days, explore innovative techniques and find solutions to the challenges encountered in our daily work. That is what a conference actually means, that you exchange everything from your experience and ideas. Because everything is given in the books. You can actually read in the books at home and learn everything. But here, this is what it means, that when you intermix the ideas of each other based on experience, that is never given in the books. I have no doubt that this conference will inspire us all and lead to fruitful collaborations that will further elevate our field. I once again congratulate the organizers, the organizing chairman, Mr. Sundaramurthy, Mr. Senthil Kumar, the organizing secretary, and they are representing you on the stage. I am sure there are 100 more people behind them in that team, which has made this a big success. And of course, nothing is a success without the people who attended, the delegates who have come from all over the country. We are proud at JIPMER that you have taken out time to attend this event and you have chalked it in your calendar. And I am very sure It will be a big resounding success, and my best wishes to the organizing team and all of you to have a very good time at JIPMER and in Puducherry. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, for your accurate observations and your appreciative words. Souvenirs serve as a physical representation of the memories and the valuable insights gained here. To commemorate this occasion of ICMLS 2023, we take pride in requesting our chief guest and guest of honor to kindly release the souvenir. Thank you all.
This event provides us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate exceptional achievements, dedication, and outstanding contributions. As we present the ICMLS Awards for the year 2023, let's reflect on the significance of recognizing excellence and the role it plays in inspiring future generations. May their story serve as a beacon of hope and motivation for all who strive to make a difference to do the honors. May I request the dignitaries to the dais? Without further ado, I am delighted to announce the winners. He is presently the Director, Quality Management and Research at Alliance Formulations. He is an expert member in Curriculum Review Committee under Interim Commission for Allied Health Sciences, Professionals, Ministry of Health, Government of India. He is also the Chairman of Board of Studies, Medical Laboratory Science and National Expert Task Force for MLS Group. He is a former lecturer of MLT Microbiology and also a quality manager at Department of Microbiology, PGMR, Chandigarh. He is an expert consultant for medical laboratory competencies to health sector transformation, platform for Orissa government laboratories. He is also an external expert for inspection of colleges on behalf of Punjab Technical University since 2006. He possesses over 22 publications in national and international scientific journals. He is the president of PGI Medical Technology Alumni Association. He is an executive member and the lifetime member of various associations like ICMLS, Hospital Infection Society of India, a patron of Jan Seva Society of Punjab since 1999. The ICMLS 2023 feels so proud to announce this esteemed ICMLS Lifetime Achievement Award 2023 to Dr. Malkeet Singh. I welcome our senior most patron on stage, please. I request Dr. Krishna Gopal Goyal, Deputy Director, Administration, JIPMER, to kindly present the award. I would like to announce there is a cash prize for this award, rupees 10,000. ICMLS also encourages and supports young minds. He is one of the kind. He presently holds the post of Assistant Professor in Biochemistry at Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences. This postgraduate and doctorate in medical biochemistry is an alumnus of JIPMER, which is an add-on, happiness for us. He has qualified for the National Eligibility Test for Lectureship conducted by UGC. Several publications in national and international journals and active involvement in research in the area of placental nutrial transport and molecular pathogenesis of gestational diabetes mellitus are all his expertise. He is awarded with the benchmark standard fellowships of Government of India, the JRF, CSIR, and GATE. He has also bagged the Best Researcher Award from Acharya Group of Education. He is none other than Dr. Balachandran M., our ICMLS Young Scientist Awardee. A cash prize of rupees 5,000. The next category of ICMLS Awards 2023 is for organizational excellence. The winner presently serves as the president of All India ESIC Medical Laboratory Association. He served as general secretary of the said association for 2 years, from 2016 to 2018. He serves for the betterment of medical laboratory professionals all over the country, right from Jammu to Kerala and Gujarat to Assam, in different ESIC hospitals of the nation. He supported as pillar to overcome the hurdles in the mission to achieve the cadre restructuring of all the laboratory professionals in ESIC with the help, guidance, and light of ICMLS. This prestigious ICMLS Organizational Excellence Award 2023 goes to Mr. Sunil Kumar Sarkania. Welcome to the stage, sir. I request Dr. Krishna Gopal Goyal, DDA JIPMER, to kindly present the award. The most awaited award in the row is now presented to someone who patiently and passionately serves in the field of academics. His passion for teaching for 23 years and counting is duly recognized by being conferred with Dr. Radhakrishnan Award and Mother Teresa Award. He is awarded with Certificate of Appreciation by Sri Aurobindo Society and Certificate of Commitment for his active involvement in COVID pandemic. He is also fondly recognized as enabler and one of the pillars of Puducherry. He has several research publications and has been a resource person in innumerable conferences and has been organizing a state-level conference for the MLS professionals and students annually since 2015. Now, it's indeed an emotional moment for the announcer and the recipient of this Right Award. I personally thank ICMLS for giving me this wonderful opportunity to honor my teacher with very deserving award. This will be the best memorable moment for both of us and in fact for all the students in this house. I fondly request our teacher, the principal in charge, College of MLT, Mother Teresa Postgraduate Institute of Health Sciences, Government of Puducherry, Dr. P. Tirumurugan alias Murali onto the dais. Vanga sir. I humbly request our chief guest, Dr. Vikram Kate, Dean Academic JIPMER, to kindly present this ICMLS Academic Excellence Award to Dr. P. Tirumurugan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. It was indeed overwhelming and emotional. May I now request the organizing chairperson, Mr. R. Sundaramurthy, to kindly present a memento as a token of respect and appreciation to the dignitaries on the dais. Requesting the organizing secretary to kindly hand over the memento to our organizing chairman, Sundaramurthy sir. Requesting Mr. Rajesh to hand over the token of appreciation to our organizing secretary, Mr. J. Sendil Kumar. Thank you. Last but not the least, it's time to express our gratitude. For this, I would like to call upon Mr. Sundaramurthy, the organizing chairperson of this ICMLS 2023, to propose the vote of thanks.
Dear distinguished invitees, colleagues, and my dear friends, Today I stand before you to deliver my vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Vikram Kote, Dean Academic JIPMER, who spared time from his busy schedule to grace this occasion and have presided over this function. Your presence has enriched our gathering. Thank you, sir. I want to express my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Krishna Gopal Goyal, Deputy Director Admin, JIPMER, for gracing and addressing this gathering and also releasing the souvenir. Thank you, sir. I also extend my gratitude to Dr. Kaptan Singh Shagarwat, the President of ICMLS, and Dr. Pankaj Kaul, the General Secretary of ICMLS, for having given this opportunity to JIPMER lab professionals to host this event and for their constant encouragement which has bolstered all our endeavors. My heartfelt thanks to all the head of the departments and faculty of biochemistry, microbiology, pathology, and transfusion medicine from JIPMER and other institutes associated with this event for their valuable contribution, guidance, and support. I must acknowledge the efforts of our technical, housekeeping, transport, and other support staff from various departments who have contributed to the seamless operation of this event, both behind the scene and on stage. A big thanks from the bottom of my heart to my colleagues and members of the organizing committee, without whom this mega event would not have been possible. A special mention and words of gratitude to Mr. Sendil Kumar for having given me this opportunity of taking up this responsibility as organizing chairperson months before my superannuation. A special thanks goes out to all our sponsors who supported us and acknowledged us. Your generosity and commitment to our cause have made this event possible, and we are grateful for your continued support. Also, a special word of gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister Puducherry, the Tourism Minister, and Dr. Tirumuran alias Murali, who coordinated with the state government to accommodate our 250 students at around rupees 200 to 300 double AC rooms in Pondicherry Government Guest House, Youth Hostel, Yatri Nivas, and also in the Arbindo Ashramam Guest House during this long weekend. Last but not the least, this much of unprecedented response from you, all you delegates and students, is truly overwhelming, and the entire organizing team thank each one of you for your participation. Thank you all. Enjoy the technical feast as well as the food delicacies for today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
lead to a quality result. Tool is the kits or the equipment. These are the tools with which we work. The kit should be of good quality, they should be validated, and very importantly, the laboratory should have a good inventory management regarding the kits. I'll be discussing about this inventory management in the subsequent part. Next is the equipment. The quality of equipment should be good. It should be maintained. That is, it should be under a maintenance contract depending upon what sort of contract is required, whether an annual or a comprehensive, but it should be in contract and it should be calibrated. Next comes the operator. Now, operator could be a supervisor or could be the technical staff. The operator should be competent, proficient, and updated. We can't just put any person in the lab and ask them to do a test. You need to give them a training, you need to check whether they have learned, and then we should also have a provision that they update their training. It could be just a continuous updation, or could be a retraining, or could be a fresh training. Next comes the technique, that is the processes which we follow in the lab. Now, this involves a whole long series of documents which decides how the samples are taken, how they are stored, what procedures are followed, what are the validation criteria. So, a whole lot of things comes under the techniques or the processes which we do. All the SOPs and the IQC and EQA. So, this we will be deliberating a bit in detail. So, first coming to the tools. Now, tools, we will look at equipment first. So, what are the equipment which we use in the lab? This is all the instruments or softwares which are used in the process of laboratory testing and reporting are a part of your equipment. These must be operational to their specifications. So, whatever the instrument says it is capable of doing, it should be doing. Now, when we look at equipment, first thing is requirement. The laboratory individuals, the technical staff need to be involved in identifying and selecting the equipment. This is important because they are the ones who are working with equipment. Now, when we buy high-end equipments like automated analyzers or flow cytometers, the people who are going to work should be a part of the team which decides what is required, because they are the ones who are going to tell you what issue they face with the previous equipment, or when they are going to do, how it has to be. So, it starts from the requirement. Then when the equipment comes, there has to be a specific acceptance procedure of IQ, OQ and PQ. That is installation qualification, operational qualification and performance qualification. Now, most of the things which I am dealing in this lecture are from the documents which are there for accreditation, because quality is dealt with in detail when it comes to accreditation. So, these all things come there. So, once the equipment comes, we have to make sure that the equipment is functional, it is doing what it has to do. And then, in the lab, you should have an instruction manual for the equipment to use. In our setup and in many setups, we have people who come as a stopgap arrangement for running of the labs. Now, when such arrangements are made, these arrangements should be those who are actually trained on those equipment. You can't just place anybody who comes and runs the equipment. So, apart from that, there has to be a instruction manual. Then, the equipment, as I emphasized earlier, there has to be a maintenance, AMC, CMC, calibration. This is very, very important. The lab should maintain logs for all the equipment. Next comes the kits. Now, many of us feel if they buy a good quality kit or from a reputed manufacturer, the kit is going to work. When we are using kits in a laboratory which is trying to maintain good quality, then just the name, just the brand doesn't matter. You have to do a verification, in-house verification of the kit. The verification involves just retesting or rechecking the parameters which the kit claims what it does. If it says it has a sensitivity of 96%, then you can use an array of samples and ensure at least it is not less than that. Or if it says that its coefficient of variance is so and so, we have to run a panel of samples and confirm that it is same or better than that. Similarly, LOD also has to be determined. I'll be talking about these in the subsequent slides. So this is verification. Verification is done when you use a commercial kit, which is either IVD, FDA or CE. FDA and CE are right now, as per government rules, are not to be emphasized when we are using kits, but IVD is something which we have to do. These are kits which have been validated for in vitro diagnostics. Next, I had told you about lab developed tests. Now in serology, most of the labs use commercial kits, but when it comes to molecular testing, many labs do use lab developed tests. And when we use such tests, a similar pattern of testing, but more stringent has to be done, which we call as validation. So about verification, when we are doing a kit verification, we have to see the accuracy, that is the degree of closeness between the measurement and the true value, precision, where we see whether there is repeated measures are showing similar results. This tells us about the coefficient of variance. Then the linearity, when you test dilutions of samples, they should give a linear curve or a linear graph. Then reportable range and LOD. So this is about verification. Everything is mentioned in the kit, but you need to re-verify it before you put to use in your laboratory, and this has to be documented. Validation is a more stringent process where it starts with assay optimization, where we standardize what sample type is to be used, what should be the source of sample, storage, how it should be stored, how it has to be extracted, what reagents are to be used, and which instrument will be used. If you look at the IFE or the kit insert which comes, they will usually mention you should work with plasma or serum. This has been validated on so and so equipment. So all that what a kit company has done, you have to do it for your lab when you are planning to work on a lab developed test, or in simple words, a molecular test where you have synthesized primers and intend to use them for patient diagnosis. So this is assay optimization. Then comes assay validation, where you will ascertain what is the accuracy and precision of the test. We have dealt with these terms in the earlier slide. Then the linearity, where we again see whether a linear graph is there, where when we are using the dilutions of samples. Now this can be done either with standard samples which have been tested with a validated kit, or you can buy commercial controls which can be used. Analytical sensitivity and LOD is again trying to see what is the minimum which the kit can detect. And about the LOD, we have to test a couple of samples in a range of plus minus 20% and see whether the LOD, what is the LOD which is coming. Then the analytical specificity, where we look for cross-reactivity, which can come from the sample components, which can come from taxonomically related organisms. So that, and then the reference range. So when we want to use the LDT, it is a much more stringent procedure. Next comes the process. Now process is something which we usually put it down in form of a SOP, which involves the processes right from sample collection, what type of sample is required, how it should be stored, how the labeling should be, how the lab is going to take it. What are the receiving criteria? Then the transport, which should be quick, we should avoid delays. When it comes to molecular testing, cold chain is important. Packing when it comes to biohazardous material. I think we all had an experience of COVID in last couple of years, and we did understand what is the importance of a biohazardous sample and how it has to be transported and how it has to be stored. Next is acceptance and rejection criteria. The laboratory should have a clear written down criteria for the staff at reception or in the receiving laboratory. Even the collection centers have to be given this, so that when they collect a sample from the patient, they know what is going to be accepted and what is not going to be accepted. Next, the storage. How many aliquots have to be made? How it has to be stored? Then the testing. Testing, we usually, again, if it is a commercial test, then we follow the kit instructions, and we have to have EQA and IQC. Then there have to be procedures for validation of the test. How it will be validated, this is important because that will decide how you are interpreting and how you are deciding on your results. Then the process of reporting. When the results are declared, what are the critical alerts, how it is going to be sent, what level of confidentiality has to be there, how it is going to be maintained. So all that comes in the reporting SOPs. And next, the archival, how the samples are going to be archived, what freezer, what labeling, all that. So this whole thing is the process which we had seen in the previous slide. EQA is an externally provided sample which is sent periodically. This and IQC is something which the laboratories use. These are usually previously tested standardized samples, or sometimes labs can also buy external quality controls which can be used. EQA will tell us about the LOD and LOQ, that is the lower limit of detection and lower limit of quantification, reportable range and sensitivity specificity of your assay. IQC on the other hand tells us about the accuracy and precision. Apart from that, in the analytical region, we also have to look at the inventory of stock, the kits, plasticware. The lab should never run out of things. For reagents which have an expiry date, we should maintain an inventory in the form that the first expiry item goes out first, FIFO. And then about the maintenance of record, where we should have the IQC records, incidents and temperature charts. Personnel should be appropriately trained, competent, they should be provided laboratory specific training, they should be proficiency tested, and there should be a provision for continuous training. Newer techniques, existing techniques, laboratory specific protocols. Here, one more thing which I would like to emphasize is, as we are moving towards more and more automation, we need lesser hands for doing the work. What we need to have extra hands on is for the quality maintenance. So we need to have more staff who are trained into the quality management, quality maintenance, and they should be employed in the laboratories. Then the post-analytical, transcription errors should be avoided. Preferably we should use computerized mode to transfer the results from your test into your reporting module. Dispatch, either it could be an email based or SMS based intimation to the patients. Computerized, safe, secure computerized methods should be preferred. Lab should have provision for critical alerts. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a very detailed presentation regarding the quality aspects, only to the virology but to the all aspects of diagnostic microbiology of means 7 diagnostic laboratories, right? So before going that one, we will ask for certain If there is any query, doubt, suggestions, although we are running late, but we can take up one or two questions from the audience. Anyone? Okay. So, if there is no question, I would like to ask on behalf of them for their benefit. Usually, what is the tool do you recommend for the serological test? Because serological test, which we do it very commonly, even for many laboratories, they are doing the serological test. So, there are kit controls. There are equus participation. Apart from that, what do you suggest that the laboratory should include it into the day-to-day activity so that they can ensure that test run is valid?
So as it was mentioned, they should have procedures for the internal quality control. And this is simple. Every time you need not go and buy something. This is amongst your repertoire of samples. You can decide, and fixed guidelines are there how to make IQC samples. So that is something which every laboratory working on any platform, right from the RDTs to ELISA to a bigger automated platform, anybody can use, and this is something which we can start, and this should be done.
If you can add upon anything, 2 lines about Levigenic charts.
So once we do this IQC, then this has to translate into seeing the trends of these IQCs and LJ chart, which will tell us how our assays are working, how much, if at all any error is there. It will also give us indication about our equipment when you have certain errors, which will tell us that your equipment also needs some maintenance. So IQC actually translates into an LJ chart, because seeing an IQC value in individuality is of not of any use. IQC has to be seen as a trend, and then only you are going to get an idea how your lab is performing, how your kit is performing, how your instruments are performing. In fact, the random error will tell you about how your manpower is also working.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. And if anything is left, Rakesh, you can cover in the accreditation lecture. He's going to take another lecture on accreditation. So this was a part of it. If anything is left,
my job is easier because already internal quality control, equus, and the errors which is commonly happened there, it is already taken care. So I will cut short and I will try to see what else. Now my job is what else should I tell it in my session. So thank you very much for a nice and detailed session. And we will close the first session.
Requesting Mr. K.S. Rana to give the certificate and memento to the chairperson and speaker. Thank you, sirs.
The next topic is on Science of SOP Writing for Laboratory Management and its Significance, presented by Dr. Ramesh R., Professor, Department of Biochemistry, JIPMER, Puducherry. The session will be chaired by Dr. Zakaria Bobby, Professor, Department of Biochemistry, JIPMER, Puducherry, and Dr. Preeti Chavan, Professor, Department of Biochemistry, LHMC, Delhi. May I request them on stage, please? Dr. Zakaria Bobby, he is a professor and former HOD of Biochemistry, JIPMER. He is the principal investigator for multiple research projects under ICMR, Department of Science and Technology and Department of Biotechnology. He has published 170 papers and guided 11 PhD students.
Before Ramesh starts, I would like to introduce. Dr. Ramesh is at present the professor of biochemistry in our department, Department of Biochemistry, JIPMER. And he did his MBBS and MD from our JIPMER. And ever since he joined our department, we find a lot of changes in our laboratory management. His keen interest in is developing and improving the performance of the laboratories. I'm also very keen to listen to him. He's a advocate of accreditation and auditing, and presented many scientific papers and the holder of several awards. He has to his credit several publications. He was in fact my student. I am today waiting to hear from him. All the best. It's over to Ramesh.
Thank you, sir, for the nice introduction. And it is one of the opportunities for me to present before my teacher. I think all of you will be getting that in the future also, I wish. But what I'm going to talk is a standard operating procedure. The topic is like science of this thing, but it's very difficult to go and talk about everything, how to write an SOP, because it's a workshop topic, that a one-day workshop. I'll just tell you what is SOP, what is its importance, and how it is day-to-day use in day-to-day practice. Okay, this is one of the instances I'll tell you. Inside the lab, where are you posted? Centrifuge. This I asked, actually there's a group of people standing before the centrifugation table. I asked them, so where are you posted? They told centrifuge. What are you supposed to do? Centrifuge. How many are you posted? 3 people for centrifuge. What are they supposed to do? Centrifuge. Okay, look, okay. So what will you do while centrifuging? Again it is centrifuge. So what is the problem here? Where is the mistake? Who are responsible? What is lacking? And how to rectify it? So it is a SOP, standard operating procedure. Okay, and where is the mistake? It's with us. What I am referring is a BSc MLT students were standing. But they're standing, but they don't know what to do in the centrifuge because there's no SOPs written for them. How to do it, what to do it, how to follow it up, nothing. So we have to rectify it. We have to train them properly and write the SOP and keep it there. Okay, let's get our story straight and start into the work. Okay. So, writing SOP. Good morning, sir. The new technologist has just assigned to the job recently. He does not know what is task car. This is a commonly occurring thing because many times technologies get transferred from other department and so on. And again, sorry doc, the new chemistry machine is troubleshooting, how to manage. I can't remember in the centrifugation step whether it's 3000 RPM or 5000 RPM. Again, if someone is very sick and no one could perform his task, this is one of the challenging issues in a lab. 7 o'clock or 7:30 you'll be getting a call, somebody calling in sick. And how to change it, how to adapt to it. So we should have an SOP, and that's why other person, whoever is not posted in that instrument also, should come straight into it, look into the SOP for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, and he has to start the work. That SOP is very important. And again, vacation and blood cell counter always shows low values. Everywhere, SOPs are necessary. So what is the problem? Because there is no SOPs. And now we will move on to what is SOP. Okay, the general definition, it is a set of written instruction that document a routine or repetitive activity followed by an organization. But when it comes to a lab, documents that include a step-by-step instruction that laboratory staff should meticulously follow when performing a procedure, any procedure. And the SOPs are comply to the laboratory management lab staff to carry out complex routine operations. Okay, so SOPs inside the clinical laboratory. A number of SOPs can be written. like starting from laboratory method, sample receiving and registration, and dealing with complaints, archiving. I have listed only a little area, but once you enter and exit, everywhere SOPs can be written and it is mandatory. Okay. Next, be careful when you are using generic SOP template to prepare your own SOP. Okay, this generic SOPs always need to be checked and adapted to the situation in our laboratory. The generic means it's an insert. Okay, what comes with the kit or what comes with the instrument, like that. But generic, don't use straight away that. Okay, don't use that. People are there. They will sell our linearity is up to 500 or 600 by a kit. But we have done for many things where the linearity was not 600. In our lab, it was only 450 or 500. So that has to be done, and SOP has to be written accordingly. And your SOP should be appropriate for your department, and SOP should take into account the conditions in your local and capabilities and limitations of our department. Otherwise, the procedures performed in a laboratory are still not standardized and quality is not assured. So everything should be written for our lab. Okay, this is what I told. Package inserts do not include specific information that pertains to a laboratory. Do not rely solely on manufacturer's package inserts for SOP, but do use information from the package insert to include in the SOP. You can use the package, whatever information is there, you can include. And do use illustrations from the package insert. Okay, and again, writing SOP is a team mission. Prevent the overloading of one staff member with a huge amount of work and increases the involvement and commitment of all staff members. One person can't write the SOPs for everything. Even in SOP, there are different components of SOP that can be allotted to different people. So what is the roadmap? You can see here. There's an introduction where there is overview, purpose, benefits, and writing style. That's what I told. Each and everything is a workshop topic, but I'll go through it. It's introduction means that should be an overview and should tell about the purpose of the SOP and what are the benefits of the SOP, and that should be some writing styles there with that. Again, format, title page, table of contents, text. And if we move on to the types of SOP, there are different SOPs like administrative, technical, master SOP. And technical SOP mainly deals with procedure, equipment, and analysis. And this is the process of SOP. Preparation, it should be revised and approved, and frequency of reviewing. How much time that SOP has to be reviewed, whether it's 6 months, early or too early that. And checklist, lots of SOPs should always accompanied by some checklist. And document control. You know, in the lab there are two types of documents. One is controlled and non-controlled documents. Usually SOPs should be non-controlled because it should be available to everybody at every time at their place. Don't keep it in lock and key. And document tracking and archival and how to apply. How to apply that SOP, that's another important thing. Okay. The administrative SOPs. It can be written for variety of activities like reviewing documentation such as contracts, quality assurance and management plans, inspecting or auditing, training needs, how much training is needed, and training should be for every 6 months or 1 year like that, and developing information on records and maintenance, validating data packages, describing office correspondence like that. And technical SOPs, there are lots of equipments regarding calibration, operation, maintenance, analysis, how the reagent should be prepared, how it should be stored, how the test should be performed, and procedures or lots of things are there. Then, that comes master SOP. It used to explain how an SOP should be written and how an SOP should be used. Make sure that all the SOPs in the laboratory are written the same way, written compliant. So, master SOP is like an index that's kept in the library or something. It shows everything. Okay, in addition to the various SOPs that are required, the company has to first make an SOP that defines how the various SOPs will be made, what kind of information will be stored in them. And it should also contain a time frame for revision of SOP, and it should identify the persons authorized for each activity. This is some of the difference between technical SOP and administrative. Technical SOP is for instructing for the user and how to perform a specific analytical method, like how to collect a sample, how to preserve it, and how to process and evaluate. And again, administrative is generated for administrative tasks like writing contracts, reviewing documents such as quality control projects and plans, and also include how to coordinate the activity and record the results as well as coordinating the team effort. So ideally a system owner. The system owner means here in a lab, it requires who will be coordinating or who would be supervising all the SOPs. Okay? It eliminates, what is the advantage of that? It eliminates absolute SOPs. Okay, SOPs has to be updated and should be deleted sometimes. Ensures that SOPs meet their quality requirements, are user friendly, manages SOP changes and control, distributes SOP, ensure the SOPs are current, ensure that new or changed SOPs are valid only after training has occurred. This is very important. It is not only you write some instruction and leave it to the people, you have to have that SOP, train the people on that SOP, and you can even validate your SOP by conducting some kind of exams for them, all those things, and then only it has to be put into practice. Okay? And measures test performance and periodically reports results to management, and that's how it's continuously manage the system. The title page. The title should be clearly identified the active or the, what is the activity that is there. An SOP identification number should always be there, and issue, date of issue and when it has to be revised, that also should be there in the title page. And signatures and signature date of those individuals who prepared and approved the SOP should be the who prepared it and who approved it, and when it has been done and when it will expire. And table of contents, like to locate the information, denote changes or revision made only to certain section of SOP. It's a quick reference, that's all. And text, well-written SOP should first briefly describe the purpose of the work, the scope of the work, responsibilities. Who's responsible? That is one of the important things that is lacking. Who's responsible for doing a work? Okay, again I can tell that as an example. When I go into a lab, there will be some technologists will be working. And in our lab we got 3 grades, okay? Technologist, technical officer, and senior technical officer. So what is the responsibility of the technologist? What is the responsibility of a technical officer? And what is the responsibility of the senior technical officer? So that's not clearly written. As far as I know, technologists work on the instrument and do the night duty. Technical officer work in the instrument and don't know the night duty. And technical officer not work in the instrument and not now to the night duty, and they work before the computers. This is what I know that is happening. So what is the responsible? So who is going to write that responsibility? Okay, that should be there in the SOP. That is the first thing. Responsibility of each. I can't find fault with others because we are at fault because we are not writing our own SOPs and training them. This is the thing. SOP preparation, SOP review and approval, frequency of revision and reviews, implementing SOP, and management of SOP. This should be the first title page, like name of the facility, SOP number, title, revision number, written by, edited by, authorized signature, and purpose, why, scope, responsibility, who will perform, how to do, and materials and equipment, what is needed to perform the test. This is a title page. You can always improvise on it. And following a well-written SOP would ensure consistency and accuracy. Will ensure. Without fail, it will ensure consistency and accuracy. And consistency plus accuracy is quality. And a good SOP should be concise, detailed, easily understood, reviewed and approved, and updated on regular basis. That is important. And regarding that quality assurance, quality control, where does this SOP? It lies in between quality assurance and quality control. It's a bridge. It's a bridge, and it is necessary to achieve quality control. Okay. SOP to avoid mistakes. And again it comes to the question, who should create your SOPs? Okay. You should create your own SOP. If somebody is working on an instrument, they are the first person to write the SOP. They have to write the SOP, what I am going to do in this instrument as soon as I enter. Okay. People who will perform the job. As a technologist, you are the first person who are responsible to write a SOP for the work. And people work together in a job, and people who supervise. After that, it can go to the supervisors, safety and health officer and technical writers. So the first person responsible is the person who is working in the instrument. And SOP should be available at the place where the work is performed. The original should be kept at a secure place, while working copy should be authenticated with stamps and signatures of the authorized person. And again, checklist. I'm not going to go detail into it. Each SOPs will have a checklist and they have to tick the checklist. Okay. Now we need SOPs for 7 reasons. SOP facilitate communications. Well-written SOPs clearly communicate the responsibility laboratory staff. They don't have to rely on their memories. And again, I told how it helps in quality system. And productivity. So it improves the productivity. And again, thereby it reduces the lab economics. That's another important. SOPs can be directly related to lab economics, like so more likely to achieve peak performance, increase manager productivity, like not have to retrain lab staff, not have to remind them of what needs to be done. And again, to fill and complete tasks when people are not there, that is cross-training. And finally, this is a very important part. How can you hold laboratory staff responsible for tasks and process that aren't documented? If somebody doesn't know what they have to do, it has not been documented, how we can keep them responsible? Okay, again that happened. So one of our centrifuge, there was a problem, and whenever lift the centrifuge, it will fall down. You have to hold the centrifuge, and then only you have to put the sample. But the person who went that day to the centrifuge doesn't know about that. Suddenly the top of the centrifuge fell on her hand. She went to the casualty. They asked her, do you want to put an MLC? Luckily for us, she told no need. Okay, luckily she told no need, and we escaped. Because there is no documentation. We are not documented, we have not written the SOP for centrifugation, and in the SOP we are not changed that you have to hold the top of with your hand before loading the sample. They can easily take us to task. Okay. And performance evaluation. Okay, this is one of the way, SOPs is one of the way how you can evaluate the performance, otherwise it will be a matter of opinion only. And clearly identify success, communicate deficiencies, and disciplinary action and termination. You will have a strong evidence to take disciplinary action. When learning new process, lab staff can help and train each other. They can train each other rather than relying on a manager. Every time a manager or a quality control manager doesn't need to come if well-written SOPs are there. Have the opportunity to correct and redirect each other when talks are not being performed correctly. They themselves can assess. And that's what I told you. Reduce the odds of accidents or injuries. That's the most important thing. And again, reduce legal liability. I've already given an example for that. Okay? And SOPs is not like our potty trainer. We should use our mind also in between. Okay? And we can modify. And it's a powerful statement of purpose. Okay? So the purpose of this thing is only to initiate you to think about SOP writing. And again, unless anything is brought into academics, is brought into curriculum, and you are trained, it's very difficult to evaluate and very difficult to apply. I think Thirumarugan is going to talk about academias and MLTs, challenges and all. So there we'll come and again add all those things. It has to be kept in the curriculum, SOP rating, and it has to be there. So how long we are going to do estimation of glucose by glucose, not even Foligno's method, and we are estimating in the final exam even for BSc MLT, where we have gone to lots of other methods. So include such kind of things, okay, and improve them. Increase the standard from that, and then you find fault with them. Okay, without increasing the standard, we can't find fault with other things. So these are all the lacunae that has to be covered in the academics. And again, I thank for the organization for giving me this chance to talk about SOP writing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Before we go into the take questions from the audience, I would like to introduce Dr. Preeti Chauhan, Professor of Biochemistry. Could you introduce yourself, madam?
I am Dr. Preeti Chauhan. I am Professor in the Department of Biochemistry, Lady Hardinge Medical College, Delhi.
Thank you, madam, to be with us. Now it's time to invite questions from the audience. Your clarifications, your suggestions are welcome. Someone from the audience. Can you pass on the mic to him?
Sir, thank you very much for a nice presentation on SOPs. I wanted just a very simple thing that in technical, there are two types of major SOPs. One are SOPs for procedures and other SOPs for equipment. And I wish to know what are the different components which should be covered under SOPs of equipment operations.
Okay, the question what Sir asked cannot be answered within 2 minutes or 5 minutes. That only I told. It is a topic is for a workshop. It's a workshop topic. But I'll tell you, if it's an equipment, it's starting. We have to start from like what is the equipment? What is the purpose of the equipment we have bought? And what is the date of purchase? What is it? And how to calibrate? How to verify the equipment? And what are the components of that equipment, and what is the function of each component of the equipment, and what is the known problem troubleshooting for that equipment, and how to service it, when you have to go and call for the engineers. This only I am telling only a blanket statement. Again, for procedures, the same thing. What the purpose of the test, what the principle involved, how to collect the sample further, how to store the sample further, how to do the calibration, how many standards you have to use, and again for how many weeks after you have to do the calibration. If calibration problem is not there, you should have already performed root cause analysis and what is the thing you have taken care. So these are all the, again, blanket things for procedures. SOP.
Any other questions from the audience? This one. Could you pass on mic to him?
Good afternoon, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you so much for your presentation on SOP. Do you have any tips that you can share with us on how to inculcate the culture to read the SOPs? Because in a lot of places we see the SOPs are there, but they are not the first document that the person is going to identify a problem or to understand what to do. Either they try to use their previous knowledge, or there is this mindset that I know it, I don't have to read it. I may not learn anything from it, I can save my time. And in the process, we end up creating more trouble. So any tips that you can share with us?
Again, all those procedures should be developed at your working place, at your convenience and according to your needs. We can't generalize that. What is needed for you? Where all you need SOPs and what is needed for you, and that has to be put in your master SOPs so that it will be easy for that. That's the thing, because it is not any standard. It's standard operating procedure, but it's not standard. It varies from place to place and how you're going to use.
Any other questions? There's one question from there. Somebody could pass the mic to him, mic to her.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is that whether is there a Government of India directive, whether it is mandatory for a government lab or a private lab to have SOPs? And because normally if some accidents happen, some laboratories don't have SOPs. So if some accidents happen, who will be liable?
Pull that mic.
Okay, regarding mandatory of this thing, if your labs are going for accreditation, then SOPs are mandatory. Without SOPs, you can't get accreditation, and it's best always to develop SOPs. Now we are even training our residents to develop. They prepared SOP how to use acids in the lab. Okay. Like that, whatever you think, and there's nothing called mandatory. Only if you're going for accreditation, it becomes mandatory. So otherwise, it's your need. If you want to work in a proper thing to reduce risk, you can have.
Any more questions? I am sure there will be more questions, but I understand we are running out of time. We are running short of time. There's one more question we can take. Yeah.
Very good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is how frequently we have to create new SOPs. In your lab, we used to do whenever we purchase new equipments and whenever we are introducing a new test into our lab. So is there any guidelines like how frequently we have to renew or create the SOPs?
Frequently? SOP. Modify. Okay, that's how frequently you have to modify SOPs. Again, that depends the SOPs what you are preparing. Okay, if it is for some procedure, okay, if it is for some procedure, whenever you're changing a kit and whenever you're doing for some other thing, so you have to modify. Again, it's determined by your own place and your own test.
I hope that can be the last question because we are running out of time. And I thank Dr. Ramesh for the wonderful presentation. In fact, I also learned several points from him. Before summarizing a few points, he mentioned you need to be adapting the SOPs to your own lab. You cannot borrow the general SOPs and apply it. It's a team effort. It starts from the stakeholders, right from the laboratory technologists. From there, you develop your SOPs. And the question asked, the last question, whether it should be reviewed. That also he told, depending on the type of procedure, you need to think about reviewing it as and when required. And also he mentioned about training the lab personnel in adapting the SOPs. And the most important thing I learned from him and understood from him, the responsibilities. Very often we fail to assign the responsibilities. Who is responsible for what? That confusion exists everywhere. That's an important aspect that he mentioned, and it ultimately leads to the productivity, cost effectiveness. If you implement your SOPs properly, it is going to be, your efforts are going to be more productive. And the last point I gathered from him is it should be inculcated into the academics, into the curriculum. With that, before that, let me turn to Dr. Preeti Chauhan. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, for the wonderful presentation. The few things which I would like to add, that not only in the SOPs for the biochemical parameters, we also add the sample rejection criteria and as well as the interfering factors in the basic SOPs, as well as when we are talking about the instrument SOPs, we also have to have the SOP on the condemnation of the instruments. So that is necessary whenever we are going for the accreditation process or whenever we are maintaining the instruments.
So that with that we conclude this session. Thank you all.
Ramesh sir is known for his cartoonic and bullet point slides. That was an informative talk on SOP writing, sir. Thank you, sir. I also thank the chairpersons. I now request Dr. Pankaj Kaul to give mementos for the speaker and the chairpersons. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. The coming session is going to be a sponsor talk on recent advances in laboratory automation. I request Mr. Narendra Gully, the automation specialist, to represent our platinum sponsor, Beacon Coulter India Private Limited.
So good afternoon to all. So next 20 minutes. It's okay. So next 20 minutes we are going to learn about prenatal screening. So we are from Beckman Coulter. So this is the agenda. So we will be having some introduction about the prenatal screening and what are the different kinds of screenings and what is the time frame we are doing it and what are the recent advances in screening techniques. And finally, we are going to talk about the Beckman Coulter software, which is known as Benetech. So if you look into the stages of pregnancy, so it is divided into 3 parts: first trimester, second trimester, and third trimester. So we have the screenings for first trimester, which will be done in 11 to 13 weeks. And we have the one more screening at second trimester, which will be done in 14 weeks to 22 weeks plus 6 days. So what is a screening? Screening means basically we are doing a statistical analysis about the fetus health, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any diagnostic value. So once the screening comes as a positive, then we need to go for the confirmative testing. What are the different factors that will be influencing on the screening technique? Number 1 is the age of the mother at the time of delivery and population prevalence, on which population you are using. So it might be for India different kinds of medians, for other countries different medians. Of course, we can develop the medians based on your specific region also. And some of the chemical tests which we are doing from the mother blood. Say example like PA-PPA, HCG, and alpha-fetoprotein, inhibin A, unconjugated HCl. Different kinds of tests will be done. And specific measurements of the ultrasound. And some of the factors, most important, like insulin-dependent diabetes mellitus, smoking habit, and IVF condition, and usage of some of the drugs, and usage of folic acid. So all these things will be corrected. By using of all these components, we will be generating the report for the fetus of the specific risk. So why we have to do? Basically, to confirm for this fetus health status, we need to go for the genetic testing. So genetic testing is a time-consuming process and also risk involved in this. So we will be doing the screening. Once the screening comes positive, then we will go for the confirmative testing. So it will also help to avoid the potential of the fetal loss and identifies the fetus at the risk. It can be used for single as well as twin pregnancies. And none of the screening programs can be used for more than twin pregnancies. So what are the things we will screen? Basically, we will screen for the Down syndrome, any of the software that is available. So Edwards syndrome, which is known as trisomy 18, and Pato syndrome, which is trisomy 13/18, and of course the OSB, open dural tube. And we have this SLOS measurement also, but it is not that much of popular in India. So if you look into the scenario of the India, so we have every year 25.6 millions of births are happening, and out of that we are identifying as 32,000 Down syndrome cases, which are actually confirmed by the confirmative testing. So mortality rate also 44% with congenital heart disease, and average lifespan is observed as 60 years. So they cannot be self-dependent, always it will be dependent other people for all the activities. So what are the markers we are using? If you look into this first trimester, which will be starting from 10 weeks 3 days to 12 weeks 6 days, plus it can extend to 1 more week, which is the end of 13 weeks plus 6 days, which will be done as double marker screening. And second trimester, which will be starting from 15 weeks to 22 weeks plus 6 days, and triple marker. And then second trimester, we have the quadruple marker screening also, which is also done in 15 weeks to 22 weeks plus 6 days. Ideally, for double marker, it will be in the first trimester screening, and triple and quadruple marker, you can use it for the second trimester screening. So apart from this routine, wherever we can see this double marker, triple marker, and quadruple marker, we can also do this integrated screening and sequential screening and contingent screening. Of course, the cell-free DNA testing, NAPD testing, And once any of the screening test comes as a positive, whether it may be double marker or triple marker or quadruple marker, you need to go for the confirmatory testing, CVS, chorionic villi sampling, and amniosynthesis. The difference between this CVS and amniosynthesis, once if you are doing any screening test in the first trimester, if it comes as a positive, then you need to go for the CVS. If any of the tests is coming as a positive in the second trimester, then you need to go for the amniosynthesis as a confirmatory testing. So what are the factors that will be involved? So if you look at this, mother age also very important. Whenever the woman crosses more than 36 years during the time of first pregnancy, always they will be carrying the higher risk. So if you look into this graph also, it is already clearly mentioned, like when the woman reaches to more than 40 years, it is almost coming the risk as 1:200, which will be carrying very high risk. So whenever you are choosing any software, the most important thing is median values. Medians are nothing but normal values which you are using it. So if you look into the specific screen, we had mentioned that for a HCG concentration, if you are using HCG, so we have that 11 weeks to 19 weeks, we have different kinds of medians. So whenever you are testing, whenever you are putting the gestational age of 15 weeks, 2 days, the software will automatically check in this table what is the expected normal value for this gestational age. So based on that, it will calculate the MOM value, multiples of medians. So whenever you are using this software, you should be very careful on selecting of the medians. At least you need to use this Indian specific medians. If possible, you can go with the specific region specific medians also. So in this case of first trimester screening, which will be starting with 10 weeks 3 days to 13 weeks 6 days, the most important factor here is it is combined with ultrasound markers as well as it is combined with the biochemical values. So nuchal translucency is the most important factor here, which will be contributing 60% of the detection rate. You should be very careful in selecting or entering this NT value, and you need to be very specific what is the value you are entering into the software. So because if you are changing this 0.1 nanometer also, it will affect the screening efficiency of the report. So you have to make sure that entering of the values. And here the first trimester, if you are combining with fetal NT, nuchal translucency, and beta HCG and PA-PPA, it can have the detection rate of 82 to 87%, and false positive rate will be always having the 5%. In trisomy 21 pregnancies, if you look into this, how the clinical picture, so your nuchal thickness will be very high, and beta HCG will be very high, and PA-PPA will be almost half of the expected value. So if the three conditions are expected, means observed in your report, then you can confidently release that report. And performance of the Down syndrome, if you look into this, there are so many markers. This PA-PPA will be contributing more than 35% in the detection rate. So there are some labs where they are performing without NT also this first trimester screening. Still you can able to do it, but to other labs, you should be very cautious in transporting the sample. After collection of the sample, that sample should not get exposed to higher temperatures. If it is exposed to higher temperatures, there is a chances of getting the value double. As you know, if your free beta HCG or HCG values are coming very high, it will lead to false positive cases for the Downs. So make sure that you are sending the sample within 8 hours, and within 8 hours it should be stored in properly at less than 22 degrees at least you are in your lab. So these are the different studies. In case of second trimester screening, which will be starting from 14 weeks to 22 weeks, these are the markers which we are using. In case of triple marker, we will be doing the alpha fetoprotein, HCG, and unconjugated HCl. In case of quadruple marker, we will be adding the inhibin A. So in case of quadruple marker screening, your detection rate is coming for 81% for trisomy 21. In case of trisomy 18, it will be 80%. So always in this case also, we will have the false positive rate of 5%. So how the markers will behave in case of second trimester screening? Number one, if you look into this, so normally, normal pregnancy, your alpha fetoprotein values will be keep on increasing, and E3 values also it will be keep on increasing, whereas HCG value will be keep on decreasing, and inhibin A value will be always in a constant mode. So in case if you are reporting any of the positivity for the Down syndrome, what are the characteristics you have to look into the report? Number one, your alpha fetoprotein value should be low, and HCG value should be high, and unconjugated HCl should be low, and inhibin A value will be high. In case if you are reporting the same patient for other patient for trisomy 18 positive, then you need to look into this, your alpha fetoprotein value, HCG, as well as unconjugated HCl, all the three values will be coming as a low. So what are the key aspects when you are deciding this accuracy in the risk assessment? Number one is the assay performance. Whatever the technology you are using, it should be more robust technology, and detection technology should be more sensitive, and assay should be done at right time. So whenever you are doing any screening test, you have to make sure that the gestation is falling between this first trimester or second trimester, 11 weeks to 13 weeks, or 14 weeks to 22 weeks. And always you need to use the software which will be incorporated with latest algorithms. So latest algorithm in the sense like it should be used this, especially at least Surya's algorithms. And the medians what we have been developed should be region specific, at least for Indian specific moms. And the software should be able to intake all the correction factors, as I mentioned like earlier, like diabetes related, as well as folic acid consumption and smoking habit and anti-epileptic drugs usage. And of course the RH group, RH positive status also. All these medians need to be able to enter into our software. And what are the operational costs? How much will be the cost it will be coming for us? And turnaround time, it should not be like a batch analyzer. You can able to process at any point of time as like other thyroid tests you are performing in your lab. And it can able to take the quality audits, and patient counseling also possible. And you are definitely taking care of this pre-analytics of the collection of the data, test requisition form, as well as ultrasound reports. So assay performance, if you look at this, we have this three kinds of modalities where we can able to perform this, all the double and triple and quadruple marker screening tests. We have 100 tests per hour system, 200 tests per hour system, and 400 tests per hour system. All the three are going to use the same reagent, same calibrators, and there is no change in this thing, and linearity also remains same. So these are the different kinds of markers we can able to do, and we had already mentioned the specific markers, especially if you look into this access fertility markers. We have, apart from this double, triple, and quadruple markers, we are also having a lot of other fertility parameters which we will be using in our system. So we have more than 70 different assay panels. So this is the linearity. So the advantages with our system, we have the highest linearity where it will reduce. If you know that any of the pregnant are get the result as well as calibration stability with the pack size of 50 tests per pack. So detection technology, we are having the highest sensitive technology, chemiluminescence assay, where you can able to see because of this limit where we can able to pick up the sample concentration of up to 270,000 for HCG. So we are far better than the existing other technologies. And the performance, if you look into this CAP report, CAP is already used in some of the labs as external quality control. So we have the maximum number of users that are using our Beckman-Coulter assay AFP system, AFP test, and HCG test. So this is one more proven experience of our quality and accuracy. So whenever you are selecting the medians, that's why we are very specific about the medians. We have the medians related to that. We have taken one example for this inhibin A. So the medians, when we had observed it, the medians are not same for north population of the India and west population of India or northeast population of the India. So once you had installed in your software, make sure that you are developing your own medians after a certain period of time. At least minimum 100 screenings is expected for each week, so that you can able to develop your own medians, which will be more robust. So what are the factors that will influence? Whenever you are using any of the software, these are the information which you have to make sure that you are entering correctly, like maternal date of birth of the mother. So you have to make sure that you are entering the correct date of birth, and gestational age and estimation of the method. So the gestational age can be calculated by different ways, like you can use the LMP, or you can use the EDD provided by the gynecologist, or EDD provided by the sonologist, or you can use the head circumference, or you can use the BPD. So there are so many parameters which can be used for calculation of your gestational age. You have to make sure that you are using the correct method for calculation of your gestational age. If your gestational age is wrong, then you can automatically leads to false positive or false negative. To correct the report, to increase the accuracy in the reporting. So inaccurate gestational age will lead to long erroneous screening results. You have to make sure that you are using the correct gestational age. Small changes in the gestation age also, we can see that if you are selecting as a 15 weeks 2 days, it will be coming as a negative. The same report if you are selecting as 14 weeks 5 days, then it may be coming as a positive. So you have to make sure that you are actually entering the information of correct gestational age and correct method you are using is. So recommended method is like always you go with the sonology parameters for the calculation of the gestational age when you are comparing with the physical examination parameters. So what are the advances that are happening? So far you are listening that double marker, triple marker and quadruple markers. There are some advanced techniques also come in the screening process. So if you look into this, if you are using only this NT as a nuchal thickness, it will have the detection rate of 65%. If you are using triple marker screening, then you will have the detection rate of 69%. If you are using quadruple marker, you will have the detection rate of 81%. But at the same time, if you are combining both first and second trimester, like integrated prenatal screening method or sequential integrated screening method, which will be coming as 96% and 88%. The point here we have to take it is like whenever you are combining both first and second trimester, so you have the highest detection rate in this. So advances in this thing, we will use the integrated screening, first trimester, PA, and NT. And you will combine the HCG, inhibin, and other values in the second trimester. We will give only one report at the end of the report. In case of sequential, you will do the first trimester as well as second trimester. If the first trimester comes as a positive, then you will report the patient and they will go for the confirmative testing. If it comes as a negative, then we will do the second trimester screening, combine it, and give it at the end of the screening report. So in case of contingent screening, you will have two kinds of limits. One is to 50 and one is to 1500. If the risk is coming 1:50, then you will directly go for the chromosomal testing. If the risk is coming greater than 1:1500, you will directly go for the negative report. If it is coming in the middle, then you need to wait for the second trimester. If it comes as a positive, then only you will go for the confirmative testing. So we have the software, how the software looks. I'll just have a pictures of it, how it will be looks, and what are the markers we can able to use, and what are the features we are having. We have whatever we had discussed. So you can, it is an open software. It is not necessary that you have to use it as per your software defined. You can define your protocols as per your requirement in the lab. This is the screens, different screens, how you will able to enter the software in the values. And how the report looks, this is how it reports. It will reports for 2 graphs and it can able to report 3 graphs. It is a second trimester report, which will be combining with both first as well as second trimester integrated report. So we have different kinds of protocols or algorithms and multi-level of thing. This is the one more integrated report where you will be combining for both first as well as second trimester. So that's all from my side. So if you are having any questions, then. I may not record, I can use this.
Yes, you are always mentioning that we should take the history of folic acid intake. So what is the role of folic acid and how it is influencing your parameters in detection?
In case of folic acid usage, it will be affecting the HCG concentrations, ma'am.
Is it affecting the
HCG concentration? Yeah.
Okay. As such, folic acid has a role in the neural tube defects.
Yes.
But it is affecting the HCG concentration, so it has the interfering factors.
Yes.
With it.
So good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Adityan.
Good afternoon, sir.
Actually, my question is some reference article. Actually, I'm doing research on fetus development in IVF. Some article shows that folic acid intake it is preventing or reducing Down syndrome development and other genetic defect. But some article shows that if you take chronic intake of the folic acid, it will be harm or may it cause to development of Down syndrome. What is your opinion, sir?
Sir, we are not having any definitive article so far actually about the folic acid. So we are more focused on this diabetes condition, more focused on the diabetes and smoking, and as well as usage of anti-epileptic drugs, and of course the most importantly the Rh negative status. So with our software, but we don't have any definitive articles which are being developed for the Indian population.
Folic acid is water soluble, so toxicity is actually rare. So I don't think so that it is going to cause. It is water soluble. Still, it is water soluble. So all these water soluble, the toxicity is very, very rare.
Any other?
Thank you, sir. I request the ICMLS President, Dr. Kaptan Singh Serawat, to kindly honor our platinum sponsor, Beckman Coulter India Private Limited. I also request our organizing secretaries to join with the ICMLS President. On the dais. I request Dr. Thirumurugan and Mr. Sundaramurthy also. The entire team, I would request the entire organizing team on the stage, please. May the whole Beckman team also to present on the stage.
Moving on to the next talk in the session. The topic is Update on Technological Advances in Immunohematology, presented by Dr. Dibya Jyoti Sahu. He is Assistant Professor, Department of Transfusion Medicine, JIPMER, Puducherry. Sir is here. The chairpersons for this session are Dr. N.G. Rajesh, Professor, Department of Pathology, JIPMER, Puducherry, and Dr. Prabhu Manivannan, Additional Professor, Department of Pathology, JIPMER. We are running late. Kindly keep the time. Dr. N.G. Rajesh is Professor in Department of Pathology, JIPMER. He is a Fulbright visiting professor, Houston Methodist Hospital. He has publications close to 189. We welcome you, sir. The next chairperson is Dr. Prabhu Manivannan. He is Associate Professor of Pathology, JIPMER. He is a lifetime member of ISH-BT and the Cytometry Society. He is a sponsored trainee of American Society of Hematology. Welcome you, sir.
Without much ado, we will start with the next session. Dr. Dibya Jyoti will give us a brief update on technological advances in immunohematology, considering the lunch time and nothing. So, please, Dr. Dibya Jyoti.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, the organizer committee, to give me this opportunity. So in next 15 to 20 minutes, I will be speaking briefly on immunohematology and its recent advances. Sorry for that. Sorry for that technical problem. Okay, my contents will be like standard practices in immunohematology, then technical advances, automation, and little about molecular biology. So all of you are well versed with blood grouping. So blood grouping means most of the places it is done with slide group. So what are the problems with slide group or where it is recommended? Even if how advanced we may be, always basic and fundamentals we need to remember. So slide grouping is almost not recommended by any of the federation. Only indication for slide grouping is in emergency, or if blood group is known, you need to reconfirm it. Then only you should do a slide grouping. The most accepted one in standard practice is tube grouping. And always remember, whenever you do a blood grouping in tube, reverse grouping is must. So you can see here anti-A, anti-B, anti-AB with that A cell, B cell, O cell. So reverse grouping is must to confirm any blood group. There are some pitfalls. There are some pitfalls in blood grouping, like whenever any O blood group is detected. Thank you. So whenever any O blood group is detected, you need to confirm whether it is Bombay or it is not a Bombay blood group, it is O only. So for that, anti-H is must. Similarly, when you detect any AB blood group, whenever you detect any AB blood group, you need to confirm with control cells, that is NS or bovine albumin, that is, it is not a autoagglutination. In our standard practice, many times we see AB blood group can be detected due to autoagglutination. As a result, persons with O blood group or A or B blood group may get a transfusion with AB blood group. So pitfalls are with O and AB blood group. So what are the recent advances in this? Gel card method, almost 2 decades back it came. So this is how a gel card looks like. So irrespective of whatever groups we see, with gel card, the picture is very clear, whether what is the blood group. Even some subgroups can be detected with gel card. Again, a decade back, SPRCA, that is solid phase technology, came into the whole world. And the latest technique is paper-based technique. So neo-smart paper-based techniques look like this. You can see here, it looks like this. With this, with very minimum sample, we can do a blood grouping. Very small amount of sample is required. It can be done very rapidly at bedside. These are very user-friendly. Cost is also not high. Even with these small cards, extended phenotype also can be done, and these cards are stable at room temperature also. So here is the picture how this cards looks like. Just like your malaria test or HIV hepatitis C. Like this only this cards looks like. Just you put 1 drop of cell, immediately within few minutes the result will come whether it is blood group is A, B, AB or O. The next one is your solid phase technology. So in solid phase technology, we can detect group, blood group, forward, reverse with microplates. So chances of error will be less with this solid phase technology. Recent advances on this immunohematology is EMT, that is erythrocyte magnetized technology. What happens here? They bead, few magnets they bead with the RBCs. So once RBCs are bead with magnets, so even if when antibodies are attached to the RBCs, they can be distinguished whether RBCs are sensitized or not sensitized. We have moved from tubes to gel card, and in this decade microarray has come. With microarray technology again, plenty of blood grouping, minor phenotyping, in a large scale it can be done. After blood grouping, the next most important thing what a immunohematologist do are ICT, DCT. and I hope in most of the places the standard practice is tube test. The fundamental behind that, with this ICD-DCT, we could able to detect incomplete antibodies. So when whoever practices blood banking, they know we have mostly IgM and IgG type of antibodies. These IgM are complete antibodies. Usually we don't face any problem to detect them. But when it is a IgG antibody to the RBCs, they will get attached, they will cause hemolysis, but agglutination won't be visible. For that reason, you need to incubate and you need to put another reagent, that is AHG, anti-human globulin, so that these antibodies will be detected. Based on this principle, we have indirect Coombs test and direct Coombs test. Although the standard or the gold standard is tube testing, but advances have reached in this ICD-DCT also with gel cards, with SPRCA, and the latest technology is flow, where DCT negative autoimmune hemolytic anemias, which is a headache for most of the hematologists also, can be detected. So before going to the further sections on antibody screening and antibody identification, where we face this problem, usually the scenarios will be transfusion, some person who have taken regular transfusion, or any transplantation or pregnancy. These are the cases where immunohematologically antibodies can be formed. For example, suppose a mother who is Rh negative carries a fetus Rh positive, or a mother who is KL negative carries a fetus who is KL positive. We are well versed with Rh, so I will give this example of Rh blood group, Rh negative mother carrying a Rh positive fetus. So there happens some hemorrhage, pituitary hemorrhage. So due to hemorrhage, some of these RBCs who are D positive, they can pass through the placenta, goes to the maternal circulation. Initially there will be a primary response. So in primary response, the type of antibody will be IgM type. We don't have much problem with IgM type of antibodies. But when there is a secondary assault, may happen during that pregnancy, may happen in the future pregnancy. So even if small volume of RBCs goes to maternal circulation, there will be secondary immune response. So with secondary immune response, the antibody will be IgG. So those are incomplete antibodies. They are not detected at room temperature. They are not detected with simple media. You need to have a Coombs test to detect these IgG antibodies. However, clinically they are significant. They cause fetal loss. They cause drop in hemoglobin. And the same fundamental remains also for thalassemia patients, for sickle cell patients who take regular transfusion. So we need to detect whether any antibody has been developed against these antigens. So to detect this antibody, we need to have antibody screening and identification. So I explained the scenario. The procedure is either you can do by tube testing, you can do by SPRC, that is solid phase technology, or you can do by gel card technology. Usually the screening is done with 3-cell panel. These are the 3-cell panel, panel 2, panel 3. The fundamental is we have around 45 blood group system, but for all laboratory works we detect only ABO and RH. RH also only D blood group we detect. We don't see CE. But the persons who take regular blood transfusion, suppose somebody is Duffy negative, he has been given with Duffy positive blood. Somebody is KL negative, given with KL positive blood. For them, the chances of getting an antibody against those red cells are very high. For this reason, we need to see whether the patient has developed antibody or not. So these are the 3-cell and 11-cell panels for antibody screening. In that, each cell panel has corresponding antigens. So if antibody is formed against red cell, it can be detected. Just we need to put cells panels with either in gel card or with SPRC technology or tube also. After antibody screening and antibody identification, the most common immunohematological workup is minor phenotyping. So minor phenotyping means besides your ABO and RHD, what other antigens are there which could be clinically significant in those three scenarios, that is pregnancy, transplantation and transfusion. Transfusion means those who are taking regular transfusion. So for them, we need to have minor phenotyping cards. So these are the advances, like you can see, this patient is capital C negative while small c is positive. So small c cannot develop in this patient, while this capital C, capital E, the antibody can be formed against these antigens. After minor phenotyping, the next common, most important thing for immunohematology is elution and absorption. So what is the fundamental behind that? Suppose one person develops antibody against multiple antigens. Suppose somebody develops anti-KL, anti-Duffy, anti-KIT, then how to distinguish? Because you need to distinguish to give them an antigen negative blood. For that, we need a elution and absorption method. So at the right side, we have the reagents where we can distinguish which antibody is present in whom. Advances in immunohematology, the next most reason is bone marrow transplant and kidney transplant cases. In bone marrow transplant, we need to have a ABO titers for donor to patient transplantation. For example, the transplant can be major, minor or bidirectional. Usually in most of the places of the world, tube technique is recommended. So we can do a double dilution technology to know the titer. However, gel techniques also is used in some centers. So there is nothing which is good or bad. You can have titers in gel card also, in solid phase technology also. Just we need to see repeatability, whether the same titer whatever you are getting, whether it is repeated or not, and its correlation, clinical correlation. For example, for ABO incompatible transplants, kidney transplants, the 1:8 we take with tube. Now same thing, some other centers they are doing with gel card. They are getting 1:16 is effective. So that for that center, we can have a SOP with gel card. We can have a titer of anti-A titer 1:16, which is safe to go for ABO incompatible transplant. Next field is your approach to blood group discrepancy. Again, this is a pitfall where most of the technical persons face a problem. Sir, grouping is not able to resolve. So what are the scenarios? Most common scenario is technical error. So going ahead to resolve anything, we can first you need to rule out any technical error. Then most important is history. Suppose some patient is in the bimodal age, maybe very less, age is less than 6 months, infant, or more than 80. So some antigen loss may be there. Another scenario is post bone marrow transplant case. So what happens? In post transplant, sometimes blood group also changes. So you need to take that history also. Again, sometimes we say some patients or some persons come, sir, my blood group is A, but your lab is detecting O. So in those cases, we need to resolve grouping discrepancy. So most important is history. Next, if history-wise it is resolved, you can go for increased cell serum ratio. Sometimes suppose you do a grouping from PRBC bag, maybe the serum concentration or plasma concentration is less. So you need to increase the cell serum concentration to resolve the grouping. If it is also not resolved, maybe increase the incubation time. These antibodies are IgM type of antibodies. Usually they are very good at room temperature. So increase the incubation time in room temperature, maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes to 30 minutes. So it will be resolved. If still it is not resolved, maybe you may be dealing with a subgroup. So for that, maybe a reference labs you can send, And nowadays, the more concept of genotyping is coming. With genotyping, we can resolve almost all type of blood group discrepancies. This is the situation is approach to incompatibility. You did a cross matching and your result came as incompatible. How to approach in that? So which are the cases? What are the problem you may face in compatibility? Usually when we do a cross matching, we have a cell, we have serum, and we have a media. So problem may lie with any one of them. Suppose you have a problem with cell. Cell means red cells. So what you need to do a DCT test. If DCT is positive, then whatever cross match you do with that PRBC bag, everything will be incompatible. Next is serum. So in serum or in plasma, the problem may be with autoantibody or maybe with alloantibodies. So you need to do a 3-cell panel, 11-cell panel to resolve whether it is autoantibody or alloantibody. If it is autoantibody, we can go for autoabsorption. Followed by autoabsorption, we can go for best match blood. Similarly, if it is the alloantibody, what we are going to do, we have to find out which is the culprit, that antigen negative blood to be transfused. So coming to the newer blood group, as we know, we are doing only ABO and RSD. So these are two blood group systems. Besides that, we have almost 45 blood group system. This is data from the last month. 45 blood group system has been discovered. Only ABO and RH, these two. RH also, out of 57 antigen, we do only D. So for in general population, they don't have much importance, but the persons who are taking regular transfusion or pregnant ladies, multiparous ladies, for them alloantibodies may form. So update says 45 blood group systems have been detected till date. There are 360 red cell antigen which are responsible for blood group antigens. So what is new? New is the nanotechnology. Many a time we say this much sample is not enough. Go back, return the sample. Sample has been clotted, return the sample. And the patient or the person who has given blood may be a neonate. The total blood volume in a neonate may be 200, 300 ml. So every time we cannot ask for larger sample. So with nanotechnology, with very less volume also, all immunohematological tests may be done. Other is red cell genotyping. So red cell genotyping I will speak in my further slides. Once you do a genotyping, most of the problems will be resolved. Therefore, this paper came in Blood Group Genomics, implementing mass scale red cell genotyping at blood center. So if it may not be feasible in India, but most of the other centers, they do red cell genotyping. So this is a paper came in Transfusion, which says irrespective of extended cell matching, genotyping is gold standard and should be adopted by most of the centers. Okay. So this is my last slide. Why molecular technology? Because molecular technology can resolve in DCT or DAT positive cases. Even for recently transfused cases also, we can go for molecular typing to know the blood group, exact blood group, so that antigen matched blood can be given in any circumstances. Even for antenatal cases also, where there is RST zygosity, where there is NET, that is neonatal alloimmune thrombocytopenia, all these cases also, your answer is molecular technology, and with genotyping we can resolve. So thank you very much. Thank you again to the organizers. I will be happy to take some questions.
Nicely presented, Dr. Dibijyoti. If there are any questions from the audience, I know it's a lunch time. If you have any questions, we can wind up with one or two questions from the audience. There are no questions. I would like to ask one. How will you differentiate the autoantibodies from the alloantibodies?
Usually one panel is there, 3-cell panel and 11-cell panel. Suppose you are dealing with autoantibody, then the strength of reaction in all panel will be equal. If it is an alloantibody, in that panel some will be negative, some will be positive. From that we can suspect whether it is alloantibody or autoantibody. Thank you.
I think if there are no more questions for want of time, we will close the session. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. I would like to call upon Dr. Anand Vairavel, the co-organizing secretary, to present the certificates and mementos to the chairpersons and speaker. Dr. Anand Vairavel. Small announcement. After 2:30, the poster presenters can go pin your posters in the community hall. And the symposium 2, which will start at 4:15, is in the first floor of this auditorium.
We have our last pre-lunch session right now. The topic is NABL accreditation of laboratories. The presenter is Dr. Rakesh Singh, Professor and Head, Department of Microbiology. Our chairpersons for the session will be Dr. Ramesh, Professor of Biochemistry, and Dr. Pampa C.H. Choi, Professor, Department of Pathology. Dr. Ramesh is the Professor of Biochemistry in JIPMER, and he is a specialist in obtaining NABL accreditation for clinical chemistry lab. He has presented many scientific papers and is the holder of various awards. He has more than 35 publications in various national and international journals. Dr. Pampa Choi is the Professor of Pathology in JIPMER. She has a special area of interest, which is breast pathology, female genital tract, lung pathology, and gastrointestinal tract and molecular diagnostics. She holds many publications and awards to her credit. She is the Chief Course Coordinator of BSc Allied Health Sciences and is a member of the Academic Advisory Committee, JIPMER. She is a member of the Institute Ethics Committee and is the chairman of the Legal Service Clinic for the students of Northeastern states in JIPMER, established by UTPLSA. Students, the session is in progress. Kindly maintain.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor for me to introduce Professor Rakesh Singh. He is the head of Microbiology Department in JIPMER now, and he is the president of IIMM Puducherry and Director of National IITP course program, and he has completed Enable Accreditation for the HIV laboratory and received Certificate of Excellence Award for achieving 5-star quality standard in HIV testing of ICTC JIPMER. Welcome him, sir. You can start your talk. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to the respected chairpersons and the audience. I know I have come in between your lunch, and this is one session which is going in the middle of the lunch. Right? So I try, because the session which is given to me for the Enable Accreditation, we know that Enable Accreditation we can't complete it within 20-minute session. So I try to be brief, tell you what is the importance of this thing. So is it working there? Yeah. Right. So Enable Accreditation, we have already a beautiful or important session which goes in the morning. One is regarding the quality assurance and SOP. These are the two important sessions, which is whether SOP is mandatory or not. Even accreditation is also not mandatory. It is not a mandatory accreditation. SOP is one of the mandatory criteria. Right. So accreditation, for simple layman term, it is similar to the quality in laboratory testing. Right. What is the meaning of the quality? Everyone, all of us, we have certain understanding about the quality. We also practice quality in day-to-day activity. We'll start with one simple example. Suppose if a person, Mr. X, wants to purchase one shirt which is of a certain size. One option could be that he can survey various shops and pick up one and compare different shirts and pick up one shirt which he feels that it is a quality shirt. That is one option. Another could be he can also tag around one friend who can give him advice. So therefore, he can pick up the shirt based on this advice. So there he can also get a tag with that shirt, that person likes it. If the person likes that shirt, he wants to purchase the same shirts. Then so here time will be saved. So it is because of the he is aware that particular brand, as for example brand Y shirts is of a good quality shirt. So therefore it saves time. The person can go to the Y branded shirt and choose a shirt. Right? So here, because of the brand, it gives certain sort of reliability. And it also, again here, if you see that it depends on the one person experience, because it has his personal experience, maybe he might have the experience from his friend. Now suppose there is another situation where there is a third party which uses certain criteria, and based on the criteria they put the mark, just like mark Z. If they mark Z, irrespective of the branded shirt, if they mark Z, and the mark Z, because it is based on certain standard or criteria, it gives a impression or to the confidence to the person that it is good quality. So if that is the thing, then it is easier, it is much more reliable, because it is based on professional activity, it is based on the third activity, third person who is doing this marking, mark X, mark Z, which gives the reliability to the person or the confidence to the person that the product, right? So what happens here, it saves a time and it also a reliable thing. So there are two things which is very crucial in any quality report is accuracy and reliability, and that is what is needed in the accreditation. So accreditation is nothing, but it is the same thing. A third party based on certain standard gives assurance that the work or procedure which is done in that particular laboratory is a good quality report or good quality results. There could be many possibilities. See, we turns it into the laboratory setting also. Before going to that one, we just see that one. What are the certain marks? You must have come across certain marks, certain symbols, ISI mark if it is there, or the hallmark which is there in the gold thing, what does it indicate? It does not indicate anything. It is not a brand or it is not a branded item, but it gives assurance that the product is having, because it is passed through certain standards, certain criteria, then only hallmark is put onto the gold items, and it gives a satisfaction or some sort of quality to the customer. So that is what is certain symbols which we are already following it. Similar to that one, what is available in the hospital or for the laboratory? It is NABL, similar to that one. If any testing report contains this symbol or this mark, even layman can understand the testing done in this laboratory is as per accurate, reliable, and the result what is produced is accurate. Right? So it is useful for the layman. It is also gives confidence to the person. It also gives confidence to the clinician, because if the report is NABL accredited laboratory, generated from the NABL accredited laboratory, and how it is identified? With one mark, one brand, NABL mark, NABL thing there. Right. We have also come across certain situations when we get the report from one laboratory, and when it is shown to certain, say for AIMS, they will say that one, okay, this test result may not be reliable, we need to retest it, right? But this situation may be avoided if the test is performed in a NABL accredited laboratory. However, not only in India, but the most crucial thing is it is also acceptable worldwide. So if the report contains one mark, NABL mark, it is the report is acceptable worldwide. That is the importance of NABL accreditation. So there are two words there. One is certification and one is accreditation. Right? Certification is a process by which a third party, here again a third party, gives a written assurance that a product, process, system, or a person, here also it can be given to a person, conforms to specified requirement. So here again one requirement is there, a certification is given, right? It can also be given to the person, but accreditation is different. So you must understand the difference between certification and accreditation. Accreditation is a procedure by which authoritative body, it is not given by anybody, it is one of the authoritative body which gives formal recognition that an organization, it is only given to the organization, is competent. The most important word which is here is the competent to carry out specific tasks. Right? So the difference between certification and accreditation is the one of the important terminology, the competency. Right? What is competency? It is the demonstrated ability to apply knowledge and skill. Right? So that is what is the difference between certification and accreditation that I was talking about it. Certification may be given to a person, but accreditation is usually given to the organization. And certification, basically, that is competency is not assessed. So therefore, technical officer is not required, while in contrast, accreditation competency is a mandatory requirement, and therefore technical assessor is always be present for the assessment. Now the standard which is used for certification is ISO 9001, while for accreditation the standard, because it has accreditation or anything is done with the standard or the criteria, and the criteria for the standard which is used for accreditation is ISO 15189. Right? So what is the standard which is used is ISO 15189. Apart from that, there is one more, is the NABL 112. Now, whenever we are talking about accreditation, usually in simple word, it should have accurate, reliable, and the report should be provided in time. And as we thought of accurate and reliable result, see, whenever we are performing the test, how do we expect a test which is performed on a biological sample right? It every time it can give the same result. It may not be give the same result, but it should give a near same result. So accurate and reliable test result can be done only with the help of, that is, I think, one slide previous, if you can move it, because I think there it is. Oh, next slide. Yeah. That is there, because accurate and reliable test report is only possible if the test is performed in a similar manner all the time. And how it is done in a similar manner all the time? That with the help of SOP. So therefore, that's why, as in the previous session, it was stressed so much that for any testing procedure, SOP is one of the important requirement, and it should be made by the person who performs the test. So therefore, for accreditation, one of the important thing is SOP, and SOP should be made by the person, means may be initiated by the person. It may be refined further, but it should be always generated by the person who performs the test, because they know all the integrity of the test. So SOP is one of the important things which will, if it is followed, then only we can anticipate that it will give rise to accurate and reliable test result. So what is one, SOP is one of the documentation, because one of the important drawback, or one I can say is the limitation of accreditation is, or the challenge in accreditation is the documentation. Right? And in documentation, there are three tiers of documentation. One is the quality manual, another is the quality system procedure, and then the last one is called the SOP. So quality manual is basically tells you what to do. QSP usually tells you how it happens, and SOP usually tells you how to do. So detailed procedure is written in the SOP, and then there is a higher document which will tell you about the quality system procedures, and the ultimate one document which should be there is the quality manual. So this is one of the limitation, because we do not even make the SOP. Right? SOP is always deficient in most of the lab. Right? If SOP is deficient, how can we think of QSP and quality manual? So therefore, one of the important limitation which usually happens in accreditation, or the challenge which faces, is the documentation. Equipment is all meant, because testing procedure usually requires equipment and reagent. We have already talked about what is required in that one. But equipment, whenever we talk about the equipment, three things which we should consider: calibration, control, and maintenance. Maintenance, usually it is given in the manual. What should be performed daily, what should be done weekly, what should be done might has happened. Right? So what is needed is probably it needs a recalibration, which is done at the manufacturer level, which will readjust the spring which is there in the micropipette, which then it delivers the 10 microliter. So it is basically the learning of the equipment. So calibrator basically is used to teach the equipment. In contrast, controls again is standardized or characterized samples or materials which is used to validate the test assay. Right? We are expecting the control should fall within a desired limits. If it does not fall within the desired limit, what does it mean? That the test assay is invalid. So what we need to do is we need to either rerun the test. That is the need for the equipment. So equipment, calibration, controls also covers for the reagents. Right? Control and maintenance, these are the three things which is usually used. So quality assurance, SOP, as already is been discussed in detail, has a very important and crucial role. Without that thing, we could not proceed further. Inclusion of the control, as we told, controls should always is required. And apart from controls will tell us how the lab is performing, means how the assay is performed inside a laboratory setup. But then we should also know that how is our performance with respect to the other laboratory. If the same sample is tested in another laboratory, what is the result? Usually the variation should not be much. So therefore, it can be achieved by participation in the EQUAS, because in the EQUAS, so therefore participation in EQUAS is one of the mandatory criteria for accreditation. So in EQUAS, usually a characterized sample is given to all the participating laboratories. They will perform the test on the same sample and they will give the result, and the feedback is given from the EQUAS providers or PT providers about their performance. So it will give you the idea about how the laboratory is performing with respect to the other laboratories. Apart from analytical is usually now renamed as pre-examination, and post-analytical is post-examination. So most of the errors, as it was described in the morning itself, that most of the error happens in the pre-analytical area, right? So what is happening is sample is going through all the three phases, means all the phases to give, ultimately comes in the form of a report, right? So quality indicators act as a checks in between, right? In the form of, suppose for the pre-analytical, you can have the sample rejection rate or hemolyzed samples. In the analytical area, you might have the QC or EQUAS. Post-analytical, the transcription error rate. So these are the things in the form of quality indicators which the laboratory can monitor it. This is used for the improvement of the laboratory, because if they can get to know about the various quality indicators, they find out that okay, that there are very high transcriptional error rate. So therefore they need to control on the transcription error rate, so they need to take action to minimize the errors in the transcriptions. Right? So this is the importance of the quality indicator. Quality indicators, the presence of the quality indicators will help in improving the performance of a laboratory. So another way of improvement is the audit. So audit is in the form of internal audit. Internal audit, basically the word which we call it internal audit, where a auditor which is not associated with the laboratory, but the auditor must be trained in those documents, ISO 15189 and 112. Right? So the person should be trained on those documents, can visit, assess the laboratory, and can give the feedback based on the test which is performed in the laboratory. Right? So the question is, NABL accreditation at the moment is not a mandatory requirement, or even SOP writing is also not the mandatory requirement. But why we should do it? Right? It gives a formal recognition. Number one is formal recognition as a competency, because it is a competency test. Everyone, we can say that our lab is best. The test performed in our lab is always best. But if it is assessed by a third party and they give that recognition, that has a much more value rather than, because everyone can say our lab is doing a best. Right? So the another important thing is it enhances customer confidence. Right? So patient, they are confident about the reports which they receive it. Clinician, they are confident about the reports which they receive it. So based on that, they can usually treat the patients. And importantly also, it has international recognition. Right? So even the report which is generated, which has a NABL mark on that one, has got an international recognition. It saves time and money, because what is the most common thing which we do it? If we want to confirm our test, we want to keep on repeating the test. Right? This is avoided if the technician is confident, SOP is followed, they are confident in the result, that whatever is performed, it is giving a correct test result. So we do not have to repeat or spend time and money on retesting. So therefore it saves time and money of the laboratory,
it saves time and money of the patient, because patient also certain times, if they get the report and they want to confirm it, how they confirm it? They will give another sample to the another laboratory. Suppose a person gets a report and the person is told that this report is HIV positive report. Right. So the person will rethink over it, and how does it confirm the report? He will give another sample to the another laboratory. So again, laboratory is doing the same thing, retesting it to confirm it. Customer or the patient is also doing it, clinician is also doing it. So with the help of enable accreditation, it saves all this thing, because retesting is not required. All of them are confident about the test report. The test procedure which is followed in enable accredited lab is up to date, and the result which is reliable and accurate. Right. Even the projects, the funding agencies look for the accreditation. They will prefer the financial support to those laboratories which is having enable accreditation. And one of the important thing is it protects from the litigation. Now a lot of things are coming up for the litigation. If there is an enable accredited lab and the person has performed the test as per SOP, that person or the lab or the doctor in charge of the lab are protected from the litigations. So this is one of the, again, important benefit of this thing. Sir has already told about that one, because if SOP is not there, so there is a worry about the litigation. So that happens. So therefore SOPs or accreditation is required. If it is followed, it will save you against from the litigation charges. So whenever, if audit is done, after the audit there is a management review meeting. Once management review meeting is done, the lab is ready for the application. So they can apply it. Usually the quality manual is to be submitted, the quality manual along with the management review meeting. Then the enable usually looks for the document. Basically first they assess the document. So that is called the adequacy audit. So after the adequacy audit, they will appoint a lead assessor. Lead assessor will check for the pre-assessment, will assess with the help of pre-assessment, and then the lead assessor says that whether the lab is ready for enable accreditation. Once the lead assessor gives a green signal, then the final assessment is done along with the lead assessor and the technical assessor. So both a whole team, if the lab scope is more than the whole team, one team is created and team is visit the lab and look for the accreditation, and if they find that there is no NCs, they are non-conformity, which is called the non-compliance, then the lab gets the accreditation. Usually the accreditation is given for 2 years. So basically, it is not impossible. It is nothing, although in most of the lab which we are not doing the accreditation, but it is not impossible thing. During the COVID time, one of the important things which was kept is the lab should be enable accredited. So because it is kept as one of the mandatory criteria, so therefore we saw that many labs went for the enable accreditation and they got it. So it is a matter of commitment. The first and foremost commitment should come from the administration, right? And it also involves budget and financial support. So therefore, that commitment should be there from the administration side. Then first thing what we need is the document, because these are the standard which is followed. ISO 15189 and NABL 112. NABL 112 is freely available. You can download it. And because it is not there in the curriculum, we are not aware of this document. We have not taught about this document. If documentation is done, then rest of the part is more or less smooth, because that is more or less is followed. Right? Participation in EQUAS, or if EQUAS is not there, inter-laboratory comparison, IL, it should be followed. Equipment, we know EMC and calibration should be there. And once this is usually available, and then what is needed is safety audit, internal audit. If we do the audit, and we should have the management review meeting, and with the minutes of the management review meeting, we are ready to apply for the NABL accreditation. So we can apply it. So we, in that one, we also did for the HIV testing, as was mentioned in there. So we are given the certificate for outstanding performance. This is, you can see that CDC, NACO, and Government of India, they have usually provided. So we also get the recognition, but it requires the first and foremost also the administrative involvement is one of the important thing, because that is one of the thing which is required. Finances is required, then only it is feasible. So we could able to do for the HIV tests for the enable accreditation. So with that one, this is all about enable accreditation. Thank you very much.
So first of all, we would like to congratulate Dr. Rakesh and thank you very much for a lucid presentation. You've made it very simple, and I don't think I need to say much because it was really simple. So if anybody has question, you can ask him. And he's told us all aspects of NABL accreditation. So I don't think that we need further explanation. So if anybody wants to ask question, you are free to ask. Dr. Ramesh, anything?
Yes, sir. Sir.
Thank you, Professor Rakesh.
Thank you.
It's so nice you have elaborated the subject in a nice way.
Thank
you. Just as an introduction, I would like to tell you that at PGI-MER Chandigarh for microbiological diagnostics, I had been quality manager for 8 long years.
Thank you.
I would like to say something about EQUAS, external quality. Sometimes samples come to a laboratory. EQUAS samples come to a laboratory, and what some laboratories do, that's my personal observation.
Correct.
So no hit and wit. It's my personal observation. What is being done, that the authorities receive the sample, and they now have, suppose there are 10 persons who are doing that particular test, they will already have an identified person who is competent enough to perform a good work.
Exactly.
So they will give the sample to him only. It should never be done. The sample should be, it should never be told to the person that it is a EQUAS sample. The sample should be processed in such a way as we are processing the routine samples of all the patients. There are a lot of things to talk, but time does not allow us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the detail about EQUAS thing. You are very true. Usually it happens, EQUAS samples whenever it comes to the lab. I am also usually looking after the EQUAS activity of the parasitology laboratory. So under the IATP banner, we started actually EQUAS thing in 2013. And right now, usually there are more than 50 laboratories which is participating under this section. So I am also fully aware about this thing. Usually EQUAS sample is usually considered as a VIP sample, just like VIP sample. So it is usually performed by the best of the technicians, and it has given special care, and usually it is usually performed in a multiple times. But the purpose of the EQUAS is basically it should be usually taken as one of the routine sample. It should be performed and undergo the same process as any other sample comes into the laboratory. This is the only way by which we can get to know what could be usually the error in the laboratory, and then we can get to know that unless we know the error, then only we can improve upon the errors. So it will help us to know about the errors, and we can improve upon these errors. So this is what is required, and thank you very much for bringing this part of EQUAS in enable accreditation. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Since wanting of time, we will close the session, and I'll once again thank Dr. Rakesh Singh for a wonderful talk and telling it what is the need for enable accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. Thirumurugan, co-organizing chairman of ICMLS 2023, to give the certificate and memento. Certificate and memento to both the speakers and the chairpersons. We will now break for lunch, but because of our lack of time, we'll be starting the post-lunch session at 2:30. Those who have stayed back, thank you very much. You can finish your lunch and come join us. And so kind of you to stay till now, postponing.
Years of experience in the field and has published 63 national and international journal publications. She is one of the board of governors for IISER and the member of governing body of JIPMER. She also holds many national and international awards, medals and prizes. Yeah, please.
Welcome to this station, and I am very happy to be part of this function, and thanks the organizer for the same. We have very important topic, quality control in flow cytometry. The immunophenotyping is a common and very important investigation for enumeration and characterization of various cells in blood, bone marrow and also in the tissues. We have with us Dr. Prabhu Manivannan, who is additional professor, Department of Pathology, JIPMER, who has very nice experience for a long time at JIPMER, and he is going to take now the quality control in flow cytometry. So over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, very good afternoon everyone. Very good afternoon my teachers as well as chairpersons. I hope you had a very heavy lunch. It becomes difficult to concentrate, but I make it very simple today, just giving the concepts and the overview about simple QC norms in flow cytometry. Right? So at the outset I would like to thank the organizing secretary as well as the entire team for organizing such a wonderful event, and without wasting much time we will get into the topic proper. This quality control in flow cytometry. This is our standard disclaimer. For the next 20 minutes I will take you to this initially about how to what is basically about the flow cytometry is all about, and then I will discuss what are the three major components involved in the flow cytometry, and then I will give you we cannot cover the entire scope of QC in 20 minutes, so I will be just discussing three salient aspects related to the quality control in flow cytometry. Now we will see one by one. What do you mean by this flow cytometry? The term flow cytometry comprises of three technical terms, that is flow, which means the motion of fluid stream, whereas a cyto means it's a cell, metry means it's a measure. So put all these three entities together, you will get measuring the properties of a cell while it is in the fluid stream. That's called as a flow cytometry, right? So now we need to understand how the cell passes into this instrument to complete its journey and how it produces a signal. So basically any flow cytometry instrument, if you take, it will have the three basic components, namely the fluidic system, the second one is optical system, the third one is electronic system. So all the physics laws which are related to these fluidics, optics as well as electronics will be applied in each and every component here, right? So it's a combination of fluidics, optics and the electronics. So we will see one by one. In the fluidics, what happens is that the sample most often we use is in blood and the bone marrow, which is most likely to be in a fluid state or otherwise in a cell suspension state. So most of the samples we run here, I think it's, oh, okay. No, this laser, okay. So whatever we do the cell sample, just the suspension, it is injected into this system here, the cells. Once, once the cell gets acquired into this instrument, there is a fluid, the cell which is going inside the center will be surrounded by another layer of fluid called as a sheath fluid. So by basically adjusting the pressure differences between these two layers, that is internal layer and the outer layer of the fluids, we can be able to make the cells to get aligned in such a way that only it flows in single cells at any given point in time, like this. So only one cell will be going through the given point called as an aperture or otherwise called as an interrogation point. This is called as this is seen in this fluidic system. So the second component is called as an optical system, where we use a monochromatic light called as a laser. This laser, the most important component is this optical system, because we will use this laser to pass on to this cell so that we can exploit the light scattering property of the cell, because cells, we know that once it passes through any light, it tends to scatter the lights, right? So we will be exploiting the light scatter property of the cell, that is number one. And at the same time, the cell consists of numerous antigens at various levels, right? So we use some reagents, particularly antibodies, to allow the antibodies to bind into these antigens. So basically we are creating an antigen and antibody reaction at this place. These antibodies are essentially a fluorescent conjugated dyes, which this laser will produce an excitation as well as an emission wavelengths. So these are all the basic physics that we will be dealing with. So this is the laser beam which we use. So it will go and interact these cells. This point is called as an interrogation point. So we are exploiting the light scatter property of the cell as well as the antigen and antibody properties of the cell. These two important things we will be using here, and the light, whatever it is scattered, will be captured by the detectors so far, which will be kept at different places. This is what is happening in the optical system, and subsequently all these light signals should get converted into an electrical signal, which is what happening in this electronic system, and which will be eventually read in the softwares. There are numerous softwares which are available, so we will analyze through these softwares. This is what is happening in the electronic system. This is in nutshell about what is happening within this flow cytometry machine is, right? So if you broadly look into that, the quality control should be ensured at this instrument level. That is number one. The number two is at the reagent level, because I said most of the reagents are antibodies. So at the antibody level, we need to make sure that quality control is kept in place, and at the same time, the procedure is being performed or the process is being performed, that you need to make sure that the quality control is in place. So there are three important categories that I am going to talk. One is related to this instrument QC, another one related to this reagent QC, another one related to the process QC. This we will be seeing one by one. These are all the two instruments what we use. Basically we use 3 different lasers in both this instrument, namely a red laser, violet laser as well as a blue laser, which forms the most important component of any flow cytometer for that matter, right? So QC, we have been discussing this from the morning. It's nothing but a continuous system that monitors and operational techniques as well as activities during different phases of testing. The ultimate goal is to make sure that the test results are accurate as well as reliable. So as I discussed, I will be discussing one by one. First one related to an instrument QC, the second one related to the reagent QC, the third one is the process QC. For any of the flow cytometer to be working properly, it should be kept in an ambient environment. So we need to make sure that every day, every morning, once any technician comes in, you need to make a log of what is the temperature recording there, what is the ambient humidity is there. So 15 to 25 degrees Celsius and 30 to 80% relative humidity is required for this instrument to function properly. Then I told about the fluidics. Fluidics is all about the pressure. Once you keep the sample, it should suck it properly so that a pressure has to be generated. The pressure has to be monitored very properly every day by analyzing the pressure gauges there. These are all the pressure gauges that you need to monitor and then make it documented in every day logbook. So these are all the pressure check you have to do it. This is related to an ambient environment as well as the pressure check, which is related to the fluidic compartment that I spoke. Then the most important component is related to an optical system, because the laser is the most important thing. So first and foremost is the optical alignment to be ensured very, very properly. Otherwise, the slightest deviation in the optical alignment will also lead to an erroneous results. That should be avoided. So what we do is we use a commercially available bead component called as a FlowCheck Pro, which is nothing but a fluorospheres available in a different dimensions. Basically 10 microns, 6 microns and 3 microns, which is correspondingly should be used for a different type of lasers. As I already said, we use these 3 different type of laser. So 10 micron fluorospheres for this blue laser, 6 for red laser and 3 micron for violet laser to be used. So once we use this fluorospheres, the chart will be generated like this. For each and every channel that it is getting detected, it will produce a very sharp peak like this. Once any sharp peak is produced, and we will calculate the coefficient of variation at the off of the peak level, what you call it as an HPCV, that is off-peak coefficient of variation. This has to be measured for each of these detectors separately, and whatever we measure, it should fall within this desired established range. Most often it will be between 2 to 4 for the different detectors. It will be entered into the logbook manually, or otherwise it will get captured automatically into the system using the software. Most often it will get automatically plotted onto this LJ chart. So, and then you need to apply whether the Westgard rules are getting satisfied or not for the acceptance criteria or not. If acceptance criteria are not getting satisfied, you need to check whether any warning signals are generated or any violation of these rules are getting there or not, so that you need to reject the runs. This is the first and foremost thing. You need to do it before running the patient sample. So this is how we plotted the LJ chart for the entire month of August. If you see, most of the plots, it is very well within the normal range between a plus standard deviation and a -2 standard deviation. If you see, there is only one red dot which is there at the top, which is indicating an out of range. So what we did is, we just closed down the machine and then again restarted the machine. The next subsequent point, if you notice, it is lying within the acceptable range, which indicates that the error which is happened there, it's by chance, what you call it as a random error. So random error, we cannot control it, which will happens usually by chance. There are no systematic error for the last few months, so the machine is in place. So this is what we need to ensure. Apply the Westgard rules whenever possible. So the second important component, it's related to this optical system as well as the electronic system, is that make sure that voltage is being set properly or not. This is the axis where we will look at the cells. Whatever it is labeled as in pink color is a negative population, whatever it is in the green color is a positive population. The voltage is nothing but where exactly our desired positive or negative population should fall is determined by the voltage. Once the voltage is set properly means there should be a clear separation between the positive and the negative signals. That is called as an voltage adjustment. The PMT is the one which is an photomultiplier tube. Initially, the voltage generated from the cells will be very weak. Once the signals pass into these tubes, they will get multiplied exponentially. So this is what is happening there. So voltage adjustment should be done very properly. And then these are some of the examples. If you see here, the cells are clustered together towards one particular axis, whereas this is a low voltage and this is properly set voltage towards your right side, which indicates that there is a proper data spread is there, and you can able to identify the different populations, that is a blue color, red color as well as a green color separately. That is a properly set voltage. Once you perform this is another example where even though it's in a positive population for this axis, it is getting crushed against the axis, which you should not have that for interpretation. So once you keep the voltage at a properly, you can able to see that the population gets shifted properly so that the positive and the negative signals can be identified or interpreted very clearly. So this is the second most important component, which we do it within commercially available beads, cytocom preparation. And the third important component is related to this fluorescent dyes what we are using. What happens is that we use a 10 different combination of an antibodies which are fluorescently tagged. What is happening here is the excitation wavelength is different and emission wavelength is different. If you look at the emission wavelength, one of the wavelength from one particular fluorochrome is getting spilled into the another fluorochrome. That unnecessary signals coming from the adjacent channel we don't want. That unnecessary signal from the adjacent channel is called as an spectral overlap, or otherwise called as an spillover. The importance of this spillover is that it produces a false positive signals. This is a matrix of what we usually get it from the software. In order to overcome this spillover, we will be correcting for this spillover or the unwanted signals by a process called as compensation. That compensation can be performed by two different methods. Either we use a peripheral blood or we can use a commercially available kit. In our lab, we are using a peripheral blood because this is a costlier one to use. Right? So this is a raw data which is shown here. This is a negative signal, whereas if you see the positive signal, it is present diagonally. It is not falling to this y-axis, neither falling into this x-axis. That produces a difficulty in interpretation. Whereas if you do the compensation adjustment, what happens here is the positive signals getting crushed against this axis, which means that it is an overcompensated data. If you correctly do the adjustment and do the compensation, the center portion of this negative component as well as the central portion of this positive component should lie almost in the same line. That is called as a properly compensated data. So the three important components we have seen related to this instrument QC, that is one is compensation. Previously the pressure adjustment was seen, and one more is the voltage adjustment which was seen. Then coming to the second components, because we are using so many reagents, the reagent QC should be in place. If you see, the register should be properly maintained for different type of reagents. Make sure that you received the reagent, what is the lot number, what is the pack size, how many sanctioned or not, when the vial was opened, what is the expiry date, everything should be maintained properly. And if you see, the reagent labeling is of utmost importance, and at the same time you have to compartmentalize and keep the reagent properly so that you can able to identify it easily. This is related to the QC. And another important component is that most often the manufacturer recommends the antibody to be used at a higher concentration so that the positive and the negative signals will get separated clearly. But it may not be true always. But what we are doing is you validate what is the optimal concentration of an antibody, which may be the least value, but still you can able to differentiate positive and the negative signals. This principle is called as an antibody titration. And if you see, this is how the antibody, most often the manufacturer recommend either 20 or 10 microliter, but ultimately if you do a titration, we end up either using less than 2.5 microliter, which means that you can able to perform 10 or 20 more tests with the same volume of antibody. So this is called as an antibody titration that you have performed. These are some of this mathematical formula that you need to use to identify the correct or optimal concentration. Once you prepare the antibody titration, you are supposed to do an cocktail preparation. That means mix and keep everything ready. It ensures that this cocktail preparation ensures consistency, avoids the manual pipetting error, better accuracy in volume, and reduces the entire processing time. This is the importance of cocktail preparation. And again, a logbook has to be maintained with respect to the cocktail. How many of them are prepared, how many of them are used before time. This with respect to the process QC, there are different type of controls, but you need not use the entire control. In our lab, we use just an unstained control. Just to do the entire process, but don't add the antibodies. Don't do the staining. What is called as an unstained tube. So we expect the cells should be lying in this negative region, whereas that is the stained tube where there is a clear separation of this negative to the positive signals. This is called as an unstained control. Then another commonly used control is an internal control. Use the available cells within your sample itself. We most often use lymphocytes as well as granulocytes as an internal control. So these are all related to the process QC. Then the last and most important is proficiency testing. In our country, the interlaboratory comparison program, Tata Memorial Hospital, Bombay is the nodal hospital for providing this ECOS in flow cytometry. And then worldwide, the CAP accreditation programs are there, or Australasian programs are there for running up this ECOS in flow cytometry. Some of the quality indicators what we use in our laboratory include turnaround time. Most often our report goes before 24 to 48 hours of sample collection. Error report register is very, very important. We have made sure that mandatory that at least 2% will check before releasing the report. So we could able to drastically reduce our error report to less than 1 in 500. And then daily IQC deviation, pre-random error in the last 6 months, no major systematic errors. And then rejection criteria should also be strictly in place. And then wrong samples in the wrong anticoagulant tube. In the last 6 months it's 2. Major and minor instrument breakdown. Fortunately there are no major breakdown. And then this is the only drawback with us. It's we yet to participate with TMH for ECOS guidelines. So these are some of the quality guidelines. So to sum up, it's an quality assurance program is to involve all the 3 phases. I have just touched about the instrument related QC and the reagent related QC, and in the process QC I have just touched about, as well as this post analytical phase is also very important to keep in mind, to know that each and every steps should be taken care of. So these are all the major procedures that we need to do for ensuring the quality in our lab. These are some of our references, and we would like to thank our entire team as well as our teachers for getting the Center of Excellence in flow cytometry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Prabhu. A short but a very useful presentation on maintaining quality in the flow lab. Of course, there are, as you said, there are many other areas where quality has to be maintained. So I open the session for any questions or comments. Anyone has anything to clarify? Okay, then Dr. Prabhu, just a few words on, just because I see a whole lot of students with us, who are budding technicians and who will manage. A few words on the quality of basic pre-analytical error. You said that we have had episodes of wrong anticoagulant use. So just if you could highlight within maybe 2-3 minutes on the basic, how to process a sample for flow. I think that would be useful for the crowd. What anticoagulant to use, how much to take?
So most often, if you take as expected, wherever the mistakes happen, 90-95% of the error in flow cytometry also happens in the pre-examination or in the pre-analytical phase. So the basic thing is you need to ensure how the sample has to be collected, in which anticoagulant it has to be collected, how it has to be transported, how it has to be stored, and how you will take out the sample until it is before tested. So all these procedures should be ensured, first starting from the proper identification of the patient. That is the first and foremost importance. And you need to, whenever the sample comes to you, make sure that the label which is stuck onto the tube exactly matches with the same patient what you are going to test. That is one important thing. And then the correct history should be given properly in this requisition form, as well as you check for the anticoagulant team in which the your lab is going to accept. In our lab we use basically an EDTA tube. Some of the lab do accept with an heparin tube because that's an advantage. You can keep the sample for 48 to 72 hours for testing. That is one advantage. In our lab we routinely use only EDTA. We don't accept with heparin, so that once it is transported, it should be reaching your lab within at least 2 hours from the sample collection area. And make sure that if it is a very shorter period of time, there are no necessity for using any transport medium as such. Some labs do recommend RPMI medium for transportation, but we don't recommend because it is everything will be done in-house. And then whenever there is a delay in testing is expected, you are supposed to do the storage at a proper temperature, preferably between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. These are some of these important protocols, and make sure that whether the sample is hemolyzed, whether the sample is grossly showing the presence of clot or not. But still we can able to perform, but make sure that the sample is in a good condition to accept for an. These are some of the basic pre-analytical measures that you are supposed to look at it.
Thank you, Prabhu. That sort of sums up the whole thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Despite being in post-lunch drowsiness, Prabhu sir gave an awakening talk on flow cytometry, which is an interesting topic. Thank you, sir. I also thank our chairpersons, ma'am and sir. I now request our co-organizing chairman, Dr. C. Anand Vairve, to kindly honor the chairperson and the speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. Moving on to the next talk. The topic is CB-NAT, a boon for early. The chairpersons for this session are Dr. Rakesh Singh, Professor and Head Microbiology, JIPMER, and Dr. Rahul Gadapkar, Professor, Department of Microbiology, JIPMER. Professor Rakesh Singh was with us since morning. He's the head of the microbiology JIPMER. Dr. Rahul sir is here, sir. You can start.
So, for this session, I invite Dr. Noel. He is additional professor in microbiology department, and he will be talking on very important public health problem which is tuberculosis, and one of the investigations is CBNAT, which is the Bull for the early diagnosis of tuberculosis. So he is also in charge of tuberculosis laboratory in microbiology department. So over to you, Dr. Noel.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as Dr. Rakesh clearly mentioned it, so one of the important topic of public health importance. And see, this is been a game changer in the diagnosis of tuberculosis. All of us here do know that for so many years, AFB smear has been the primary tool for diagnosis of tuberculosis. Okay, then we had the culture, but we all know the drawback of culture, the long turnaround time and the facility required for that. So because of that reason, for a long time, the diagnosis has been primarily dependent on AFB smear. And then we had various PCR or real-time PCR, both in-house developed as commercial kits for diagnosis of tuberculosis. But despite that, the program, that time when it was called as Revised National, that what if some false positives are there due to the bad practice in a particular lab, then the patient will have to unnecessarily take up drugs for a long period. So that was the main, there was other reason apart from the infrastructure and the technique which involves other equipment and other things. The cross-contamination was seen as a main deterring factor despite availability of various commercial kits as well. Okay, so that was the time when the CBNAT came. So what is special about CBNAT is, it's again, principally it's based on real-time PCR, but then it is completely automated. So each sample is processed in an individual cartridge like that, and there is a chance of cross-contamination carryover by using the same pipette from one sample to another. All those things are completely eliminated. And the other thing is, the technical person who has to do the procedure can do it very simply the way he or she is preparing a smear. It doesn't require much technical expertise, and it is easy to move it to various facilities without much infrastructure. Basic thing will be the AC might be required and UPS. Those are the two things required and the initial purchase of the equipment. But on a day-to-day running basis, the technique is very simple. I will tell about that. So the technique is, so this answers all the concerns about the assay. So it is simpler, easy to perform, the chance of cross-contamination is eliminated, the complexity of test is tackled. So that is why this has been endorsed by WHO as well as by the national program. So this does have an internal quality control, and as mentioned in the last point here, this is a completely automated thing in the sense that right from extraction, amplification and detection, everything is done in a single go. There is no human intervention in between. You don't have to take the DNA extract and add it to for PCR and then post PCR. There is no detection method separately. So everything is done in a single go, that too with detection of rifampicin susceptibility as well. So now let's look into the principle behind this test. Although some of you who have been doing real-time PCR because of the COVID, you must be knowing there are various probes involved in real-time PCR, and the probe that is being used here is molecular beacon. You must be most other PCRs routinely we use TACMAN probe, but here we are in this particular assay what is used is a molecular beacon. So this is a picture of a molecular beacon that has been bend-like structure with a loop on the top. So in that you can see a green color round thing, that is a dye. The next to that you can see a black one, that is a quencher. So normally this probe molecular beacon will not emit any fluorescence because it is quenched, the fluorescence of the dye is quenched by the quencher. Okay, and these probes are the, you can see the probe A, B, C, D and E. Those are the molecular beacons. See, when they go and bind with the target, they will stretch out, and when it stretches out, you can see the quencher goes far away from the dye, and the dye is able to emit the fluorescence. So that is the principle in this assay. And as you can see here, there are 5 probes for targeting the same region, that RPOB gene. And one more point you need to remember in this thing is, RPOB region is used to determine the drug susceptibility, as well as this region is specific for M tuberculosis. So it is used for detecting the MTB as well as for predicting resistance to rifampicin. Okay, so there is no different region for detecting and drug resistance under direction of MTB. It's the same. Okay, these 5 probes does the function. At least 2 probes should be positive for the instrument to label it as MTB, and if 1 or more probes are missing, that means there is resistance, or if the highest CT value and lowest CT value is more than, difference between the highest and lowest CT value is more than 4, then again it is interpreted as resistance. Okay, let me just have a quick explanation about the resistance. How is it interpreted is, like, see, these are molecular beacons. Say let's take the probe A region. If there is a mutation in MTB, the mechanism of resistance, for all of you to be aware of that, is basically it's a mutation. It is not due to acquisition of any new gene. It is due to mutation in the drug resistance determining region. So let's take the probe A region. If, let's presume there is a mutation in that region. Then what would happen is that particular probe will not bind in that region. So you will not get the signal. So in that case, one probe might be totally absent. But that is provided all the gene from various bacteria, like for instance, the TB patient will have, let's presume there are 100 bacilli in that particular TB patient sample. If all and the mutation may not be there in all the 100 at the same time. Mutation will randomly occur, even in a single patient, it will be randomly occurring in a proportion of the isolate. So let's say there is 100 bacilli and around 20-30 of them are having mutation. So the remaining will not have mutation. So in that case, if you again come back to probe A, the 80 number of bacilli which do not have the mutation will get amplified, the probe A region will be amplified in them, and the probe A signal will be seen. But the remaining 20 which have the mutation will not emit the signal. So that is why we are looking at the second point, the difference in the CT value. While all the other 4 probes, there is no mutation, they are amplified at a normal sequence, like they are having a CT value of 25. But the probe A, where there are 20% of the isolates, so 20% of the strains are having a mutation, then there that particular region, the CT value will be little delayed, let's say 34 or 35. So when the difference between the one probe and the highest probe and the lowest probe is more than 4, then it is interpreted as resistance. Okay. So now looking at the procedure, I already mentioned that it's a very simple procedure, nothing much for the technician to do. The sample has to be added to the buffer in a ratio of sample buffer is 2 and the sample will be 1. So it is 2:1 ratio. It's added, and then to stand, it's mixed and allowed to stand for 10 minutes. And then again further, at the end of 10 minutes, it's mixed up even further and allowed to stand for 5 minutes. At the end of it, 2 ml is transferred to the cartridge using again you see here, they are using a single-use disposable pasteur pipette. So there is no chance of carryover. So with this, the technician's role is ending, and after that he or she has to load it into the instrument, and the instrument will take care of the extraction as well as amplification. And this entire process can be done in an instrument like this with 16 modules, or even as a simple module with two module unit. You just have to, the technician after adding the sample to the cartridge has to load it into the instrument, and the result will be available. And the result will be available within 90 minutes. So on the same day you can have the result whether the patient sample is having MTB and whether or not it is rifampicin resistant. So the limit of detection is 131 CFU per ml. This is definitely far less than compared to the smear. All of you know for positive smear, we need at least 10 to the power of 4 bacilli in 1 ml. So compared to 10,000, 131 is far less. Culture sensitivity detection limit is 10 to 100 bacilli. So it is almost comparable with that of culture. At the same time, it has the advantage of giving a quick results, unlike culture which might take a few weeks. So this is again a report how the instrument, presuming the assay has been done, this is how the instrument will report. You can see MTB, it's written MTB detected. So when a positive finding is there, it is label flagged with a red color. And you can also see rifampicin resistance is also detected. If you notice here, all the probes except probe B are in 27 to, the CT value is 27 or 28. Except probe B, the CT value is 36.5. So definitely there is a difference in the CT value between probe B and the other probes. So that means there is some mutation in the probe B region. So that's why the instrument has interpreted it as rifampicin resistant detected. The same way here, if you see, here the MTB detected, but there is no rifampicin resistant detector because you can see all the probes are having within plus or minus 1. 21 or 20 is the CT value for all the 5 probes. So there is not much difference. And we can also indirectly quantitate the load based on the CT value. So if the CT value is less than 16, the instrument will give as high. The load is high. If it is 16 to 22, it is reported as medium. 22 to 28 as low. If the CT value goes beyond 28, then it is reported as very low. So I did mention about the quality control which is incorporated into this cartridge. So it has probe controls as well as specimen processing control. First, let's look at the probe control. See, basically the function, I don't want to give in too much technical details about it. Basically, this is the function of the probe control, like to see the bead rehydration, PCR tube filling, is it working normally, and the probe integrity. Probe integrity is very important because the molecular beacon which is used in this assay normally should not emit any fluorescence at different temperature of the PCR which is going to happen subsequently. So the instrument will check for the probe integrity, whether there is any increased emission of fluorescence even without the target being there. So that is what is being tested. The stability of the probe is being tested. So once this passes, only then the assay is done. Assay goes through. Okay. Otherwise the reaction will stop here and it will throw an error and you have to repeat with a new sample. The next thing is specimen processing control. We all know in a PCR, real-time PCR, we include an internal amplification control, either from the sample itself or we add a customized control to see if there is any PCR inhibition. For the same purpose, we are having specimen processing control here in this, within the cartridge. You don't have it in the sample, it is incorporated into the cartridge. Basically, the spores of Bacillus globigii is added into the cartridge.
So when you add the sample, this also gets mixed up with the sample. And when the DNA extraction is happening, the spores will be broken down, and then the DNA will be extracted. And then amplification will take place. So this will give you a check that the DNA extraction was normal and the amplification was not inhibited. So that is the purpose of the sample processing control. Okay. As in most real-time PCR, see, we all know that, especially when we try to attempt multiplexing, we know that there can be competition, okay, between the different probes or the primers and other things, because when multiple targets are there, the reagents are limited, some of the things may not be amplified. So to avoid competition of the specimen processing control with that of the target, the specimen processing control is intentionally kept at a lower level so that it will amplify only after the CT value of 25 or 27. Okay. So till then, a chance is given for the actual target, that is MTB, to amplify. And if it is not getting amplified, then the specimen processing control, which is in a lower level, that will get amplified and you will get the reaction. So once you understand that, you can easily interpret that specimen processing control will it has to be positive always when the target is negative. But in another situation, when the target is positive, like for instance MTB is being reported as positive, sometimes we might see the specimen processing control can be negative as well, because already all the reagents have been utilized by the targets. Okay, the 5 targets which we are detecting, so those will be utilizing the all the nucleotides. So it can be, SPC can be negative or positive. So SPC being positive is very essential only if the target is negative. If the target is positive, we need not bother about the positivity of specimen processing control. These are the various errors. I don't want to go into the details of each of them, but the main cause of the errors is like the specimen being more viscous. If you have not given enough time or exposure in the buffer, then the sample will, especially the sputum, or even sometimes we use the tissues, they will not be homogenized properly, and it will be a big chunk like that. That will go and block the probe. Or even if the sputum itself is viscous also, that will block the probe. So then the assay will not proceed. Or even sometimes, even when you are vigorously shaking, there are air bubbles, and if you add the air bubbles to the cartridge, that also will throw an error. So those are the various reasons, and other reason can be failure, electrical failure. So that is why to prevent this, normally we recommend UPS should be used. Because when the assay is going, if power goes in between, the entire test will be aborted and it will not be interpreted. Okay. Okay. Now a few words about the GeneXpert Ultra. This is a new one which has been as an improved version of GeneXpert. I'll just tell since you already understand the principle behind that GeneXpert, well, I'll just tell you the principle, what is the modification here. Here the modification is, you can see the previous version, 5 probes were used for RPOB region. Here 4 probes are used, and in addition 2 more probes are used, IS6110, IS1081. Okay. So total, not just the RPOB probe, there is also insertion sequence probes are also used to improve the sensitivity of the assay. Sensitivity as well as specificity of the assay. And other change which you need to understand is the RPOB region, the probes used here are sloppy molecular beacons. The previous version we saw, we used molecular beacons, and if there is a mutation, the molecular beacon for that region will not bind. Okay. But here we are using sloppy molecular beacon. The advantage of using sloppy molecular beacon is, even if there is a mutation in that particular probe region, this sloppy molecular beacon will go and bind, and it will amplify the target as well. It's not like the other molecular beacon which will not bind and it will not amplify. Sloppy molecular beacons, even if there are 1 or 2 mutations, that region also will be amplified. What is the purpose of this amplification? We'll see in the next slide. I'll explain you later. That is for rifampicin resistant detection. So before that, what is the advantages in this? this part we have already seen. Because of addition of the insertion sequence here and other larger chamber and other things, modification in this cartridge, the detection limit has been brought down to 16 bacilli per ml. Okay, from 131, it has been further reduced to 16. So almost comparable with that of culture. So for MTB detection by this method, at least two of the four RPOB probes should be positive, and one of the insertion sequence probes should be positive. Okay. In the previous gene expert, we saw that the resistance is interpreted based on the difference in the CT value or absence of amplification of a particular probe. But here it is not so, because I said we are using sloppy molecular beacons. But how resistance is interpreted? It is basically interpreted based on the melting temperature. Melting temperature is nothing but a temperature at which a double stranded DNA becomes single stranded. They are separated into two single strands. Okay, and this melting temperature differs for different genes, and even if the same gene, if there is a mutation, the melting temperature of a mutant gene will be different from that of the native or the wild type gene. Okay, so that is the background about melting temperature. Okay, you can see in this figure the first peak that you are seeing corresponds to the mutant region. So if there is a mutation, known mutation, then the melting temperature will be lesser. But if it is a normal wild type sequence, the melting temperature will be, peak will be little later. It will arise little later. So the melting temperature of the mutant region is different from that of the normal region, and that is how the Gene Expert Ultra differentiates or interprets rifampicin resistance. Okay, not based on absence of the probe or not based on the difference in the CT value. And there is one more important thing in this new thing is trace has been added as a new category in Gene Expert Ultra. Basically, this is trace report is given when one of the insertion sequence is positive, but only one RPOB gene has a CT value less than 40. So that means they are compromising on the criteria. In the previous step, we saw that at least two RPOB should be positive, and but here two may be positive, but one RPOB only is having a CT value less than 40, one other one is not amplified or it is having higher. So that is a little, it is improving the sensitivity, but might be compromising on the specificity of the assay. So that is why WHO says that in HIV positive children and extrapulmonary TB, where we expect a load to be low, we can still take it as positive. But in other individuals, we need to repeat the test, and if it consistently comes as trace positive, then we can take it as MTB positive. The last thing about this is Gene Expert MTB XDR. So in the previous cartridge we saw, be it Gene Expert or Ultra, both of them detect only rifampicin resistance, but then this assay will also tell about the resistance to INH and other injectable, second line injectable drugs and other anti-TB drugs. All this can be done in a single cartridge in 90 minutes. Okay, so with that I will briefly tell about another similar platform which is available, that is TrueNAT. That is a chip based, unlike the Gene Expert which is a cartridge based. The result in terms of sensitivity and specificity of both these assays, be it Gene Expert or TrueNAT, is almost comparable. Both are endorsed by WHO. But Gene Expert has a little edge over the TrueNAT because this is completely automated. There is not very minimal user intervention, only at the time of addition of buffer. But in TrueNAT, the DNA extraction has to be done first. The extract has to be added into the chip and loaded into the amplifier. Then after amplification, if it is positive, again the DNA from the initial extract should be added to another chip for rifampicin resistance. So that will require multiple interventions. The technician will be there. And moreover, although the real-time PCR instrument can, Quattro is there, 4 samples can be tested at a time. There is no, currently there is no 16 module unit similar to that of Gene Expert. And moreover, the DNA extraction module is a single module one only. So for each DNA extract, you have to use a separate extractor. And for a batch of 4, you will have to repeat depending, or either you have multiple extractors or you repeat the extraction separately and then you have to carry it. So those are the little logistical issues or difficulties in terms of TrueNAT. But otherwise both these are comparable platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Noel, for describing the CVNet in detail, the principle, the quality control, the uses of the CVNet, and in addition, you have also discussed the difference between the TrueNat and the GeneXpert. Now, the session is open for the questions. If any participants want to ask, yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. And I just wanted a few points on the previously treated cases, this being a diagnostic test for TB. Few points on where the bacteria is not viable in the sample. So a few points might enlighten the
Okay, that's a very relevant question. The thing is, CBNAT, be it GeneXpert, the CBNAT or the TrueNAT, either of them cannot be used for follow-up. This is primarily to be used only for diagnosis, initial diagnosis. Once you diagnose the patient as TB, having TB and you start on treatment, you cannot use this technology for follow-up. Reason he has already mentioned, even after treatment when the bacilli are getting killed, the genes might be in the system, the body, for a long period, some even time beyond 6 months or even up to 1 year. So when you use this for follow-up, you will be falsely under the impression the patient does not respond to treatment and you might end up changing the regimen. You will be concerned about treatment response, but actually it's misleading. It's not the right thing. So if you are concerned about follow-up and treatment response, you have to either use smear or culture. Those are the two techniques. We cannot go, not just TrueNAT or CBNAT, any other molecule, even in-house PCR or any other, all these molecular methods have the inherent limitation that they can detect even the dead but not viable bacilli as well. Okay. See, See, that's what I said. We cannot use this because it can be positive. Even if the patient, see, you take 2 patients, hypothetically take 2 patients, one patient who is responding to treatment, other patient who is not responding to treatment due to resistance. So if you do GeneXpert in both these patients, both of them will be positive. So if you extrapolate the same in larger numbers, so if you end up doing all the patients who are started on TB treatment, most of them, or at least more than 80% of them will be positive. So how will you interpret it? So that is why this is not to be used for that purpose. If you are really concerned about treatment response, you just do a smear or do a culture and or clinically correlate the response symptoms. And if you're concerned, then maybe you can go for, even if you don't want to waste time with culture, if the patient is really smear positive, then you can do a line probe assay as well. That will give you the resistance to not just rifampicin, other drugs as well. So those are the techniques you have to use, but not GeneXpert or this one for detecting, because that will tell you whether the other resistance is there, the drug which you are giving, the 4 drugs and which you are giving in the intensive phase or in the follow-up phase, the other 2 drugs, you can see whether there is resistance to any of the thing. Then maybe you might, you can interpret that as a failure of the regimen and then you can modify the regimen. Okay, but just because GeneXpert is positive, you shouldn't interpret it as resistance.
Well, 2 questions.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Your lecture on about rapid diagnosis of tuberculosis by CBNAT with the permission of the chair. So Sir, we are representing from National Tuberculosis Institute from Bangalore. We are a member of ICMLS also. And to add to it, just regarding the program-wise, with the permission of the chair, we would like to add a few just to bring the awareness. Here, most of you are students are here. And here, the tuberculosis, we are in the era of TB, NTEP, National TB Elimination Program. RNTCP is revised now. We are in NTEP, National TB Elimination Program. We are working under the Prime Minister. So we want to eliminate TB by 2025. Hopes to the best, we are working towards that. So here, just every patient here in Government of India, see, because we are representing from the Government of India Institute, so every patient must registered in, there is a database called NICSHI, and every patient undergo testing, every smear positive tested patient undergo testing for rifampicin as with CBNAT, and also other isoniazid and second line drugs also are in the pipeline. And also one more thing to add here, here there is a DBT called direct benefit transfer. Every patient who are enrolled in the NICSHI program, Government of India, so every month 500 rupees, nutrition point of view, he will get some amount also. So we have, from the Government of India, we have all the facilities. So there is a free diagnosis, and there is as sir said, it is a prolonged treatment. It requires minimum 6 months to 18 months prolonged treatment time is required. So the treatment, everything is free of cost, and even the patient is also, you get benefited with other nutritional support with some additional support by money. So please bring the awareness, because we all our students are here. So we are working on in National TB Elimination Program under our Prime Minister Modi. So we will try to detect the patients as soon as possible. Thereby we can help to cut the chain of transmission. Thereby we can help the nation towards eliminating the tuberculosis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, because tuberculosis is a public health problem, so therefore the Government of India has also introduced that program, right? But right, so sir, please, last question. This is.
Hi, Dr. Joseph. I'm Dr. Sren from PGI Chandigarh, and since we were doing the CBNet for during the COVID era, so could you enlighten regarding the quality control? Like, since we know there is a few chances to have the false positivity in CBNet instead of real-time PCR. So if you can enlighten something about the CBNet quality control point of view, do we have some standards for the tuberculosis, something external quality control I'm talking about?
Yeah, actually we can use controls like one of the NTM strain, I am not able to recall, in addition to known ATCC MTB. So these two can be used as a external quality control. Actually, I didn't intentionally put that in the slide, but it's not routinely. But if you are concerned about false positive or false negative, then as every batch you can do a known MTB under one of the M abscesses or other NTM strain can be used, and that will assure you about the false positive as well as false negative. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hello. There is one simple question in my mind. As you told that once the patient is diagnosed using CVNet, then further it should not be used, or it is not used for any prognostic value.
Not prognostic value, not follow-up for treatment response.
Anyway, but as per TB eradication program, suppose the patient starts getting treatment today, they recommend that after 2 months again you should go for CVNet. Why?
Not CBNAT. You have to do a smear or a culture.
Sir, I think there is an update. Like the CT value, like it's totally based on the CT values.
CT value, if you have the baseline, you can go.
Real-time PCR, I'm just talking about that. Follow-up case, in case of follow-up, usually what happens, like CT values used to be prolonged once the virus is inactive or there is there is a treatment response. So on the basis of the CT values on the graphs, we can interpret whether this is on the active phase or it's
on the decline.
Yeah. So On the basis of treatment response, sir, I would like to add on, we can see it. I have no idea about the, the basic interpretation part of the instrument of the CBNet, but though in the real-time PCR, we can clear-cut see whether the virus is in acute phase or there's a treatment response is over there.
But the thing is, like most cases, the treating physician may not know the CT value of the first
it is having
case.
very less,
Sometimes, so they may not correlate. And when and even in the practical situation, quite often physicians do that, and they misinterpret that as a lack of response.
But our clinicians are very, they used to interpret that also. Yeah.
Provided you have the baseline CT value, you can interpret. So earlier, if it was around 25, now it has come to 35 or 30. Yeah. That means the load is on the decline. So that way you can interpret it. Those that can be done, but better would be other methods.
Exactly, because what happens, like once you are diagnosing a patient, they used to mention the CT value of that particular patient, that how much load of the virus is over there. So over the treatment after 5 months or 6 months, they used to see it, bacteria or virus.
See, there again a limitation is there. Like for instance, it depends on the quality of the sample which was given.
Exactly.
So if the first time the patient is giving a properly expectorated sputum, which might have a high load, the next time the patient is primarily contaminated with saliva, then the load will be less. So that should not be interpreted as the patient is responding. So those are the logistic issues. See, ideally, I wouldn't suggest that this molecular method, CBNet or TrueNet, should be used for follow, because you cannot control the quality of the sample which was received in the baseline, and a lot of things can go
You are
wrong.
absolutely right. As per my understanding, like CBNet, usually we do in case of any of urgencies, like we need to have diagnosis of patients as soon as possible. Like if we are going for any sort of surgical procedures or something very urgent, then we go for CBNet.
So that's what, for diagnosis part we can do.
Yeah.
And like the other person spread also, now we have universal drug susceptibility program. All TB patients once diagnosed, they are supposed to be subjected to gene expert or TrueNet for detecting rifampicin, and subsequently other first line drugs and second line drugs, if it is a resistant to first line, has to be done. So you will get to know the resistance level at that level. Based on that, you can appropriately modify the regimen or continue with the sensitive regimen, and the patient will respond, rather than relatively interpreting based on the follow-up CBNet, which can be misleading because of all the inherent limitations. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we will close this session. Thank you very much, Dr. Noel.
Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. S. Kandasamy, our retired scientist, Department of Biochemistry, JIPMER, currently Professor of Biochemistry in SLIMS, Puducherry, to present the certificate to the speaker and chairperson. An announcement for the students who are participating in the Techno Quiz. It starts at 4:30 in the community hall.
Our last session for the day is, after this we have the symposium, the oral presentations. This is a talk by Dr. Preeti Chauhan on the innovative uses of information technology for laboratory management. Our chairpersons will be again Dr. Rakesh Singh and Dr. Ramesh. Both of them have already been with us from morning in chairing so many of our sessions. They don't need introduction. You're all very familiar with them. Dr. Rakesh Singh is the head of microbiology in JIPMER. And Dr. Ramesh is Professor of Biochemistry in JIPMER.
So very good afternoon. Again, we proceed on to the scientific session, and another next session is taken up by Dr. Preeti Chauhan. She is the Professor of Biochemistry at Lady Hardinge Medical College, New Delhi, and she will be talking about innovation, a very interesting topic. It is innovation of information technology for laboratory management. So, because we are running short of time, we have already briefed about Dr. Preeti Chauhan, so I request Dr. Preeti Chauhan to proceed with the session.
Thank you very much, sir. And I am thankful for the organizing team for calling me for the session. And I must congratulate all the organizing team for putting up such a great show, ICMLS. And this is my second time for presentation in the ICMLS, and I am feeling very excited, and it's a proud privilege for me to present the lecture over here. So after the heavy session by the Dr. Noel, and mine will be very light, and I hope you will be enlightened with my topic also. So this is innovation of the information technology for laboratory management. So what do you understand by the information technology? When this term comes IT, so what all you think in your mind, like what is IT? You think about the computers, you think about the people who are doing some typing work in the computers. They are collecting the data, they're sending out the reports. You think about the engineers who are entering into the corporate offices, carrying their laptop bags, yes? And then you also think about certain film sequences which are used by using the computers, right? But now, the information technologies has revolutionized the laboratory management system. Thank you. So, now the information technology as such has revolutionized the health information systems. We all know, I'll be talking basics here in my lecture. So almost the 70% of the diagnosis, we all know they are based on the laboratory. Whatever reports we are generating in the lab, based on that, the 70% of the diagnosis given by the clinician is dependent on the pre and paramedical fields now. So laboratory management, we all know, we have been talking about this since morning that it is starting. Silence, please. Girls, settle down, please.
Yeah. Please maintain the silence. Just another 15-20 minutes, the session will be over.
Yes, it is just a 20-minute session. Will not
And
be heavy at
all.
all.
It is also very informative because it is a new thing which is coming up, and it is always better that new things are usually not there in the curriculum. So it is requested that one just keep a patience for another 15 minutes.
So we all know that laboratory management system, it starts from ordering of the test from the clinicians to the report delivery to the patient and the clinicians, which is very, very important not only for the diagnosis, treatment, monitoring of the treatment as well. So we have come a far long pathway. We have jumped all the way from the manual labeling system to the record keeping until we have the introduction of the computers in our laboratory system. So this is little bit about the laboratory information system in the hospitals. Back in 1980s, we usually have to have the pen and paper for filling up the forms. There was slide rule and calculators. There used to be paper-based logs. There used to be typewriter-generated reports and report sharing. Definitely, this is from the Western countries where the report used to be shared on the mail or the letters used to be sent at the patient's home for telling them about their reports. But then since 1980s, the first introduction of the LIMS has changed everything. So now the data storage is in the books, that there is reports again are generated through the typewriter and the word processor, report sharing again through the mails. Then 2000, the 1990 and the 2000, the introduction of the LIMS has happened in India as well, where we started using the PCs. We have the small upgraded LIMS software. We used to have the electronic database. We have standalone computers in our labs and report sharing through the fax and email. Now with the introduction of the barcode in the year 2000, the scenario altogether has changed. We know that the barcodes which are generated, they have all the demographic profile of the patients. It contains their age, their name, their sex, where they reside, and what kind of tests they have been ordered, either from the hematology, microbiology, or the biochemistry. So data storage, it is all electronic now. We don't have to keep the big registers. The report generations is again electronic, and the report sharing is again electronic. We are sending the reports on the mail, as well as the patient can see the reports in their mobile phones as well. So I'll be talking a little bit about what we have experienced at the Lady Hardinge Medical College. We have adopted the e-hospital module by the NIC. This is the home page where we can see the amount of the patient registrations, the IPD admission, casualty registrations, and here we also get to know the OPD sampling which has been done. So this is the slide which you have been reading since morning. This is the total quality testing process. We all know about the pre-analytical phase. We all know about the analytical phase and the post-analytical phase. So starting from the clinical questions which is arising in the clinician's mind, which kind of disease the patient must be suffering from, to the report generation and interpretation at the lab level. So all pre and paramedical branches, they have benefited a lot with the introduction of the LIMS. So we all know, this is again, everybody knows that pre-analytical phase is the weakest point. It is the weakest link in any laboratory for the quality management. So this is just the data which shows that various studies have been conducted, in which we have Ross et al. In 91, then Plebani, then we have Estin, then we have Carraro. In all these things, which is the common thing which you notice, that almost 70% of the errors which are occurring are in the pre-analytical phase. So this is a confirmed study in which we have the pre-analytical phases, which shows that the maximum errors are occurring in the pre-analytical phases. So how this LIMS is improving upon the pre-analytical phase? First of all, there is reduced login time. We all have the demographic details of the patient. It ensures the correct identification of the specimen or the blood samples. It creates a unique ID, not only the patient already has a unique ID, but we also create a sample ID for the patient, the kind of samples we are receiving in the lab. It is helping in identifying the mislabeled samples. We have the barcoding of the sample, which has all the demographic profile. Then problems can be identified through this system. So the first time registration, which is there, in which we capture all the demographic profiles, where the patient is residing, what is the name, age, date of birth. Everything, this is the one-time registrations which happen, which generates a unique health ID. For this, I would like to tell you, we have a unique health ID for each hospital. That then we also have the EHIRD, which is unique for any hospital all over the India. So wherever this e-hospital module has been adapted by the NIC, there are two identification numbers. One is the unique ID, which is particular for any hospital. Then EHID, which is particular for that patient all over India, wherever this e-hospital module is being adopted. So this is my LIS home page, where we have mapped various buildings where the sample is being collected and where the sample can be sent. Then here we can see the test ordering, how we can order the test for the biochemistry, hematology, microbiology. This is the barcode which is generated, which has the UHID as well as the sample ID. Then in the pre-analytical phase, what all you want to mention? Whenever we do not reject the sample in our government institute, for us every sample is precious. But we have certain issues with the samples, the kind of samples we receive in the lab. So we can mention there the pre-analytical errors. These can be hemolysis, lipemics, less volume, or they could be leakage, the samples appear secteric, the samples not labeled correctly. All this we can mention in the pre-analytical phase whenever the sample is arriving at the labs. So during the analytical phase, how the LIS has helped? It has assessed in management of the workload, and basically there is interfacing of the instruments. Interfacing is like there is in between talking of the instruments from where the reports are captured, generated, and they are transported to the main server, that is the e-hospital server. And e-hospital server is storing all the reports on the cloud. So there is no way our data can be lost. Usually we know that the data cannot be lost if it is on the cloud system. So in the analytical phase, the LIS is helping in the management of the lab services. It reduces the transcription error from the instrument. It is definitely assisting in the quality control management. Definitely LIS has impacted every process of the workflow, starting from the pre-analytical phase to the analytical phase, where we have the instrument interfacing and the quality assistant reports. So this is how a report at my Lady Hardinge Medical College looks like. Here we have the reports which is generated. Then in the post-analytical phase, we have the validation of the results, we have the auto alerts, we have the critical alerts. The focus is on submitting the reports to the patient as well as the clinicians. We have the long storage of the reports basically on the clouds by the e-hospital. So this is how the abnormal or the flagged report looks like. So this is the final verified report. Here you can see what time the sample is being collected, what time it has been received in the lab, and what time we have delivered the report. So we have the initials from the technologist, we have the final signature by the specialist, and then we can also add up our comments in the remarks section. Okay, so this is the final report which we can see in our college. By the end of the day, we can know how much samples have been collected and processed in the biochemistry, hematology, as well as in the microbiology section. So not only the LIMS has helped in the laboratory management in the pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical phase, it has helped in the reagent inventory as well. The daily QC maintenance has been improved, as well as the ICAS. The Z scores has improved a lot. So overall benefit of the LIMS has been, it has reduced the error, it has reduced the waiting time, there is lowering the burden of the record keeping, the fast traceability of the patient. Whenever the patient is coming for the duplicate reports, we can trace the patient. Okay? So there is ease of generation and dissemination of the reports, is ability to view and analyze the cumulative trends. We are sharing the data with the NCDC also, where they are checking the trends whenever we are seeing any, like the dengue cases were rising, so we were sharing the data with the NCDC, so they could collect and view our data also. So now this is all about the LIMS. Now one more thing which is upcoming is now artificial intelligence. So whenever we are starting any new biomarker in our lab, so how do we start? It is not that, yes, PCT has come up, let us start the PCT in our department. The BNP is the new test that has come up, let us start the BNP. Why we are doing this step? There is a randomized control trial. We are studying on the patient population that why we should do the procalcitonin in our lab, why we should be doing the pro-BNP in our lab. The reason being, what is the role of the PCT? We can differentiate whether the patient should be initiated with the antibiotics or not because of the rising trend of the antibiotic resistance. The BNP is again telling us about the edema in the body because of the heart failure or the respiratory distress. So randomized control trials has been the gold standard for seeing the results. So basically we are studying any test or any procedures first in the study population, then we incorporate through the randomized control trial. But in this era of evidence-based medicine, what is happening? We are generating lots and lots of data, yes? We are getting the data from the patients, we are getting the data from the files. Now we have started with the proteomics, we have started with the genomics, we have started with the gene expression. We just collect the sample of the blood, we just collect a sample of the stool or the urine. We can know about the gene expressions, what kind of disease they are going to present in the patient. We can know whether the patient will suffer the cancer or not. See, all these things are happening. So basically we are entering into the era of the big data. We have lots and lots of data, but how do we process that data? So that is the point where the artificial intelligence is coming into the place. The artificial intelligence is basically preparing the predictive tools. We just have to answer question the right question from the artificial intelligence. We have different types of artificial intelligence right now. We have machine learning. We also have deep neural network. So right now we are in the era where we are putting up lots of data. We are collecting data from lots and lots of controls and the patients, and then we are putting up in the artificial intelligence.
NMC inspector for MBBS and MD or MS. He has received certificate of honor by Anatomical Society, KGMC, Lucknow. Dr. N. Siddharaju is a professor senior scale and former HOD of pathology JIPMER. He had worked at MAMC New Delhi from 1997 to 2002. His field of interest is cytopathology. He has participated in various national and international conferences and has more than 135 paper publications and 1 textbook chapter. He has served as an executive committee member of IAC and he is editorial board member of the Journal of Cytology. He is also the reviewer of various national and international journals. Thank you, sir. May I request chairperson to introduce the speaker.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say big thanks to the organizers for putting up such a nice show and making JIPMER proud at the national level. I have attended so many ICMLS meetings, but I find it very extraordinary and everybody on the toes. So it is a moment of proud for the JIPMER. My friend Pankaj Kaul and other people coming long distances to this our beach town. Thank you very much. And our young speaker, I now hand over mic to Dr. Siddharaju. He will introduce our young dynamic speaker.
I'm so happy to introduce our dynamic and an excellent cytopathologist, Dr. Debashish Gochait. Currently he's working as additional professor of pathology at JIPMER, and he has more than 150 publications in index journals in cytology and histopathology. He has done his postdoctoral fellowship in cytology from PGI Chandigarh, and he has conducted some more than 10 workshops on cytology, nephropathology and dermatopathology. I request Dr. Devashish to continue with his talk.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Very good. So how many are students there? Students and okay. So thank you, sir, for the nice introduction. Both are my teachers also. So I feel really proud to speak in front of them. So it's a very basic talk. It's a very basic orientation to cytology kind of talk where I will be like, can I know how many are exposed to cytology lab? How many of you are working or exposed to cytology lab? Okay. So some of them are there. I am so happy. So it's a very basic talk, very brief talk, and I will be covering only 15 slides. So just bear with me. And the senior pro people can just excuse me. This is a very basic just to orient you regarding the updates that has happened in the field of cytology. The senior professors may be, or the senior practitioners may be aware of it, but this is mostly for the junior people, okay? So if you see this picture, so right button, pointer? Okay. So if you see all this above, that is written 0, 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, what does that tell us? Any of you using a 2G or 3G mobile? Any of you? No. So most of you would be using a 4G or 5G mobile. No, that tells us that we are updating ourselves or we are upgrading ourselves with whatever technology is coming, right? Similarly, in our practicing field also, we will have to upgrade with the newer technology. And we know in especially diagnostic departments like path, micro or biochemistry, the tests evolve very fast. Today something is diagnostic modality and tomorrow the diagnostic modality of choice is something else, right? So we will have to evolve, and every day we know automation is coming, newer machines are coming, and so we will have to keep abreast with the machines, the quality control and all that aspect, okay? So just to orient you, today's topic, like this picture shows you that when it was G, we were just taking ready to run. Whereas in 3G, we were starting to run. In 4G, we were jumping. And in 5G, we are ready to go to like other planets. Okay. So that is how we are adapting. So the technology is adapting, I mean, so we will also have to adapt. So with that, the need of technical upgradation or basically just like it's a updating, like we need to update ourselves with the different newer modalities that is coming. Okay. So the topic to be covered, one slide, just what is cytology for the students who don't know. What is the role of a cytotechnologist? The steps where to upgrade, where we need to know what new things have come in cytology, and what can be done for the upgradation or how we can upgrade ourselves. Clear? So to start with, what is cytology, okay? Now cytology is the study of cells. We take some cells and we study and we then define that what disease it is, whether it is infection, whether it is inflammation, whether it is a neoplastic, non-neoplastic, what type of pathology. That is done from the cells, okay? Similarly, histopathology is study of tissue and hematology is study of blood, okay? And to make you aware that nowadays with advancing techniques like cell blocks, cytochemistries, immunocytochemistry and molecular techniques, the cytology, most of the diagnosis, whatever pathologies we encounter, most of them can be diagnosed through cytology material also. And to make you aware that cytology material serves as a, because it's a fresh sample, so cytology material serves as a good material for molecular techniques also. Now this is what all cells you can see, the pointer is not working, so all the cells, that is study of cells. Then there is something called as exfoliative cytology. Now exfoliative means the cells which are shed. And the shed cells which we study are two types. One is body fluids. Here you can see whenever there is ascites, whenever there is a pleural effusion, we tap the body fluid. That is fluid cytology. Then we have cervical smears. Cervical smears is for screening of genital malignancies in female patients because we know cervical carcinoma is very common in India. And most patients have to be screened for that purpose. Okay. So cervical smear is another exfoliative cytology. And then we have the last is the fine needle aspiration cytology. So these are the 3-4 modalities by which, or like you can say the most important aspects of cytology. One is FNSE, other is body fluids and cervical smears. Now you will be wondering what is the role of a technologist that everybody knows. I will not speak of it, but one thing I will try to give credit to the technologist is that the technology people or the technologists are like background music. So if you see a nice music or a nice movie song where the hero and heroines are like jumping and dancing, you like the song, then you will appreciate the hero and heroine, but nobody appreciates the background music, okay? So if my technical person does not give me a good smear or good stain, I will not be able to make a good interpretation, right? So it is very important, or there is a mismatch of slide or the quality control, pre-analytical, analytical, many aspects where our technical persons are involved. So the technical people should take pride that they contribute so much, almost like say 40-50% into the patient diagnostics, okay? So collection and triage, preparation and then handling of different equipments that we encounter. Then interpretation that most technicians don't do, but like people who are trained or cytotechnologists or people who have done a MSc in cytotechnology or MSc in pathology, they are like, we also conduct a MSc program where we train our MSc students to screen. They are able to screen at least benign versus malignant, right? Then digital pathology, that is another new aspect where even the technologist can play a role. So we will go one by one. So steps where upgrading is required. So when we talk about collection, there is something called as ROSE, rapid on-site evaluation, okay? Rapid on-site evaluation. Now this involves rapid staining. This is done at the site of procedure. At the site of procedure, nowadays lot of interventions are done, guided FNACs are done. Like in pulmonary medicine, endobronchial ultrasound guided FNAC. In medical gastro, it is endoscopy ultrasound guided FNACs. In radiology, it is percutaneous. So a lot of guided procedures are done. So we do a rapid on-site evaluation. And in rapid on-site evaluation, we have to assess whether adequate material is there or no. And if adequate material is there, whether we need to collect for ancillary methods. Now, why I am stressing on this, in many of the centers, here for the ROSE purpose, it is the technologist who goes or the cytotechnologist who's done this rapid on-site evaluation if a pathologist is not available, okay? So in our center, the junior residents go, but in many centers, the cytotechnologists go to assess this ROSE. So this is something where the technologist can help us. And if you see this picture here, then here what the cytotechnologist is doing, that if you are not able to interpret, the cytotechnologist stains the slide or rapidly stains, that is called as rapid staining, and will focus those images through high-speed internet for somebody sitting at the other end or the pathologist to interpret the images, right? So that is where even in digital pathology or in like you can say ancillary testing or to collect material where a technologist can play an important role. Then coming to the preparation. Now conventionally we know like in all cytology lab they will do MGG, PAP or HNE. These are conventional stains or conventional preparations on any smear and all those things, right? So, but there are some additional techniques like say this is a ocular imprint cytology where it is done. This is a PAP plus PAS, PAP plus PAS. So this is a modified PAP stain where PAS stain has been applied on the same sample. This is done on a filter paper, okay? This is a filter paper which has been stained and which has been like made transparent in order to the cells to see. So the PAP stain highlights all the epithelial cells, whereas the PAS stain highlights the goblet cells or the mucus secreting cells. So this is a newer technique or newer stain, so somebody should know about it, okay? That is just. Then comes cell block. Now, many of you who are practicing in cytology labs must be knowing what is cell block. Cell block is just, it's like collecting the microbiopsies or it's like collecting the fragments, tissue fragments, whatever comes in FNAC. Or from body fluids, if you have a pellet, whatever sediment pellet is there, that what we process it as a microbiopsy. We process it as a microbiopsy. That is called as a cell block. Now, cell block has many advantages in the sense we can do a lot of markers. Now, this above are the smears and below you can see that is a cell block, okay? That is HNE stain and that is a cell block. Now the cell block has the advantage that we can do lot of IHC markers on the cell block. We can do special stains. Also we can do all kind of molecular testing that can be done on a small biopsy. That is how. For example, if a patient has a lung carcinoma and has pleural effusion, so that pleural effusion fluid can be taken, sedimented, a cell block can be made, and all diagnosis of that malignancy, categorization, characterization of that malignancy can be done from the body fluid itself. You need not take a biopsy for that patient. So that is the kind of advantage that we have with cell block. So somebody has to know what it is, cell block, and what are the advantages of cell block. Then comes immunocytochemistry. Now, immunophenotyping, already we have spoken, or one session was taken on flow cytometry. That is another method of immunophenotyping where antibodies are used to decide what is the origin of the cell, or what is the, which cell is the primary thing from where the tumors are coming. Like for example, a carcinoma will be different. A sarcoma arises from mesenchymal tissue. Hematolymphoid, a lymphoma will arise from lymphoid tissue, and all these tumors will have different therapy. So we need to categorize them into different subtypes, and for that we need these immunomarkers. Now, immunocytochemistry means when we do the markers on the smear or on the cell block. Now, many centers people will be doing IECC markers or immunocytochemistry markers on the cell block, but immunocytochemistry is quite possible even on the smears. We do it regularly in our institute. That works very nicely, and almost all the markers are standardized for being performed on the smears. Only thing you have to take care is that you have to standardize it before you start interpreting and reporting on the smears. So here you can see the first image is that of a smear. The first image is that of a smear where a marker has been done, and the second image is that of a cell block where a marker has been done. So both are cytology material, and most markers for us work on the smears. Then comes flow cytometry that Dr. Prabhu already spoke extensively. This is another modality of immunophenotyping where we decide what type of leukemia, what type of lymphoma. So you must remember that this flow cytometry not only has applications in hematology, in cytology material also we can apply flow. Like we can do a FNSE from the lymph node and we can run a flow. So anybody who is working in a cytology lab wants to upgrade should also know how to run a flow sample or process a flow sample. That somebody should be aware of. Then comes molecular techniques. Now molecular techniques are trend for last 5 years. Wherever you go, you will hear molecular techniques. And these are of late a trend everywhere, right? But they also help us to categorize as well as characterize certain tumors and to decide which type of therapy will be beneficial. First of the molecular technique is a FISH. Again, most of you, there is not a histo talk, so I am collaborating, putting both things together. Now, FISH is a testing that is mostly done on, you can say, frozen, that is paraffin fixed tissue. But it can also be done on smears or on cytology material. So a technical person has to be aware how you can process a cytology material for a FISH testing, okay? Then comes the FISH microscope, and that is a FISH slide. This is just to make you orient you that one technical person has to abreast with the newer techniques that is coming us. Then there is something called as polymerase chain reaction, PCR, that is done everywhere. Dr. Noel spoke so much on it. So somebody has to be aware of this. Now the applications are the same, whether it is micro or you are doing it for a pathological purpose. The applications, the techniques are the same. The applications may be little different. So the PCR, the machines have evolved. We have a droplet digital PCR in our institute, which is a high-end one. And we do testing for molecular testing for lung carcinomas as well as breast malignancies, okay? Then there is next-gen sequencing. That is a very high-end thing. So people who are interested can read more about it. I will not go in detail of it, okay? Then comes another aspect, liquid-based cytology. I don't know how many of you, any of your cytology labs, they process LBC, liquid-based cytology? Okay. So this is another technique which is mostly used for gynecological samples, but it can also be applied to non-gynecological samples. Now, if you see these two smears, these are the conventional smears. For the students, these are the conventional smears. Whereas in liquid-based cytology, what we do, the collection method is also different. The collection method, the processing method is quite different as compared to a conventional pap smear. Here, the material is collected with the help of a brush into this vial. Then again, it will be processed in a machine. That is different liquid-based cytology companies are there, ThinPrep, SurePath, they are there. Whichever company or lab acquires or procures, you can use it for processing the sample. But again, this can be semi-automatic or some steps should be done manually and some on the machine. Or now you can say there are machines which are fully automated. You just load the sample into it. You will also get a smear. The smear will come stained. It will also be cover slipped. So the stainer, cover slipper. In addition to that, one more advantage of this liquid-based cytology is the HPV testing. Okay? If you are aware, then human papillomavirus is the most common cause of cervical cancer. Okay? So HPV testing is another thing that can be done on liquid-based cytology. That is the advantage of LBC. So the smears will look like this. For the students, you can see the conventional smears and the LBC smears. There is a lot of advantage for us, the pathologists, to interpret, and a lot of automation can be applied. So you can see the two smears. The left is the ordinary, like you can say, conventional smear, and the right one is the LBC smear. The background will be cleaner, interpretation will be better, sensitivity of the test increases, you can do HPV testing. Only thing is the cost and the cumbersomeness of the processing that is involved. Okay? Now comes equipment and automation. So this is just in all those methods also you saw some equipments, like in LBC it can be semi-automatic or automatic. In a fish you will have to use certain equipments. In a PCR also you will have to use certain equipments. So whatever said and done, whichever lab you are working, there will be a lot of machines, and automation is the trend of the day. So we will have to get used to the different automatic machines that we are using. Not just the automatic machines that we will have to learn to use properly, we will also have to make a proper thing to maintain those equipments, to have a logbook of usage, to have a logbook of breakdown, the AMC, the CMC. That is also a headache that comes with every machine. Okay? So this is a slide, auto stainer and cover slipper. Here this part is the auto stainer and cover slipper. This part stains the slide, whereas this part cover slips the slide. So you can imagine how much of workload is going down. The staining is done automatically. You just have to load the slides. After once the slides are stained, they are automatically, you just have to load it into the cover slipper. It will cover slip the slides. Okay. Then comes the slide stainer. That was about the routine stains that we use in our histopathology and cytology labs for routine staining. Then we also use machines like automated machines for your IHC and ICC. So this side you can see the Ventana machine that we are using for doing our ICC and IHC, as well as the whole lot of antibodies that we are preserving. So when you have a machine, the reagents also has to be managed, the reagents has to be procured, the reagents have to be stored, the quality checks of the reagent. So all these also we will have to manage. Next comes interpretation. Now most of you may not agree that the technologists do interpretation. But in certain labs, in certain cancer centers, in many places, people do cervical screening. The technicians help in cervical smear screening, many places. In fact, in our center also, we train our MSc students who are doing MS in our center. We train them to screen cervical smears. They should be able to basic screening, whether it is abnormal, normal, that much at least they should be able to screen. But they do much better than that. In body fluids also, this is not a compulsory, but some of our MSc students, they are also able to interpret. And why I am saying all this is, remember, the more skilled you are, the more chance you have for finding a job. The more skilled you have, the more indispensable you become. The more you can bargain and the more you can argue for your package, for your salary, whatever, for the new students or the budding ones. So you just remember that the more skills you have, the more chance of your survival. Because if you think of Darwin's theory, then survival of the fittest. And to be fit, you need to adapt, okay? If you don't adapt, if you don't change, then things will become difficult. So you will have to adapt and change. Then coming digital pathology. Now again, this is another trend along with automation, artificial intelligence, digital pathology. So whenever somebody talks about digital pathology, artificial intelligence, this is all tagged together, okay? So how do digital pathology, like how you people can play a role? Like telecytology is something. Suppose a smear is stained and somebody is not able to interpret, you can just scan the slide and you can mail it to somebody and that can be interpreted by somebody, okay? So this is the slide scanner that we have that can scan up to 400 slides. Now this is a big costly scanner which costs up to 1 crore. So while using these equipments, again you will have to train yourself to use this equipment. So we use it mostly for histoscanning, but we have tried cytology scanning also. It comes decent enough with the scanner, okay? The other thing is with telepathology, I told like ROSE, rapid on-site evaluation, that is another place where a technologist can play a role. You immediately stain the slide, take an image or scan the slide and send it to a pathologist somewhere sitting in the lab, and the pathologist will interpret the slide. So that is how the technologist can also play a role in telepathology. Now this is for the students, like how you can upgrade or what should be done. The first thing that you should have is interest to upgrade your skills. Interest, that is a very important thing that I find lacking. You should take some pride in your profession and in your thing that, okay, I am a skilled person and I should be able to do better than other people, okay? So you should be taking skill and you should be taking like pride to upgrade yourself. Second thing is attending conferences and workshop. I am so happy I am a part of this conference to deliver, and the gathering that I heard that 800 registrations, that is a huge registration, okay? So nice, but most of you should be attending conferences like sessions rather than moving out and visiting Puducherry. That you can do afterwards also, okay? And training and observership in specialized center, whatever your area of interest, you must find out, and then which center is doing that specialization, so the young fellows can find out, and you can always get in touch with people through networking, and you can go and train yourself with that subspecialty. Fourth is you can do MSc or you can do a cytotechnologist like a MSc cytotechnologist or MSc pathology. That course is also run along. Now BSc though is the order of the day, but I think in future once more and more MSc people come, then maybe MSc may be the preferred thing. So the junior ones may have to upgrade into the next level. And then we have many of our MSc students also who have done their PhDs, and they are doing really well. They have got very good jobs like scientists and other things after doing the MSc thing in cytology and other topics. So this is not just relating to cytology, but in pathology and biochemistry also people are doing MSc and they are doing really well. Okay. So with that I will thank the organizers for giving me this chance. And I would like to just request you one thing, the young ones, that you should take some pride in your profession. You should not feel that we are just technologists or we are just technicians. You contribute a lot to the diagnostic skills. So whatever we put report, you are 30 to 40% of that report. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Devasis, starting from ABCD to going to XYZ about the technical part in the lab, and also your inspiration to the young BSc students to take up the assignments very seriously and make their future bright. So thank you for a nice talk. I don't think any can allow any questions. We are running short of time. The lecture itself is self-explanatory, very inspiring. No question. I think he has not left any scope for any question. So he's such a good speaker. Thank you very much. And once again we thank the organizing team for giving us the chance to chair this session.
That was a bubbling, energetic talk by Devasis sir. Thank you, sir. I now request our General Secretary, Dr. Pankaj Kaul, to honor our senior professors and his friends. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So the next talk, the topic is recent developments in blood collection and component preparation technology. I invite the speaker, Dr. B. Abhishek. He is additional professor in Department of Transfusion Medicine, JIPMER. The chairpersons for this session are Dr. Devdatta Basu, Professor, MGM CRI Puducherry, Senior Professor and Head of Pathology, former Senior Professor and Head of Pathology, JIPMER. And Dr. N.G. Rajesh, Professor, Department of Pathology, JIPMER.
Wait there, I'm calling you. Sit. All right, I think this is the last session almost. Okay, penultimate session, and okay, that's a good crowd there. Fine. It's my privilege to welcome Dr. B. Abhishek, Additional Professor, Transfusion Medicine at JIPMER. He is the Young Scientist Award at 2019 from the Indian Society of Transfusion Medicine and H.D. Shore Award. He's our dynamic person in the transfusion medicine. He's also a receiver of the Harold Gunson Fellowship, ISBT 21, 83 publications to his credit, and he's the author of the Manual of Immunohematology for Transfusion Residents, which he calls as Mitra. And that's a good book for most of our postgraduates in transfusion medicine and also for technologists who are in the field of transfusion medicine. So without wasting further ado, I call upon Dr. Abhishek to present his talk on recent developments in blood collection and component preparation technology.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you, sir. First of all, has been with everybody who spoke here. It's a fantastic conference and very well organized. I'm really happy that JIPMER and most of my colleagues and people are able to pull out in such a glorified way. And it's a privilege to talk in front of my teachers and also my students, many here. So my topic is recent developments in blood collection and component preparation. This is just, I will give you a brief view of what things are happening and what you can look into. The minor adjustments here and there that every day you are part of working can bring out innovations to make our work easier as well as with lesser errors. So that is all advancement is all about. So we'll start with since my topic is blood collection and component preparation, from the foremost as a technologist, when we start looking to draw a sample, one of the biggest thing is to identify the proper vein to collect the sufficient sample. And most of the time people say it comes by experience, isn't it? So, but there are various technologies which can actually help you in doing this phlebotomy in a better way, because we all know the hassles faced by the patient if you are not able to draw a good sample, multiple pricks and all that. You also will be embarrassed, as well as the patients feel much less confident on you and all that. So few of the technologies like this is called the vein viewer, uses either a Doppler or a ultrasonogram and helps you okay, work on this. Okay, fine. So I will use so if you can see here, it's called the vein viewer, where it actually with the use of ultraviolet rays or some other rays also, it will actually, you can see the veins delineated completely below the skin, and it will help you make a decision as to which vein the girth is better, the flow is better, and you can use them to collect your samples. So that is another way. It's a different company. You can see the veins clearly visible with the arch there, and generally when you choose, you use the medium cubital vein or sometimes the peripheral veins. So the technologies have also been trying to fully automate this, what is known as the blood collection. So they use robots. We all know about robotic surgeries, and Dr. Debashis was talking about making a slide, filming it, placing a slide cover slips and all that. In the same way, people are trying to make the collection of blood itself completely automatized by using robo. So you will have to place your arm into this structure there, and
with the artificial intelligence and other helping technologies, the vein is viewed, the system will automatically pick the best possible vein and will collect the sample automatically by doing all the necessary steps like cleaning the vein, preparation of the part, drawing it, and so all these technologies, one is the failure rates will be much lesser. It will very unlikely that it fails to collect. It either tells that it cannot do it, or if it plunges into it, it will help it to complete the procedure. And the most important other part is the risk to the healthcare workers. We all know that whenever we talk about phlebotomy and things like that, we talk about needle stick injuries and the various hazards and all that. So all this can be minimized with this. So this is how the imaging navigation control technology works. Like the vein is visible here, the position, localizing, and as well as the flow. We all know that sometimes whenever few people or the patients or donors who are, if they are very muscular, usually they have very engorged veins. The vein looks very bulky, but actually the flow will be lesser. And surprisingly, you fail to collect. So this also takes into account the flow through these veins, making sure that it tells you which way is the vein, the blood flowing, is there a stasis or something, can you anticipate some thrombus or phlebitis and things like that. All this can be told to you. Then, since I am from transfusion, I will stick myself to the collection with regard to the blood collection in the blood center. The next advancement, that is, we all know that whenever we collect blood components, the contamination that happens in the platelets or the RBCs, one is because of the, of course, if you fail to choose a donor properly, and if he is having some bacteremia or something, that will enter to the blood components. But the most common reason why these blood components gets contaminated is, whenever you would have all seen the blood bank. How many of you have seen the blood bank needle, which is much bigger than you generally use for the collection of the examination or diagnostic purposes? Okay, so what happens is the eye of the needle, which has a very bigger hollowness, that portion of the skin exactly where you pierce will actually get into the blood bag. And this skin, generally in the cubital fossa, you will have a lot of crevices, or if you have done, if the patient or the donor has undergone multiple phlebotomies in the previous past, then there will be scarring. And underneath the scarring, there will be small crevices, which is almost impossible to clean. And this is the most common cause or the source of infection in most of your blood components. So what they nowadays do is, whenever this is the donor end, so when the blood is collected into the blood bag, before that, the first 5 to 10 ml of the blood is diverted into what is known as the diversion pouch. So the advantages are two. The skin tag that gets into the needle will actually go into that, which is the most common source of contamination. And if you think, oh, we lose around 5 to 10 ml of blood through that pouch, no, it does not happen that. This can be utilized for your TTA testing, grouping, and other compatibility testing. So that is the diversion pouch. Then needle safety mechanisms, very, very important. Newer, these are all advances which make sure that your needle, even if wanted, cannot be used again. Okay? So once you do the phlebotomy and you slide it over the needle, it closes forever and you can only break them out. No way you can. So if you are, especially the accrediting agencies and all, look for things like that which builds a confidence in your laboratory system that there is no misutilization of the these things, as well as, of course, the safety to the phlebotomists and all is ensured. Then coming to the arm preparation, nowadays we have sprays which can be sprinkled on the area. Then also sometimes, especially whenever in the blood center we say that the most common reason why somebody has not donated blood, if you ask, most of them say have a fear for needle, the pain and all that. So people have tried EMLAS. EMLA is basically a lignocaine local anesthetic which you can apply on the area, and the donor will almost not even feel expect for the pressure, nothing else. So the things that can help you comfort the donors and increase the confidence and motivate them for further donations. Then all these innovative automatic blood mixing devices. We all know that mixing the blood samples as well as the collecting blood, especially in a blood bank, it's very, very important because the clotting is very common in the blood bags. Especially when you go to camps and all, where the mixers do not work properly either because you don't have electric supply just nearby and all that. So these bloods, in spite of the sacred donation of the donor, the blood ends up with a clot, and it's very disheartening both for the donor who gave it as well as the collecting people. Everybody feels disheartened, is it? So these things, so what happens, if you have seen a blood collection monitor, the anticoagulant will be already present in the blood bag, and the blood flows into the blood bag through the needle, through the tubing. But what happens is, you could have realized that the initial blood that gets collected has enormous amount of anticoagulant to interact with, but as the collection progresses beyond 250 ml and all, maybe if the mixing is not proper, the anticoagulant will be almost settled at the bottom, and the blood that is newly collecting into the blood bag will not actually come in contact with the, that is one of the major reason why we have clots in the collection. So that makes sure that your blood bag doesn't clot or almost negates that this one, and it's definitely a very plus point and a innovative innovation that has been helped and making a mark in this eliminating the problem of clots. So that is just a blueprint of how the internal mechanics works and all that. Then we all know that whenever we collect blood, the most important thing we say is, especially in Indian countries, countries like India, where the campsite, the donation site is almost 60, 80 or sometimes even more than 100 kilometers from actual place where the blood center is. So now usually what happens is, when you collect a blood, you should usually prepare the components within 6 to 8 hours of collection. Okay? And not only that, even after collection, many times it happens that, especially in smaller blood banks, that you need a certain amount of blood collected, like 24 bags or 12 bags, before you can actually have a first batch of separation. So this waiting period can be much longer in smaller blood banks where their whole collection is 10 to 15 or something. So they take around the whole day to collect 12 bags. So since the batch processing of components is little difficult in these, so this temperature has to be maintained. So usually what we do is, we usually put it in a ice-lined chamber, but these are called as cooling plates. Though they are exposed and kept like this, this is the plate on which you keep the blood bags collected till it is separated. And these plates will maintain a temperature of 6 to 8 degree. Usually they have butanediol, and they maintain the temperature as long as these blood bags are kept on the cooling plate chamber. And it doesn't matter if you even prepare the components after 8 to 10 hours, because the temperature is still maintained. Then coming to the plasma, we all know that we talk about, you have heard of FFP, fresh frozen plasma? Fresh frozen plasma. So fresh frozen plasma is called fresh frozen because immediately after the collection it is frozen to -40 or -60. Now it's not always possible to do this, either because the delay from collecting to processing. The other thing is, even when you put the prepared FFP into a freezer, the time by which the whole FFP is frozen usually takes around 6 to 8 hours, because the drop in temperature usually takes time. Okay, maybe it drops like 2 to 4 degree per hour and so on. So actually to reach the temperature like -20 from a say 6 to 8 or even room temperature blood bag, it takes almost 8 to 12 hours. And the freezing actually happens from the periphery. The one which is in contact with the freezer, it starts freezing from the periphery and slowly, and by the moment the core or the nucleus of the FFP is frozen, many times it is almost 24 hours, even if you are kept in the deep freezer. So we all know that whenever we talk of plasma, we talk about heat labile factors, which has to be frozen immediately, otherwise their half-life is in within 6 to 8 hours. So this is what is known as contact shock freezing. It comes with 2 plates, the one at the bottom and one on the top. And what you see in between is the FFPs. You place your FFPs and both these cold plates, they come and compress the plasma, and within 1 hour, the entire bag is frozen, including the nucleus, and it is evenly, because it doesn't freeze from the periphery, because both the bottom as well as the top plate has cryoprotective mechanisms. They make sure the entire FFP in real time, at the same time from periphery to center freezes. And that's a big advantage and makes your quality, the FFP's quality, much better. And then of course, when we talk about collection, apheresis has changed the dynamics of blood collection. If people are not aware of what apheresis is or not able to see that, usually whenever we prepare components, we collect 350 ml and then separate them by centrifugation or filtration, very rarely. But this apheresis is, you connect the donor to this machine which is called as the cell separator. In real time, whichever component you want an RBC, you want a WBC, you want a platelet or plasma, that alone is removed. So if you see the line here, this is the line where blood is being collected or run into the machine. In real time, the machine centrifuges, removes the platelet or plasma, whatever you want, and the rest of the things is given back to the donor in the same sitting. So the advantage is, we all know that whenever somebody donates blood, he cannot donate for next 3 to 4 months. And whenever you have dengue epidemics and things like that, you need a huge amount of platelets, and most of the donors become ineligible, in the sense once they donate, they cannot do it for next 3-4 months. But apheresis can solve it in a very big way, because here, since they are donating only the platelets, and platelets usually regenerate within a very short span. Every day we produce lakhs of platelets. So the same donor can donate every alternate day. That is the advantage of the apheresis. And now that cellular therapy with stem cells and all are coming, usually we used to hear what is known as bone marrow transplant and things like that. It's a very painful procedure. The donor has to undergo anesthetically drawn the marrow from his iliac spine. But nowadays, most of the stem cells are collected as a daycare procedure through the peripheral vein. The machine is also same. The same machine can do that. Only thing is the procedure runs for around 6 to 8 hours, but it is as safe and simpler as any blood donation, except for the duration that is spent with the machine. Then there is something called as pooled Buffy coat platelets. We all know about Buffy coat. What is Buffy coat? Whenever we centrifuge blood, you get the bottom, the heaviest RBCs, and the top will be plasma. In between them, in the interjunction, there will be a layer which usually contains platelets as well as white cells. Usually most of us discard it because basically it has no use other than you are preparing granulocyte preparation, and it is the cause of many transfusion reactions. But in newer technologies, this usually cannot be done manual. Okay, if you have worked in a blood bank, you know that you centrifuge and the plasma alone is being transferred, and you will be looking for the junction between plasma and the RBCs, and at the correct point you stop. This cannot be done in manually, but the lasers can detect the Buffy coat, make sure only Buffy coat is removed and separated. Okay, and this Buffy coat's rich source of platelets, these Buffy coats alone can be pooled from multiple donors. See, these are Buffy coats collect from 6 to 8 donors who have donated whole blood actually, and the Buffy coat part which is generally discarded, that is pooled this is called as also the train method. That's why it's, okay, one is connected to each other, and all these buffy coats is pooled and platelets is separated from it, and this platelet can be as most as equivalent as the apheretic platelets that I showed before. And then most of us, we use centrifugation methods for blood collection and separation of components, but people are also getting into filtration techniques, because the centrifuge based component preparation, the problem is the machine is huge and it takes lot of time, okay, because you can process only that much, 6 or 12 in a batch, okay, whereas this filtration can be much faster, especially selectively if you want to remove components from the blood, especially albumin or globulin fractions or other PPF, the protein, plasma protein fraction, or all these things can be usually easily done by the filtration method of preparation. Most of these nowadays are used in fractionation centers, not in blood centers, but with time progressing, we may have these filtration techniques available in the blood banks itself. Then the next is the frozen preservation of RBCs. We all know that whenever we talk of RBCs, it's usually around the half-life is, the shelf life is from 35 to 42 days. And especially when we have, the best example was the Kargil. When Kargil war happened, there was a huge hue and cry in the media. And of course, people are altruistic, lakhs and lakhs of people donated. But actually, so sadly, most of the units went waste because, see, blood is a perishable component. You need as much is sufficient. More than a handful is waste, okay? So 30,000, 40,000 units were wasted during that, and it was disheartening. So now, people with what is known as the frozen preservation, you freeze the RBCs, okay? And by freezing them, the RBCs can be stored from 10 to 15 years. That's an amazing thing to happen. Currently, the cost is little higher, that's why people are not venturing into it. Mostly army and other people are using it. 10 to 12 years is a huge, huge bonus from 35 to 42 days, okay? And especially when you have mass casualties, this can be of very helpful. And also blood collection like say Bombay or any other rare, you would have, if you are happening to conduct camps, sometimes unknowingly you collect a blood and then realize that it is a Bombay, okay? And you realize unless you get a patient who requires Bombay in next 35-40 days, this blood will not be utilized. And the prevalence of Bombay in India is around 1 in 15 to 20,000 people, that too in Mumbai area. In other areas is much lesser. So now what happens, most of these units go waste. So these kind of rare units can be frozen and kept and can be utilized whenever we want. So that is one thing. Frozen preservation of RBCs usually utilize the liquid nitrogen. Those are the liquid nitrogen tanks that you can see there. RBCs is frozen and kept into these canisters. The same figure you can see on that side. Then another new thing, whenever we talk about platelets, we talk platelets are stored in room temperature with agitation and things like that. Okay? So newer papers have shown that, of course, the platelet has to be stored in room temperature because cold activates them. But also it is known that nowadays that since cold activate platelets, why don't we use activated platelets directly? So that is the concept, and this is, mind you, it is useful only in the trauma or the massive transfusion setting where you need the benefit immediately. Not to chronic patients or chemotherapy patients where you want a gradual improvement and you want it to sustain. These platelets have a very short half-life once they are already activated, but it is very beneficial in trauma setting, especially pre-hospital transfusion. You meet a patient who is met with an accident somewhere around 50 kilometers away from the hospital, and it takes almost an hour to ambulance him into the hospital. So that crucial period, many patients lose their life, and these platelets, the frozen platelets, if given in that golden period, can save a lot of life. So people are trying cold storage of platelets, and it has been beneficial. Then coming to the modification, you heard of irradiators? Okay, so whenever we give blood components, there is something called as TAGVHD, that is transfusion associated graft versus host disease. What happens here is the viable lymphocytes present in the blood unit of the donor, when it is transfused, especially to immunocompromised individual, a neonate or a post-chemotherapy or a what you known as the pre-transplant chemotherapy prepared patient. So these people they fail to mount an immune response against the WBCs of the donor, and these WBCs go and sit in the marrow of the recipient and start producing their own progenies. And for these lymphocytes, the entire donor is foreign. So they start attacking the host, okay? And the worst problem with TAGVHD is mortality is 100%. As of today, there is hardly any case where somebody who had a TAGVHD and survived. And only thing that can prevent as of today is irradiation. And most of this irradiation till now used to happen with the cobalt machines, okay, or the radionuclide machines. Nowadays, people have come with X-ray irradiators, like how you have the gamma X-ray. Now, the advantage is there is no hazard of radiation here, okay? Especially the problem with the previous one was we were supposed to, if you have to dispose of the old cobalt machines or the irradiated machine, you have to give back to the company. It's a heavy machine and all that. And with the bioterrorism and other things happening, these are very, because hospitals are usually not safe and secured, it can be a means of terrorism, and people were scared to have irradiators. And now that X-ray irradiators has come, that will be changing a big way, and most of the hospitals can be afford to have this. Of course, the cost is costly, very high as of now. That is probably because just it is in initial days. Once it is, the demand grows and they are able to supply, the cost will come down. And the best part is these X-ray irradiators can be kept inside your component room of the blood centers, which is as of now not possible with the blood irradiator. Usually you keep in a basement or outside the hospital. And the therapeutic effects of platelet-rich plasma. Platelet-rich plasma, I don't know how many of you have heard of doing it. It's sky is the limit for its utility, right from the baldness till the non-growing, ingrowing toenails and the decubitus, non-healing diabetic ulcer, everything, PRP is coming in a big way, polycystic ovarian disease, infertility treatment, you name a condition, orthopedically, all the tennis elbows and chronic, wherever you find inflammation, PRP is of great benefit. And nowadays aseptically, these are the things which in one sitting you just collect whole blood from the patient, you put it in the centrifuge, and it removes the platelet PRP there, and you can collect it from there. You can also see there, this is called the platelet poor plasma here above the Buffy coat, and this is used for variety of preparation and treatment, okay? And that is one thing which is coming up in a big way with regard to component preparation. Then, the biggest problem with all transfusion always remain the transfusion transmitted infections, okay? In fact, I always tell my PGs, if at all we have a field of transfusion medicine today, it's because of HIV, okay? So if not HIV, probably people would even not bother to have something like that, because when HIV came in 1981, people were just smacked down. The Hayati tragedy that you know, usually what happens, Hayati is an island just near the US, and most of the blood products to US were actually shipped from there. Obviously people there are poor and they used to sell their blood, and US used to, because in the US it was paying the patient donors at that time was allowed. And people used to make a lot of money, they were poor, they were ready to sell, and US was ready to buy. And when HIV struck, and Hayati was one of the country which was worstly affected because of the cultural practices there and all that. And US went into a very major deficit with regard to plasma products, okay? And so now what happens, we are always improving the technology for identifying these microbes. HIV, HBV, and nowadays with Zika and all this coming. But we always tell that, okay, our technology is 99% safe, 99.9% detection, window period is reduced and all these things, but never we could achieve that 100%. So now people have thought, instead of detecting them, we will eliminate them. Okay? So that is pathogen reduction technology. What it is you collect the blood from any donor. It doesn't matter what he is infected. You don't even have to find out. See, usually we test for 5 infections. Other countries test for more infections. Malaria, people have babesia, they check for that. And some countries, even the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in Europe, all these things. Okay, and this count goes on increasing. Okay, so now people have thought, instead of testing for them, eliminate them. Okay, so the technology is like the riboflavin. You add the riboflavin to the blood product, then expose it to UV light, and most of the microbes, the viruses, enveloped, non-enveloped, are destroyed. Okay, and that's it. You have a bigger donor base, you are not afraid of infections, and it's always a win-win situation. So this is another technology which is called as methylene blue. Again, methylene blue we have been using as a antimicrobial agent and all that. You add it to the blood product and allow a time for incubation and remove it off, and almost all the infections are cleared off. Cord blood banking coming up in a big way, but it had some hassles in between. The biggest problem with cord blood was, one is huge availability. We all know that we just throw cord blood. We don't do anything with that. So we are making out of garbage basically. Okay, but that is the advantage. But the disadvantage is the amount is too low to treating an adult patient. So usually it was used for malignancies and other things in children. Okay, so that is the technology of collecting cord blood. And recently nowadays things have, not only for transplant, cord blood has been started using as a regular transfusion. Okay, and this have much better oxygen carrying capacity as well as the benefit to the recipient. And the last slide is about the regenerative medicine. Regenerative medicine, again, initially we used to collect the endothelial cells and chondrocytes where there is active proliferation. But nowadays, though the amount of these actively proliferating cells are very less in blood, with the superior technologies we can separate only them and we can turn them into any cell that we want. Okay, these cells, mesenchymal stem cells and all that, from just a drop of blood, we can separate these cells, grow them in cultures, and you can grow anything. You can grow cartilages, you can grow bones, and probably with given time we can, of course, unless for the regulations, we can almost build a whole human. Thank you, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abhishek. I don't think there is much room for questions, but I would be excited to say that I'd be waiting for a time when we have an option of phlebotomy with a robo, with all the advances that you had seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, please wait, sir. May I request Mr. Harish Chandra Pandey, Treasurer of ICMLS, to present the awards to the speaker and chairpersons.
Our next talk is Developing Competency Assessment tool for medical laboratory technologists by Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, consultant, HSTP New Delhi. The chairpersons for this talk are Dr. Pankaj Kaul, Dean USMAS RBU, and Dr. Surendra Kumar Sharma, PGI Chandigarh.
It's on now. Is coming?
Dr. Pankaj Kaul is the General Secretary of ICMLS, and he is presently the Dean of the University of Allied Health Sciences, Rayat Batra University, Mohali. He is a member expert for revamping and redesigning new MLS curriculum. He holds many awards and publications to his name and is the author of 2 books, Workbook of Immunohistochemistry and Work Manual of Histopathology Techniques.
I would like to introduce Mr. Sanjeev, who works for HSTP in building competencies for primary healthcare providers in the capacity of research specialist. He is trained in public health, population studies, as well as health administrations. With more than 10 years of publications, experience in quality assurance processes, he worked with multi-state health systems like Bihar, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Odisha. He has recently been involved in the development of a curriculum along with ICMLS, and the book is already published on our website also. Mr. Sanjeev, please.
Thank you. The question is why we started this work in 2021. Because we understood from all of the studies done across India and the global level, is like the competency, there is a huge set of competency gap exists for all level of all care of providers, all level of healthcare providers. Even when you see the studies done by Jisnu Das, even the other studies, many of the studies you will find where you will find there is a huge gap of competency exists throughout the level of care. So my agency, along with Harvard School of Public Health, we launched a program called Odisha Health System Strengthening Project, in which we did the diagnostic study, and we found this is very, very consistent set of competency gap exists throughout the level of care in public health, public facilities. So, sorry, this one, yeah. So through this project, we collaborated with multiple partners, as you said, like Harvard School of Public Health, Oxford Policy Management. It's a Oxford set of body, and Health System Transformation Platform, the Government of Odisha, and we have the partnership with the Indian Confederation of Medical Science, and IPA. There is a special division for community pharmacies, pharmacy division in the IPA, and we are getting funding from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So, why we are came into working for the competencies set of development for this cadre. The question is because since morning actually we are understanding we are the unsung heroes, right? Where we are unsung heroes, but we are doing lots of work. So ultimately, if you will not change yourself, or the competency not get updated, it would be very difficult to do those works. And trust me, like even the environment is continuously changing because of the workload, because of the service provision, automation, lots of things, machine learning, lots of things. So that's why even ensuring the accurate diagnosis, you need to update the entire set of the competencies through those set of skills. So that's why we are started this work. And like why actually medical laboratory technologies competency matter. I don't want to stress because like already we have listened a lot about this work. And then as I said, like even the Indian level, like when you see the national level, lots of things are changing. When you see like the new integration of Indian public health standards, where we see like in 2012 guideline, only 13 set of services are supposed to be delivered at the primary health center. But when you see today, like in 2022, more than 60 plus set of tests are supposed to be delivered at the primary health center level. So that the environment of this whole comprehensive primary healthcare is changing, and now we can say like 12 service of packages are in full place. So lots of things have changed. So that's why we are prioritizing this one. Sorry. There are keywords like even in the quality component, we have heard lots of time like what are the competence, and you will bombarded with lots of jargons across, like what is competency? Is there any difference between competence and competency? What is the domains? What is the behavior? Knowledge, skills, and attitude. So when we see the competency, like when you see the literature before, like I think 2022, WHO has come up with the clear-cut guidelines. It's a global guideline which says like the ability of the professional to integrate knowledge, skills, and attitude in their performance of task, whatever it has been given to that person, right? So even for doing those set of things, it is very difficult to come up with a competency without having domains. That actually we will discuss later. So through which actually we will also get the terminology called domains. So domain is nothing, domain is a basically broadest category of competencies. But again, the challenge, when you see most of the languages or the curriculums, when you see most of the competencies is not quantifiable. So the actual international language is like the behaviors. So every competency should be converted into the behaviors that should be observable conduct towards other people or tasks that expresses a competency. So every behavior should be quantified and that should be observable. Then it's a behavior. Then you will be able to build the competency and then observe it through the behaviors. The knowledge, it's a very clear set of things. It's a concept and theories. A skills, use of techniques to integrate knowledge into the practice. And attitude, a very vital component, is like a person's feeling, values, and beliefs which influence their behavior and the performance of the task. And that is, I'm not saying like this is important, other things are not important, but it's a very critical driver for developing the competency in any of the personnel. Now, what was the objective of the studies? So objective of the study was, when we took up this study, then we found there should be certain set of competency assessment framework that actually give us idea like how can we assess the competency on the ground. But when we delve into the literature, even in the international literature, there were very few literature we are talking about how to assess the competency of the medical laboratory technologist in the primary care setting. So, and when we try to customize those set of in our setting, it was totally infeasible. So what we did was like we started the work to develop the competency assessment framework. So when we started this work, so there were two steps we identified through the literature. Firstly, based on the roles of the technologist, we developed the list of the competencies. And after the based on the competencies, we developed the competency assessment tool to assess those competency on the ground. Because this was only for the in-service people. The method which we followed, like we followed a 5-stage, method, in which the first stage we did the desk review and identified. Yeah.
1 minute. Is students, do you want to learn something or not? Students?
This whole set of program or the study which undertook was completed into the 5 stages. The first stage in which we did the literature review, particularly the international one. Then we also did the literature review for the national level set of documents. And then what we did, like after the synthesis of this the list of competency based on this national and international literature, we did the expert consultation to validate the content of the competencies. So after that, when we validated the competencies, then we developed the competency assessment tool. Again, we adopted the international models based on the terminologies which has been coming from the literature. And then again we went for the validation exercise through the experts, and all the experts were more than 20 years set of experience working in the medical laboratory science area. And then after the finalization, again we went to the field and tested like whatever we are trying to assess, it is giving the result or not, or is there any problem in administering those questions or not. So through which we did the CAT pre-testing, and then after that, what the inputs I got or what the learnings we got, we based on that we finalized the competency assessment tool. So the competencies we found through the literature review was like total 95, right? So, and all these competencies were distributed into 10 set of domains. So like one of them was like human values and professional ethics, quality management, communication and interaction, critical thinking, equipment, instrument, consumables, test requisition data and sample collection, a specimen preparation, assessment and analysis, result recording and reporting, laboratory safety and infection control. So now I will just give you the what are the highlights of those competencies. I'm not listing it all here, but I'm just giving the pin shot like what was the component cover here, like human values and ethics. So understanding of the human values and ethics was one of the competencies. Like confidentiality of healthcare information is very, very vital set of things. Respecting the diversity, dignity and values, informed consent form, interest to participate in continuing education and training. The same by like for the quality management concept of quality control, quality assessment, quality improvement, consistency, reproducibility, turnaround time. So such type of things we have listed in the competencies for quality management. For communication, it's a very vital set of domain. Like where if you are not very good in communication, particularly when you are working in the community, it is very difficult to drive your work, even intra and inter both. A specimen preparation, because it's a very clinical set of things, like most of the people are aware, but like just I'm reiterating a specimen process considering priority. It's a very, very vital set of this competency. Suitability of the specimen for testing, a specimen process for analysis like blood, body fluids and other clinical specimens for any of examination, including microscopic. Because when you're working in the primary healthcare setting, microscopic is a very, very vital one. Assessment and analysis, test equipment, SOPs. We have heard lots of things about SOPs since morning. Physical and chemical principles of staining and the quality of staining, principle of routine microscopy. So these are the things I think most of the people are aware of. And then the recording part. So whatever the analysis and report is coming, so that have to record here. So standard units used in test reports, results comparison with positive and negative controls. So again, we have heard lots of things about the controls since morning. Recording of the test results to laboratory information system. Like already we have learned about the the laboratory information system, right? Critical values, information sharing, turnaround time. Then the critical thinking. Most of the curriculum and the things, this is not very much well illustrated in our Indian setting, but it is very, very critical for the competencies perspective, like reflective practice, accommodation of valid priorities, right? And then efficient use of 4M, like money, man, material, minutes. Equipment, instruments and consumables in this domain, preparation of reagents, calibrators, standards and quality control materials. Again, since morning we have heard lots of things about these things. Test requisition data and sample collection. Again, I think most of the people have learned about it. We are like test requisition forms, like it's very, very critical, documentation. Patient counseling, sample collection, procedure like, blood samples, sample types of required tests, like serum, plasma, and whole blood etc. Anticoagulant knowledge, chain of custody procedures. So these are the competencies. It's very, very vital for our for any lab settings. And safety is like again very critical set of domains because lots of occupation-based hazard is intact with this. So like safety precaution of clinical laboratory, use of PPE, like laboratory hygiene and infection control practices, minimization of possible dangers from biological specimen, use of laboratory safety devices, labeling for date, handle, store, and dispose of chemicals, dyes, reagents, and solution according to legislations. These are really critical set of competencies for medical laboratory professionals in any of the settings. The objective too was like how can actually be assess those competency on the ground. So what we did was like as by definition from WHO, it talks about the knowledge, attitude, and skills, right? So for knowledge, we use a different set of instruments to collect the data, right? For attitude, we again use a different set of instruments to capture the data. And for the skills, because skills assessment is a very different type of process. So we use a different set of instruments to assess the skills on the ground, because there are certain skills which is required very frequently in the setting, and there are certain skills which is not required on the daily basis, and there are certain skills which demonstration is not very easy to do. So like we use a different set of instruments. Like there are certain skills which is required on a daily basis. We use the observational tools. And where those skills which demonstration is possible and is not frequently required, we use the mini clinical laboratory skills set of instruments, and then the case studies where demonstration was not possible. So like as I said, like we use the different set of steps to finalize this. Like before the consultation and after the consultation, you will find like how the sorting was done. Like even the knowledge which we use the questionnaire as an instrument, like pre-consultation it was 89, and after consultation it reduced to 53. The similar for attitude, we use the questionnaire but in a very different design. The pre-consultation it was 49 and it later reduced to 23. Observational checklist, previously it was 56 and later it reduced to 26. Mini clinical evaluation exercises 13 and later it just reduced to 4. Case study, previously it was 5 and then it's 4. Now I want to give the samples, like because it's a like 30 pages document. So that's why I'm just giving just a snap of how the questions were designed, how the instrument were designed. So when we see the knowledge, the instrument which we use is the questionnaire, where we are asking, do you know what are the ways you can adopt, addressing the complaints and feedbacks from patient, physician, staff, and learnings from accident incidents for continual improvement in laboratory services. The similar set of things for the same competencies, when we want to test or assess the attitude, we are using the questionnaire, but here the design is different. If there is an infection control policy, do you feel it is not worthful to follow? So we design the instrument in such a way that you can get the certain set of the response which is very near to the reality. When you see the skills observational checklist, like first in and first out, right, is a very, very important set of skills. So what we did was, to assess this, we made the means of verification. So if somebody is practicing or doing certain process for this FIFO, we have a certain set of checklist through which actually we will assess, and then we will give the score. So based on these parameters, so if somebody is practicing, out of 4 set of means of verification, he's only able to comply with 2. So we will mark that set of a skill according to his performance. The similar set of things for mini clinical exercises, again, like one of the major skill is staining procedure. So here again we have to check and score based on the means of verification listed here. Similar for the case studies, because it is very difficult to demonstrate. So what we did is, like, we made a statement where we try to give certain context. Accordingly, that person, assessee is giving the response. Yeah. So like, we have also defined the score definition, where, like, if somebody is out of 10 procedures, somebody is like, only complying with 4. So accordingly, based on this score definition, somebody has, the assessor has to mark. So like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Like if somebody has not, complied with any of them, then he will get A, and then B, C, D accordingly. But we have also considered, because there are certain health system issues because of which might be that process is not being done. So we have also factored like the H response, where particularly a skill limitation is related to the resource limitation. If the reagent is not available, what the technologist will do? Then conclusion, right? What the framework we have developed, MLT competency assessment aims to pinpoint the training requirements, because now how the government is doing, they are coming up with the guidelines where there is no integration of the field requirements. So whatever they are thinking, they are doing. But if you have a clear-cut idea, like where the competency is the gap, then you can develop your training material accordingly. So I think this is a very good set of things that actually Government of India or the state government can utilize it. And certainly there is a huge potential for practice implementation, because when you see the Government of India and the state government's priorities, most of the time this cadre is not given proper importance so far. When you see, like, there are certain intervention has been done through the tuberculosis program, HIV program, but not a holistic thinking has come out so well like others. So I think this is the opportunities where, like, this assessment framework can play a greater role. Certainly, through this exercise, we have certain strength and certain limitations. So what I feel is, like, the biggest strength of this program is the collaboration. So whatever we did, because previously what is happening, the challenge with any of the particular the health researchers is there is a gap between the practitioner and the policy maker, right, and the researchers. So what we did, we tried to collaborate with everybody. So where you see like the government of Odisha is very much engaged, like ICMLS is engaged, right? The research institutions are well placed, and now we are whatever we are doing, we are going to the field and validating it. So it's not like something like we are just sitting in in our offices and working. So that I think it's a strength of this program where lots of consultation has happened, and that is also reflecting in our the outputs whatever we have generated, and we have we have included all set of stakeholders, possible stakeholders, like as I said, like the federations, like the governments, like the researchers, and everybody, academicians, whatever. And the limitation is like when you see the score definition. So a score definition is not validated like in a very rigorous way through the quantitative methods. So that is, I think this is one of the limitations we have. And CAT pre-testing was not possible in many of the facets because of logistic requirements. So we did in a very limited number. So I think this is one of the limitations. But when we assessed, using this tool, I think the validity is like we are very much confident whatever we have gathered, we have made is able to capture the data which is very real to the which is very near to the reality. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It was a very descriptive that you have told about this competency development. Anyone from the audience has any questions? Students, do you have any questions? Or only chat? No questions? I would wish to add, Sanjeev, one thing that, and for students also, please listen what I am saying, that the work which Sanjeev ji has done, it is really a wonderful work. If we upgrade the primary centers, will definitely push up the standards of district level. And once the district levels are upgraded, so ultimately the level on tertiary level hospitals will reduce, because there's too much of rush in tertiary hospitals. It was actually Professor Aikat's dream. He was our dean from PGI, now he is no more. He was the first to identify the potential of medical technologists, and he promoted the technical staff at that time, long back, before I joined PGI, that he sent some of our technical staff to go abroad, learn latest technology and apply back home in their own respective lab. He had given them promotions also as a lecturer, and he made them teachers also to teach. And his colleagues used to say, why are you improving these technologies? But he used to say, if these technologies will do my work, I can do some other work which is actually meant for me. So for him, upgradation of lab was must for the right diagnosis and upgraded diagnosis. So PGI was the first to have entry qualification as BSc Medical Technology in PGI. Long back in 90s he started that before we joined. And as far as you gave a statement that one should have knowledge, attitude and skill, I would say as MLT we must gather knowledge, and as medical lab scientists we must change our attitude of working, and by attaining skills we must become scientists. So we must have knowledge and change our attitude, and by skill we must become dexterous to give health to all. Thank you very much for that. Sanjeev, wait.
Mr. Sanjeev, I would like to add up, like recently, as you mentioned, like in PHCs, there are 12 laboratory tests are essential. So since each and every
primary health setups, we are not appointing any pathologist. So our medical lab technologists should have that much competencies to diagnose the patient so that the proper care can be given to them. As far as the competencies assessments concerned for those medical technologists, since those investigation has been increased to 60 nowadays, because the government is planning for health and wellness centers. So I was just about checking about the published work from abroad, in which I have gone through all the competencies assessment questionnaire. In that it has been found that online education to those medical technologists who are working in the area of these testings, if we'll conduct their online classes to them, we can give a lecture to thousands of the medical technologists.
Yeah.
And ICMLS, being a national associations, I just want to inform that we are conducting National Medical Lab Professional Week, and PGMR is conducting the online education to our medical technologists so that we can enhance their competencies so that they can properly diagnose those patients.
Yeah.
I just want to ask one thing, like how to select those particular questions to assess their competencies first, and how to get their ethical approvals before to generate a questionnaire for competency assessment of those medical technologies, so that we can publish our own Indian data that can be used for further streamlining of our services. Please.
I'm working in this area since last 2 years. So I'm pretty involved in competency development for pharmacists, lab tech, and community health officer. So what I found is like when you compare the international literature and Indian context, there is no sync, because the problem is their context. When you see, I think that's why I always like Olben set of framework, health system framework, we always give emphasis to the context. So the context is most of the competencies framework which you find across globe is for the pre-service education, right? You will not find literature much for in-service set of things. So firstly, in-service, wherever we are talking about, so firstly you have to identify the role. What role actually the professional is supposed to play. So whatever cadre, like even if you really want to develop the competencies framework for sweeper, so what are the roles he is supposed to play? So you have to list it down first, and then based on that you have to come up with the competencies to deliver those set of roles. So once you did it, and that should be the consultative, because the problem is there are two views, emic and etic, like whatever you are thinking, what I am thinking. So you have to engage with all the stakeholders together and then come up with the competencies list. And then your life will be really easier when you will develop the competency assessment tool, right? So what I feel is like the ethical side, whatever you are raising it. So ethics is always having when you are not, associating or consulting that person, right? And if your processes are in place, right, then I think you will be able to comply your ethical compliances. But certainly, if you have certain plan to publish it, then you have to go for the ethical approval. So again, if you have certain interventions planned in your mind, and it is not in a biochemical set of things, then ethical approval from any ethical committee from your PGI set of things, that is possible. But if you have certain biochemical set of things, that is not, I think I don't see any value out of this. So even the institutional ethical review is not required. So just take the ethical compliance, ethical committee approval from your institute, and that will be fine for yeah. I think it's all about so that's the bigger question I think my organization has asked when I started this work. So I think the first thing is whatever the framework we are coming up with, if it is acceptable to all the stakeholders, then it not take much time, what I feel is but the problem is India is a very vast country where lots of stakeholders are involved. So even if you're working in Odisha, getting approval easy, but when you started training, again it's a difficult task. But like I think the council set of things, like which is coming up, if it came near future, like 1 year, 2 year, then our life would be very easy, and we can ask, like we can advocate it with, and then we can ask, like please take it, and if you file like certain merit out of this, they can scale it easily. So all of these all governance set of things, we are those are the things actually we need to consider. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Dr. Sanjeev.
Yeah.
Proceed to the next.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. C.P. Pandey, Vice President of ICMLS, to give the certificate and memento to the speaker and the chairpersons. Thank you, sir.
With this, we are concluding the plenary sessions, and we are next commencing the oral presentation, Symposium 1, in the category of Clinical Biochemistry. I have an announcement before that. As we are running behind the schedule, we are requesting the oral presenters to stick to the timing to 8 minutes, and our chairpersons will ring the warning bell at 8 minutes. The topic, perinatal outcomes among pregnant women with COVID-19 infection, by Dr. Vigneshwaran V. I request chairpersons Dr. Ramesh R., Professor and Faculty in charge of Clinical Biochemistry Lab, Department of Biochemistry, JIPMER, Dr. G.P. Sendil Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Biochemistry, JIPMER, Dr. C.P. Pandey, Principal Technical Officer, CDRI, CSIR, Lucknow. Dr. G.P. Sendil Kumar is an Associate Professor of Biochemistry, JIPMER. His special area of interest is metabolic syndrome and phytochemicals, and he has 20 publications to his credit. Dr. C.P. Pandey is a Principal Technical Officer of CSIR, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. He is a manager of a science and technology facility with 35 plus years of experience in a broad spectrum of research and development, namely holistic health systems, diagnostics, drug discovery, facility creation, and human resource development. I request Dr. Vigneshwaran V. to be on stage, please.
Yeah. Good evening all. I welcome you all for my presentation. The topic of my presentation is altered vascular endothelial marker and perinatal outcome among pregnant women with COVID-19 infection. We all know that COVID-19 added an additional burden for the pregnant women, And the fetal development and the placental development relays depends on the angiogenic factors like VEGF, PLGF, that is placental growth factors, for a normal development. But in case of a pathological pregnancy, it was believed that the anti-angiogenic factors like soluble VEGF-R1 were increased. And there is another protein called mammary-derived growth inhibitor, which is essential for the transport of nutrients across the placenta for the fetal growth. So in this study, we wanted to analyze these markers, angiogenic marker, as well as the MDGI and the pregnancy outcome among pregnant women with COVID-19 infection. So the aim of the study is to study the vascular endothelial function and its alteration in pregnant women who have contracted COVID-19 infection. And the objectives are to estimate the potential biochemical marker related to the vascular endothelial functions, to assess the placenta morphology and the expressions, and to evaluate the perinatal outcome among pregnant women with COVID-19 infection. The study was conducted in MGMC-RI in the Department of Biochemistry in collaboration with Obstetric and Gynecology. And after obtaining an ethical clearance and the informed consent from the patients were recruited. About 134 patients were screened, and then we have involved 60 patients, subjects into the group. And the patients were screened for COVID-19 testing, and then Group A and Group B are the two groups where the study groups were involved. Group A contains the controlled pregnant women, and then the Group B, pregnant women with COVID-19 infection. And blood samples were collected from these pregnant women during the third trimester along with the cord blood after the delivery, and they were screened for the angiogenic factors like PLGF and the anti-angiogenic factors soluble VEGF-R1 and the MDGI, and the placenta were collected after delivery, and then that was looked for the morphological and inflammatory changes, if any. And the perinatal outcome were measured in terms of gestational age, birth weight, and ABGA scores, and appropriate statistical analysis was analyzed. This is the overall picture. So there are two groups. Coming to the result one, that is the analysis of circulating angiogenic factor and anti-angiogenic factors in the pregnant woman with COVID-19 infection. The angiogenic factors were found to be elevated in COVID pregnancy, pregnant women with COVID-19 infection when compared to the control. And however, there is no significant changes were observed in the anti-angiogenic factors. The cord blood samples were also analyzed for the angiogenic and anti-angiogenic factors, but there was no significant, the data is not shown here. We found a significant correlation between the maternal and the fetal levels of the angiogenic factor, that is PLGF. And the correlation between the anti-angiogenic factor VEGF-R1 in the mother with the angiogenic factors had a poor correlation. So in normal pregnancy, there has to be an adequate amount of, yeah. Shall I go ahead? So in the normal pregnancy, it is believed that the PLGF, that the angiogenic factor should be more when compared to the pathological pregnancy. In COVID, we have even seen even more level of angiogenic factor, that is PLGF, when compared to the control. Coming to the result 2, that is the protein that was responsible for the transport of nutrients. We found a decrease in the MDGI in COVID pregnancy when compared to the control. This is a maternal level of MDGI. And when we look into the placental expression of these MDGI protein, we found that there is no much significance that was observed. Can you please put the slideshow? Shift F5. There's an animation that was Yeah, you can restart also. You can close it and yeah, thank you. So we found a decrease in the MDGI in the serum of maternal women, but in the placenta there was no significant difference that was observed. MDGI is a protein that usually is an intracellular protein that is present in the placenta or any cell actually. When the blood supply, there, you know that there is a cord blood that supplies the nutrients to the baby and through the placenta. When the blood approaches the placenta, the fatty acids, that is the nutrients that crosses the placenta, and then these MDGI come and binds to these fatty acids, and which may lead to either storage for the use, or it may lead to the energy production in the mitochondria, or it may involve in the endoplasmic reticulum function, or it can also bind to the DNA for expression of metabolic and the inflammatory proteins. And in our study, these MDGI, there is a decrease in MDGI level in the COVID, and which could be to be a compensatory mechanism to decrease the immune response. We know that the COVID is there is a high immune response, so maybe a protective mechanism, these MDGI was decreased to decrease the inflammatory changes in the pregnancy. So we wanted to check if there is any inflammatory changes that happen in the placenta. So the third result, that is morphological and inflammatory changes in the placenta, we found that there is signs of syncytial knots. On the right side you have B, left side A is the control and B is the pathological pregnancy, where we can find the syncytial knots and lymphocyte infiltrations in the placenta. But when you come into the pregnancy outcome or the perinatal outcome, we didn't find any change between the groups. Though it's a cross-sectional study, the follow-up study is going on. Till now we have seen 3 patients, baby that comes back with symptoms of bronchopneumonia, and the rest of them is still being followed up. The key findings and conclusions are there is an elevated PLGF indicates the protective mechanism adopted by the mother for vascular angiogenesis or immune mechanism to protect the growing fetus. And we also found a decrease in the MDGI, which could be due to one of the counteracting mechanism for the pregnant women to prevent the disease in terms of decreasing the inflammatory response in the placenta. I thank Dr. Kaptan Singh, President, and then the ICMLS team for giving me the opportunity to present my study. Thank you.
Okay, only one question I want to ask you. What is the translational value of this study?
Actually, this is we thought that there should be a decrease in the angiogenic factors, which might in future, it can cause the vascular endothelial dysfunction or the cardiovascular complication in the pregnant woman. When the COVID infection was there, it was believed that the symptoms were similar to that of the preeclampsia, which is an hypertensive disorders. So we thought that it could lead to some vascular disorders or cardiovascular complications which need to be addressed. But still the long-term study will give a clue on how to go about it. So, thank you.
The next presenter is R. Anita. The topic is circulating endothelin 1 as a diagnostic marker in patients with acute myocardial infarction.
Start.
Good evening to one and all present here. Good evening, chairpersons. And myself, Anita R. from Mahatma Gandhi Medical College, from the Department of Biochemistry. This slide. Excuse me. The topic of my study was circulating endothelin 1 as a diagnostic marker in the patients with acute myocardial infarction. Next. The background of the study is about the coronary artery disease, which was the leading cause for the morbidity and mortality throughout the world. So the most common form of the coronary artery disease is mainly the acute myocardial infarction. So in Chadwick Jairaj et al. Says that whenever the coronary artery is blocked or it gets obstructed, there is a substantial reduction in the blood flow which can cause some of the heart muscles, and it's been supplied to the artery which becomes infracted. So the myocardial infarction's development is mainly regulated by variety of complex processes. So in Antonopoulos et al. Says that the vascular blockage and the cardiac ischemia is mainly enhanced by the endothelial dysfunction and the platelet activation and also the inflammation. So to overcome this, the biomarkers which plays a main role in the biological and the pathogenic process and are also in the pharmacological response in the therapeutic. So the background of the endothelin-1, which is a biomarker, it has a 21 amino acid cyclic peptide with 2 cysteine disulfide bonds, consists of the 4 cysteine groups. The it has a 2 terminal ends, with one as a N terminal end and other is a C terminal end. The N terminal end, which defines its binding affinity to the receptor, and whereas the C terminal end, which is being located in the amino acids which binds to the receptor. So the endothelial cells mainly stimulates the vascular smooth muscle cells which act as a potent vasoconstrictor in the peripheral and also in the coronary vascular beds. So what happens in the healthy tissues? So in healthy tissues, the endothelin-1 is mainly produced in the small amounts and keeping in balanced ratio between the vasoconstriction and the vasodilatations. Due to this, under certain pathological conditions, the production of endothelin-1 is overstimulated by various regulator factors. So one is the acute myocardial infarction. So this acute myocardial infarction is mainly caused by reduction in the oxygenated blood supplied by the coronary arteries, characterized by an elevation in the endothelin levels in the blood circulations. So the figure 2 shows the endothelin cycle where the mature mature endothelin gene which get converted and cleaved into matured endothelin-1. So the aim of this study is about to access the diagnosis role of the endothelin-1 in subjects with acute myocardial infarction and also to investigate the relationship between the endothelin and the cardiac biomarkers. So the methods. So it was a case control study. The study setting was done in Mahatma Gandhi Medical College. The study period was 1 year. The study has been approved by the Institutional of Human Ethics Committee, MGMCRA. So the methods in the inclusion criteria, the study, the patients who are with 35 to 60 years who are newly diagnosed as an acute myocardial infarction. So the exclusion of the study is the patients who are with lung and kidney diseases or any major surgery, pregnancy, anemia and the cancer. So how the samples has been collected? So in step 1, so upon the admissions of the AMI patients, the blood samples was been collected, and second, the samples has been centrifuged for the routine biochemical parameters in our central laboratory, and third, the troponin I was done by electrochemical immunoassay, and finally, endothelin-1 was being detected and quantified by ELISA kit. So the statistical analysis which is being used as to compare the normality distribution, we used a student t-test, and Mann-Whitney u-test is being performed for not normally distributed continuous data. So the comparison between the categorical data, we performed the chi-square test, and the ROC curve was being designed to determine the cutoff point of the endothelin patients, and Pearson correlation test was being used for the bivariate correlation analysis. So in results, table 1 shows the demographic characters of the AMI and then control. So the demographic characters like smoking, diabetic mellitus, dyslipidemia and hypertension. Here this shows the p-value in age, diabetic mellitus and also the hypertension. They shows the statistically significant value. So this table, table 2 shows the comparison of all the biochemical parameters between AMI subjects and also in control. So in like parameters like glucose, urea, creatinine and sodium, it shows the statistical significance which is less than 0.001, and also the VLDL, TAG and also the potassium. It shows a significant level which is less than 0.05. So third table shows about the comparison of the biochemical cardiac biomarkers between AMI and control. The bar chart tells about the, in endothelin group, in endothelin level, in AMI and control group, the endothelin level was, the p-value was 0.03, and in and about the other parameter like CPK NAC, it shows a p-value less than 0.001, and in CKMB it shows a p-value of 0.09, and like troponin, it shows the p-value which is less than 0.001. The table 4 shows the correlation between the endothelin 1 with other continuous variable. So here the urea troponin, which shows the correlation significance between the endothelin parameters. So this was the ROC curve which is obtained in my study. So the AUC for endothelin was 0.64, and was CPK NAC, it shows the 0.80, and in CKMB it shows the 0.61, and troponin it shows the 0.09. So the cutoff value of the endothelin was 2.29 picogram per ml. So in the discussion, so the mainly in our study that indicated that the patients who are with AMI, there is an increased serum endothelin level which mainly independently associated with the cardiac biomarkers, and there are also a significant positive correlation between the endothelin 1 and the troponin I, and there was no significant correlation was seen in CPK NAC and CKMB. Then Wong et al. Says that vascular injury is mainly due to the acute myocardial infarction. Coronary interventional procedure gives rise to the increased endothelin 1 in the coronary vascular. So in Goodity et al. Says the impact of the vasoconstriction and vascular dysfunction on endothelin 1 in coronary microvascular in AMI has also been proven. So the conclusion of the study, so endothelin 1, which is mainly a potent vasoconstrictor and also an inflammatory mediator, and it also acts as a mitogen. So the endothelin 1, which acts as an adjuvant biomarker along with the troponin I. So it serves as an inflammatory markers in patients with the AMI patients. So I thank my Department of Biochemistry in my MGMCRI. These are the references. Thank you.
What your title? Okay, it shows diagnostic. Sir, what you are suggesting? You can use endothelin as a diagnostic criteria for myocardial infarction.
No, sir, actually this was an ongoing study. So only 50 samples have been run in this.
Okay.
Samples. So more than, we want to increase the sample size. So after that we can conclude.
Yeah, again, as you're investigating for a diagnostic marker. So what are our other parameters? You have just shown only ROC curve. ROC curve shows that it can be used. And again, the AUC of endothelin is much below than AUC of other parameters. So now what you are going to do, even if you are extending the study, so, and it's more economically also more costlier than your other investigation. So now what you are going to do, how you are going to further improve your study to say that it can be used as a diagnostic marker?
So one thing is I am going to add the increase of the sample size.
Okay.
So other thing,
again, increase of the sample size also will not do anything because AUC is very less when compared to troponin, gold standard. Okay. So I agree. Then what? How we are going to modify your study design? Have you calculated sensitivity and specificity?
Yeah, sensitivity and specificity.
And why diagnostic study
no,
means?
actually, I didn't made in the slide.
It should be there.
Okay, sir.
Okay, any diagnostic marker study, and ROC graph itself will show you sensitivity and specificity along with likelihood ratio, odds ratio, all those. Okay, then another thing what you can do is you compare. When you combine troponin and endothelin, whether the sensitivity of troponin is increasing. when you're comparing CKMB with endothelin, where the sensitivity of CKMB is increasing, endothelin increasing, those kind of studies only has to be done. As such, endothelin as a diagnostic marker, it's not going to be useful because the area under cover is less than the already existing and usable marker. So you have to modify your study if you're going to make something more. Okay, otherwise study is good. Okay, thank you.
The next presentation is by S. Mala. The topic is prevalence of HLA-B27 gene in cases of spondyloarthritis at JIPMER, South India.
Good evening all. I am Mala, Medical Laboratory Technologist, Department of Clinical Immunology, JIPMER. I am going to present a study on prevalence of HLA-B27 gene in cases of spondyloarthritis at JIPMER, South India. This is not working. Work agala. Okay. Next slide. Spondyloarthritis is a second common inflammatory arthritis next to rheumatoid arthritis. SPA is a group of disorders comprising of ankylosing spondylitis, psoriatic arthritis, reactive arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease-related arthritis, and undifferentiated SPA. The disease involves sacroiliac joints, spine, large peripheral joints, eye, skin, and gut. HLA-B27 is present in more than 90% of patients with ankylosing spondylitis and approximately 50% of patients with other SPAs. HLA-B27 gene is present in approximately 3 to 8% of general world population and 1.4 to 8% in Indian population. However, there is a limited data. On the frequency of HLA-B27 gene in SPA group of disease in Indian population. So we decided to study the frequency of HLA-B27 gene in clinically diagnosed spondyloarthritis patients and among healthy controls. This is a retrospective case control study. We included patients from January 2007 and July 2023. Our study group has 1,660 spondyloarthritis cases which were clinically diagnosed and 317 healthy controls. There are 3 steps for the diagnosis of HLA-B27 gene. The first step is extraction of DNA from blood, then the amplification of the DNA, and then detection of the HLA-B27 gene using agarose gel electrophoresis. Next. Extraction of DNA was done by phenol chloroform method. The EDTA blood sample was centrifuged and the plasma was removed. Then the RBCs were lysed using RBC lysis solution, followed by the WBC lysis, which will retrieve the nuclear material from the cells. Then the phenol and chloroform were used to separate the DNA, which will be in the aqueous phase, from the proteins, which will be in the organic phase. Then the DNA was precipitated using absolute ice-cold ethanol, which will be in the aqueous phase. Then the DNA was washed using 70% ethanol, air-dried, and dissolved in tris EDTA buffer. Then the extracted DNA was quantified using nanodrop. A good quality DNA should have 260 by 280 values between 1.8 and 2. Setting up of a PCR reaction involves mixing tag buffer, DNTPs, primers, tag DNA polymerase, DNA, and milicu water in a tube. This HLA-B27 PCR is a multiplex PCR. It involves 2 sets of primers, HLA-B27 specific primer and internal control primers. After the tube is prepared, it is placed in the thermal cycler and amplified under these conditions.
There are 4 annealing temperatures in this PCR: 70 degrees, 65 degrees, 60 degrees, and 55 degrees. There are 3 steps in a PCR. Denaturation is at 96 degrees, where the double stranded DNA is separated to single stranded DNA. Then the annealing step is around 68 degrees, where the primers go and bind to the single stranded DNA to start a PCR. Then the complementary cDNA is synthesized with the help of other PCR components. This step is called elongation at around 72 degrees. Once the PCR is over, we need to run agarose gel electrophoresis to identify the HLA-B27 gene. This is a agarose gel electrophoresis picture from our lab. All the samples should have an internal control band at 798 base pair, and if the sample is positive for HLA-B27, we have a band at 149 base pair. So if 2 bands are present, then the sample is present for HLA-B27, and if only one internal control band is present, then the sample is negative for HLA-B27. The results. After detecting the presence or absence of HLA-B27 gene in SPA cases and controls, we calculated the percentage of positivity in both the groups. We found that around 50% of SPA cases were positive for HLA-B27 gene, and only 1.3% of healthy controls were HLA-B27 positive. After observing higher positivity of HLA-B27 in SPA cases, we decided to study them on males and females separately. Of the total 1,660 SPA cases, 71% were males. Males had higher HLA-B27 positivity compared to females with an odds ratio of 1.9. Then we decided to study based on age, as shown in this table. Prevalence of HLA-B27 was significantly higher in the age group of 11 to 30 compared to the older patients. Then we did stratification based on sex and age. We found that in male patients, prevalence of HLA-B27 was also significantly higher in the younger age group of 11 to 30 compared to the older. Then the female patients, we found that HLA-B27 was positive in 11 to 20 years of age, and in female patients, higher prevalence of negativity was present. So, SPA has a strong genetic association with HLA-B27 gene. We found that prevalence of HLA-B27 in SPA was approximately 50%, 49.5%, and in males 77.3%, and in females 22.6%. Our results are in concordance with the reports of Jai Prakash et al., who among 289 SPA cases found that HLA-B27 was present in 54% of cases. They also found higher percentage of HLA-B27 positivity among men compared to women. A study by Madhavan et al. On 69 ankylosing spondylitis patients showed that HLA-B27 was positive in 76.9% of cases, while none of the controls were positive. So from our study, we concluded that HLA-B27 positivity in clinically diagnosed SPA cases were approximately 50%, while in healthy controls it was 1.26%. B27 positivity was higher in younger SPA compared to the older SPA cases. Thank you for your attention. I thank all our patients and colleagues for their contribution. Thank you.
Okay. Here, the association between HLA-B27 and spondylitis SPA is already known. Okay. So what is the new information you got from the study?
The percentage of positivity.
Okay. The percentage of positivity was how much?
50% in SPA cases, sir.
Okay. And it is more in younger patients.
And more in younger patients.
Older patients means, what is the inference from that? How we are going to translate it? And what is the inference? It's a good work. You have done a good work, and you have done what the positivity, gender differentiation, everything. So what is the advantage of it?
So, patients in the younger group, if we diagnose them earlier and start their treatment,
okay,
it will be beneficial for them.
Okay, okay, thank you, Mala. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next talk is by Mahasuma. The topic is green synthesis and characterization of silver nanoparticles and in vitro antidiabetic activity of hydromethanol, extract of Tamarindus indica seed kernel.
A very good morning to one and all who present here. I'm Asuma Jasmine from BSc MLT of Ganga Institute of Health Science. Today, I'm standing in front of you to present the topic green synthesis and characterization of silver nanoparticles and in vitro antidiabetic activity of hydromethanol extract of Tamarindus indica seed kernel. First of all, I would like to give you an overview about the plant that I have been used for the research purpose. For the research purpose, I had taken the plant named Tamarindus indica. The reason behind to select this plant is because of its high medicinal value to cure enormous disease, its easily availability and low cost. Almost all part of the plant like the bark, seed, stem, root possess high medicinal values. For my research, I had taken the seed kernel endosperm part. The other name of the seed kernel is tamarin xyloglucan. In modern science, green synthesis is promoted as the best alternative to traditional method. So the scientists created new area known as green nanotechnology by combining the concepts of sustainability with nanotechnology. The aim or the goal is to remove or eliminate the usage of chemical from the manufacturing of nanoparticles by replacing them with the plant-based material. Now let's move on to the objective part. I had done the process in 3 different phases. I had done the primary phytochemical analysis to confirm whether my plant contained the essential phytochemical or not to carry out the further process. So with the presence of phytochemicals, I carry out the minor activity of silver nanoparticle and its characterization. Then I proceed to the major activity of antidiabetic activity to confirm whether my plant contained the antidiabetic property or not. Now let's move on to the method. For the sample preparation, I isolate the seed kernel part. I dry roast the tamarind seed for about 10 to 15 minutes in a pan until it starts splattering. Once it's cooled down, I remove the outer cover and grind the seed into fine powder, then I preserve it. Then I move to the process of isolating the crude extract of the sample by using sourcelet apparatus. I use hydromethanol extract. The reason behind to use the hydromethanol extract is because it is polarizing solvent. It causes less toxic, it's so miscible with water, and it has an antimicrobial effect against all the testers. In the first phase of phytochemical analysis, I used to check the presence of phytochemicals like flavin, terpenoids, alkaloids, carbohydrate, etc. by qualitative analysis. Then I moved to the minor activity of silver nanoparticle and its characterization. FTR analysis is also carried out for the identification of the functional group. Then I done the major activity of antidiabetic by using alpha amylase inhibitory method. Moving to the protocol part. For the synthesis of silver nanoparticle, I add plant extract and 1 mm of aqueous silver nitrate in 1:10 ratio. I heat at 80 degrees Celsius until the color change from brown to reddish brown. I centrifuge at 5000 RPM for 10 minutes. I remove the supertenant and the pellet was collected and air dried using incubator. Furtherly, I analyze the FTIR. Then I move into the protocol of antidiabetic activity. I add 1 ml of plant extract on test tube and I add 1 ml of voglibose drug on other test tube. Then I add 0.5 ml of alpha amylase with 0.5 ml of sodium phosphate buffer. I incubate at room temperature for 10 minutes. Then I add 0.5 ml of starch solution in 0.2 ml sodium phosphate buffer. The mixture was again incubated for 10 minutes. I terminate the process by using 1 ml of dinitro-salicylic acid, which is a coloring reagent. The 2 were placed in the water bath for 5 minutes at 100 degrees Celsius and cooled. The absorbance is determined at 540 nanometer using colorimeter. This is the result I obtained from the phytochemical analysis. I confirm the presence of phytochemicals like carbohydrate by the presence of brick red, coumarin by the presence of yellow color, flavonoid by the presence of precipitate, glycoside by the presence of yellow precipitate, flavonoid by the presence of red precipitate, protein by the presence of yellow color, quinones by the presence of green color, and saponin by the presence of the foam. This is the result of the silver nanoparticles. So this is the initial color change at the first 15 minutes. Then the color raised to a brown color. Then finally it turned to brown from reddish brown. This is the FTIR analysis result. The silver nanoparticle solution after centrifugation. Then I isolated the nanoparticles. This is the curve I obtained from the FTIR analysis. This is the result I got from the antidiabetic activity by using alpha amylase inhibitory method. I got IC50 value 30.28 for the hydromethanol extract of Tamarindus indica, and I got 90.84 for the standard drug voglibos. This is the graph that represents the alpha amylase inhibition of activity. The red represents the hydromethanol extract of Tamarindus indica seed kernel, and the blue represents the standard drug, that is the voglibos. So, moving to the discussion and conclusion part. So, during the synthesis of nanoparticles, I observed the color change from brown to reddish brown is due to the surface plasmon vibration. This is an optical property for the noble metal. Then, during the FTIR analysis, I got the band appearing at 1063.36 alkane group, 1038.18 at alcohol group, 3034.14 alkene group. This shows the formation of silver nanoparticles. The hydromethanol extract of Tamarindus indica seed kernel exhibits alpha amylase inhibitory activity with an IC50 value. The hydromethanol extracts of Tamarindus indica show the moderate alpha amylase inhibitory activity when compared with the voglibos. Voglibos is a standard drug that is used to treat the type 2 diabetes mellitus. The nanoparticle synthesized from the plant also has significant characterization and also has good antidiabetic activity. So I conclude that my plant seed kernel can able to treat the type 2 diabetes mellitus. Thank you.
Is it in vitro or in vivo study?
In vitro alpha amylase inhibitory assay method.
It's not in vivo.
In vitro.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. In vitro. How can in vitro you can say that it can work the same way in vivo?
I use the drug named voglibos for comparing this.
Okay, thank you.
The next presentation will be association between extracellular levels of sex hormone binding globulin and triglyceride glucose index, triglyceride HDL-C ratio in gestational diabetes mellitus by Asha.
Good evening, one and all. The topic for this evening's presentation is association between extracellular levels of sex hormone binding globulin, which is SHBG, and triglyceride glycemic index, along with triglyceride HDL ratio in gestational diabetes mellitus. This is a collaborative work between PIMS and MGMCRA. An introduction to the topic. Insulin resistance is the cause for type 2 diabetes mellitus, PCOD, and gestational diabetes mellitus. In the past, we have studies that has shown insulin resistant markers like HS, CRP, and then adiponectin. There's so many others. But in recent times, we have found that insulin resistant markers like SHPG and some of the other markers that I'll be discussing will be shown in the coming up slides. So SHPG is a transport protein for sex steroids, and this is synthesized in the liver. And this has been studied in type 2 diabetes mellitus, PCOD, obesity, and few studies in gestational diabetes mellitus. And they have shown SHPG as a biomarker for insulin resistance. And moving on to the other marker, this is triglyceride glycemic index. Any patient who enters a clinic or a hospital, triglycerides and glucose is a basic test that is done to a patient. So this, for doing this index, it is not a costly test, it is inexpensive. And so this has been shown to be a surrogate marker for insulin resistance as well. The formula for calculating this index is reverse log of fasting triglyceride milligram per deciliter multiplied by fasting glucose milligram per deciliter divided by 2. And the next marker is triglyceride HDL ratio. Why do we want to look into this ratio? Is because pregnancy is accompanied with dyslipidemia, and this has also been shown to be a marker for insulin resistance and also a marker for small dense LDL. Now moving on to the objectives, we wanted to evaluate the diagnostic performance of sex hormone binding globulin, triglyceride glycemic index, and triglyceride HDL ratio for gestational diabetes mellitus. And we also wanted to estimate the correlation between serum SHBG levels, triglyceride glycemic index, and triglyceride HDL ratio. Moving on to the materials and methods, the study design is a cross-sectional study. We included the pregnant ladies who were in the second trimester, aged between 20 to 40 years, who visited the PIMS OPD sample collection center for doing their oral glucose tolerance test by IADPSG criteria. And by using this criteria, first a fasting glucose sample is taken, and after that a 75 grams glucose is given, followed by which two glucose samples at first hour and second hour will be taken. The exclusion criteria are known: type 2 diabetes mellitus, over diabetes, PCOD, thyroid disorder, obesity, liver disease, and preeclampsia. The sample size is non-GDM controls is 200, GDM cases is 103. Serum SHBG and fasting plasma insulin was done using fully automated analyzer, Roche Cobas E411. And then plasma glucose and fasting lipid profile was done in Roche Cobas Integra 400 plus. Whole blood HbA1c was done using Biorad D10. The statistical analysis that was used were students' t-test to compare the cases and the controls. And to assess the diagnostic performance of these variables, we used receiver's operating curve. And to see the strength of the relationship between these variables, correlation analysis was done. And for the statistical analysis, Stata version 16 was used. Moving on to the method of recruitment. So as discussed earlier, pregnant ladies who aged between 20 to 40 years and in their second trimester were included in the study. And when they came for the OGTT test, the samples were taken, and in the fasting state, extra 5 ml of sample was collected to do the extra analytes for the study. And according to the OGTT values, the pregnant ladies were grouped into controls and cases. So if the fasting was less than 92 milligram per deciliter, or the first hour less than 180 milligram per deciliter, or the second hour less than 153 milligram per deciliter, they were categorized as controls. And if the glucose value was exceeding any one of the values as fasting more than or equal to 92 milligram per deciliter, 1 hour more than or equal to 180 milligram per deciliter, or 2 hours more than or equal to 153 milligram per deciliter, they were categorized as case. And so with the extra sample, we looked for serum SHBG levels, plasma insulin, HbA1c, fasting lipid profile, triglyceride glycemic index, and TGL HDL ratio was also calculated. Along with this, anthropometric measurements like height, weight, BMI, their waist-hip ratio, and the clinical history was also taken. Now, moving on to the results for the physiological status between the GDM cases and controls. We analyzed age, gestational weeks, gestational age, BP, height, weight, BMI, waist, hip, and waist-hip ratio. And out of this, we saw that age and weight were statistically significant between in the cases. So the age was higher than in the controls, and the weight was also more in GDM cases than in the controls. Moving on to the biochemical status, we looked at the hemoglobin, HbA1c, fasting plasma insulin, HOMO-IR, and serum SHBG levels. And we found that the HbA1c, fasting plasma insulin, HOMO-IR, and serum SHBG were statistically significant when compared between the cases and the controls. And we also found that HbA1c, insulin, and HOMO-IR were higher in the cases than in the controls, whereas serum SHBG was lower in the cases than in the controls. Yes, we also looked at the fasting lipid profile and along with triglyceride glycemic index and triglyceride HDL ratio. And we found that triglyceride glycemic index was statistically significant. It was higher in the GDM cases than in the controls. We did a scatter plot. We did a correlation analysis to look at the relationship between triglyceride glycemic index and sex hormone binding globulin. And we found that there was a negative correlation and the correlation was weak. We also looked at the correlation between sex hormone binding globulin and triglyceride HDL ratio. We found that the correlation was negative and the correlation coefficient was minus 0.13, which was again weak. Then we went on to look at the diagnostic performance of triglyceride glycemic index and triglyceride HDL ratio. We found that the triglyceride HDL area under the curve was 0.573 and the triglyceride glycemic index AUC was 0.637. Then we wanted to compare the diagnostic performance of triglyceride glycemic index with HOMO-IR, and we found that HOMO-IR had a AUC of 0.75, which is higher than the AUC of triglyceride glycemic index. Then we wanted to compare between SHBG, ROC, and triglyceride glycemic index, and we found that SHBG had a similar AUC compared with the triglyceride glycemic index. So the triglyceride glycemic index was 0.637 and SHBG was 0.614. Now moving on to the sensitivity and specificity, SHBG had a sensitivity of 60% and specificity of about 56%. With a cutoff value of 413.4, and triglyceride glycemic index had a sensitivity of 62%, specificity of 63.5%, with a cutoff of 4.76. Now moving on to the discussion, as said earlier, GDM women were older and weighed more, and the serum SHBG levels were lower in GDM with a negative weak correlation with SHBG. And when we compared our results with other studies, Bruno et al. In 2022, he showed AUC much greater than what we had got. And when we analyzed studies for triglyceride glycemic index and triglyceride HDL ratio, we found that our AUC was lower than the other study, which was done by Seville et al. So the limitations of the study is, since GDM is a multifactorial disorder which involves age and parity and gravida and so many other factors, we could have gone for a multivariate model for predicting GDM. Conclusion is triglyceride glycemic index can be or may be a good diagnostic marker for gestational diabetes mellitus because it is inexpensive. The patient need not spend so much money for doing insulin since they have to go for a calculation for HOMA-IR. And this could be suitable for a low or a medium bedded hospital or clinic. Thank you.
Okay. So I also agree with you because there's already established diagnostic criteria for GDM. But as you told, if you made a longitudinal study and if you had a multivariate predictive analysis, then it would have been a very good study instead of diagnostic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.